Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series.
Chapter 1, Bloody Landing. The drop pod screamed through Karo 7's atmosphere like a bullet through flesh. Inside, Sergeant Steele gripped his harness restraints as the entire compartment rattled and groaned. Red emergency lights cast bloody shadows across the faces of his five-man squad. The best soldiers the military had left after 50 years of war against an enemy that couldn't be reasoned with, couldn't be negotiated with, and sure as hell couldn't be trusted. 60 seconds! Steele's voice cut through the howling descent. His HUD display flickered in the corner of his vision. Hour, 03 local time. Mission, Glass Veil, active. Beside him, Deadeye checked his rifle scope for the third time, his fingers moving with practiced precision. The sniper's lean frame was coiled tight, eyes already distant, calculating angles, windage, thermal signatures. At 28, he was the youngest on the team, but his phenomenal vision had saved their asses more times than Steele could count. Thermals registering multiple heat signatures below, Deadeye muttered, squinting at his rifle scope. Lots of movement. They know we're coming. They always know, Breach said from across the compartment. The demolitions expert was grinning despite the death drop, his hands resting on the detonating cord wrapped around his tactical vest. Question is, do they know what we're bringing them? 30 seconds, the pilot's voice crackled over comms. Landing zone is hot. I say again, LZ is hot. Steele felt the pod's retro thrusters fire, slamming him against his restraints. Through the tiny porthole, he caught his first glimpse of Karo 7's surface, a nightmare landscape shrouded in perpetual red fog. The mist churned and writhed like something alive, reducing visibility to barely 50 meters. Heat shimmered in waves, 40 degrees Celsius, according to his suit's readout. The remains of a massive shopping mall loomed through the crimson haze, its 4 floors partially collapsed, skeletal supports jutting toward the blood-colored sky. 10 seconds! Brace! 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 The impact came like a sledgehammer to the chest. Metal shrieked, hydraulics hissed, and then the side doors blew open with a bang of explosive bolts. Red fog poured in, thick and choking, carrying the stench of decay and something chemical, like burnt copper mixed with rotting meat. Move! 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 Steele barked, hitting his harness release. He was first out, ceramic-plated boots hitting the cracked tile floor of what had once been a shopping mall's main concourse. His carbine came up instantly, the weapon's silenced barrel sweeping the fog-shrouded interior. Behind him, the team deployed in textbook formation. Hammer on point, with his tactical sledgehammer and heavy armor making him look like an armored bear. Stitch right behind with medical gear bouncing against his hip. Breach with his explosives, and Deadeye taking rear guard, his rifle already tracking invisible threats. The shopping mall was a tomb. Shattered storefronts gaped like broken teeth. Collapsed escalators created jagged barriers across the floor. Mannequins lay scattered like corpses, their plastic faces watching with dead eyes. And everywhere, the red fog swirled and eddied, reducing the world to shifting shadows and half-glimpsed horrors. Thermals? Steele sub-vocalized into his throat mic. Nothing clear, Deadeye whispered back. Too much interference from the fog. Wait. Movement. 3 o'clock, ground level. Steele's HUD flickered, trying to compensate for the fog's distortion. Then he saw it. A shape moving through the mist, low to the ground, too fast, too wrong. 4 legs. Human-sized. Crawler, he breathed. Weapons tight, blackout protocols. The team instantly switched to optics only. No infrared, no thermal, nothing that could give away their position. In this hell, you hunted by sight or you died. The crawler emerged from the fog like a spider from its web. What had once been human was now bent at impossible angles, limbs elongated and twisted, fingers ended in black talons. Its face was a nightmare of stretched skin and exposed teeth, eyes gone milky white. But the worst part was how it moved, with purpose, with intelligence. It was holding a door. "Jesus Christ," Stitch whispered. "It's using cover." The crawler held the door like a riot shield, peering around the edge with those dead eyes. Behind it, more shapes materialized from the fog. 5, 10, 20. They moved with coordinated precision, taking positions behind overturned kiosks and collapsed structural supports, using hand signals that were disturbingly military in their execution. "They're learning our tactics," Breach muttered, his usual grin gone. "That's new. That's really fucking new." Steele's mind raced through scenarios. They were exposed in the open concourse, outnumbered at least 4 to 1, with limited visibility and no clear exit. The mission parameters flashed in his HUD. Extract Dr. Wolf. Preserve virus research. Evacuate survivors. But first, they had to survive the next 5 minutes. Hammer, breach point. Stitch, you're on him. Deadeye, high ground, 3rd floor mezzanine. Breach, I want kiosks for cover. Build us a corridor to that service staircase at our 10 o'clock. Move on my mark. Contact. Deadeye's rifle barked twice, the suppressed shots barely louder than coughs. A crawler's head exploded in a spray of black ichor. The others didn't scatter, they charged. The mall erupted into chaos. Crawlers poured from every shadow, scrambling across walls and ceiling with insectile speed. Steel fired in controlled bursts, each round counting, each shot a prayer. Beside him, Hammer's sledgehammer connected with a crawler mid-leap, crushing its spine with a wet crunch. The creature hit the ground twitching, and Hammer brought the hammer down again for good measure. "Reloading," Stitch called out, dropping an empty mag. "Covered." Breach was already firing past him, his carbine spitting rounds into the advancing horde. Between shots, he was dragging overturned kiosks into position, building their corridor of cover with one hand while killing with the other. Steele's HUD counted ammunition, 67 rounds remaining. Every bullet counts. That was the unofficial motto of the cleanup squads. Every bullet counts. A crawler made it past Hammer's guard, talons reaching for Steele's faceplate. He sidestepped, brought the buttstock of his carbine down on its skull, then put 2 rounds through its brainstem as it fell. Black blood sprayed across his ceramic armor, hissing where it hit. Moving. Deadeye was already sprinting for the mezzanine stairs, his rifle slung across his back. Crawlers tracked him, but Hammer stepped into their path, like a wall of armor and fury. "You want through? Come get some." 3 crawlers obliged. Hammer's sledgehammer became a blur of violence, cracking chitin, shattering bones, painting the tiles with alien gore. But there were always more. Always more. "We can't hold here," Stitch shouted, binding a gash on Hammer's arm, where talons had found a gap in the armor. "We're burning through ammo too fast." Steele knew he was right. At this rate, they'd be dry in minutes. He scanned the mall's interior, his tactical mind calculating angles, distances, weak points. The service staircase was 30 meters away. Might as well be 30 kilometers with this many hostiles. Above, the mezzanine was partially collapsed, structural supports hanging at dangerous angles. And behind them, movement. Big movement. "Cease fire!" Steele's voice carried absolute authority. "Everyone down, now!" The team dropped as one, training overriding confusion. And into the sudden silence came a new sound. Heavy footsteps, dragging weight, and beneath it all, a low rumbling that Steele felt in his bones. The crawlers froze. Every single one of them stopped mid-attack, swiveling their heads toward the back of the mall. Then, as one, they retreated, scuttling backward into the fog like roaches fleeing light. "What the hell?" Breach whispered. "They're running?" "No." Deadeye's voice came over comms, tight with fear. "They're making room." The fog parted like a curtain. The Hydra was 8 meters of nightmare. 3 heads sprouted from a massive, serpentine body covered in chitinous plates that gleamed like oil-slicked armor. The left head was smaller, eyes multiplied into compound clusters. The center head was massive, mandibles dripping with something that sizzled on the tiles. The right head had no eyes at all, just a cluster of holes that whistled and clicked, tasting the air. It regarded them with alien intelligence, and Steele felt that gaze like ice water down his spine. This wasn't a mindless animal. This was a predator, a coordinator, a general of the mutant hordes. "Blackout," Steele said quietly. "Optics only. Don't move, don't breathe." The Hydra center head swiveled, sampling the air with those mandibles, looking for heat signatures, for electrical emissions, for anything that screamed human through the fog. The team stood absolutely still, barely breathing through their suit filters. Deadeye's voice came through, barely a whisper. "Boss, I've got a shot at a support beam, directly above it, maybe 2 tons of mezzanine floor." Steele's eyes flicked upward, saw the damaged support, the precarious angle, the tons of concrete and steel balanced on corroded bolts. A plan formed in his mind, desperate but possible. "Breach, can you map weak points from here?" A pause. Then, "The east wall supports are compromised. The whole section is ready to come down. I'd need maybe 3 charges placed right. How fast can you place them?" 30 seconds if nobody tries to eat me." The Hydra was moving toward them now, its 3 heads questing through the fog. 20 meters. 15. "Hammer, Stitch, start building that barricade to the service stairs. Breach, you've got your 30 seconds. Deadeye, when I give the word, you drop that support. Everyone clear?" A chorus of affirmatives. "Then move." Breach sprinted toward the east wall, footsteps silent on the tiles. Hammer and Stitch began dragging kiosks, creating a pathway of cover toward their escape route. And Steele stood perfectly still, carbine aimed at the Hydra's center mass, buying them time with sheer audacity. The creature's eyeless head turned toward him. Those holes whistled, a sound like wind through a graveyard. "It knows I'm here," Steele realized. "It just doesn't know exactly where." "Charges set," Breach whispered, "getting clear. Deadeye." "Marked. On your word." The Hydra's leftmost head suddenly snapped toward Hammer and Stitch. Had it spotted them? Were they about to... A voice echoed through the mall's ancient PA system, distorted and crackling, but unmistakably human. "Cleanup squad. This is Dr. Wolf. I'm in the research complex, medical bay. I can buy you 24 hours. The Hydra's 3 heads whipped toward the sound, distracted for just a moment. "Now!" Steele roared. "Deadeye, take the shot." The sniper's rifle cracked once, the sound sharp in the tense silence. The support beam exploded in a shower of sparks and concrete dust. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, physics took over. The mezzanine floor groaned, tilted, and came down like the fist of an angry god. "Move! Move! Move!" Steele was already running, boots pounding across tiles slick with mutant blood. Behind him, tons of rubble slammed into the Hydra, driving it to the ground. The creature screamed, all 3 heads at once, a sound that made Steele's bones vibrate and his teeth ache. The team converged on the service staircase, Hammer ripping the door off its hinges with one massive pull. They piled through just as the Hydra burst from the rubble, enraged and very much alive. Steele paused at the door, meeting those alien eyes one last time. Then he keyed his throat mic. "All cleanup units, this is Sergeant Steele. We are on site. Mission Glass Veil is active. Dr. Wolf, we're coming for you." Static. Then another voice, female and professional. "Steele, this is Lieutenant Raven. Second squad has reached Sector B7. Minimal losses. We're headed to your position. Raven out." Steele allowed himself the briefest smile. They weren't alone. Not yet. He slammed the door shut, and Breach immediately began welding it closed with a plasma torch. Through the reinforced metal, they could hear the Hydra's fury, the scrape of claws, the bass rumble of its roar. That, Hammer said, breathing hard, was the worst LZ I've ever had, and I've had some bad ones. It's going to get worse, Deadeye said quietly, checking his ammunition. That thing's just the welcome committee. Steele looked at his HUD. Hour 047, 23 hours, 13 minutes remaining. Then we'd better move fast, he said. Wolf said he can buy us 24 hours. Let's not waste them. They descended into the darkness of Caro 7's service tunnels, leaving the Hydra and its crawler army behind. But Steele knew the truth. They weren't escaping. They were going deeper. And in the red fog above, shapes began to gather. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, all converging on the shopping mall. All waiting for the humans to emerge. The hunt had begun. Chapter 2. Operation Glass Veil. The service tunnel was a coffin of rusted metal and peeling paint, lit only by the squad's helmet-mounted flashlights. Steele led them through the darkness, his HUD painting the passage ahead in ghostly green wireframe. Behind him, the team moved in practiced silence, weapons ready, senses stretched to breaking point. Hold! Steele raised a fist, and 5 soldiers froze instantly. His HUD chirped, secure channel established. A moment later, Command's voice crackled through his earpiece, crystal clear despite being transmitted from orbit. Clean up actual. This is Overwatch. Confirm secure channel. Confirmed, Overwatch. Go ahead. Mission Glass Veil parameters as follows. Primary objective. Extract Dr. Samuel Wolf and all research data from Research Complex Alpha. Coordinates uploading to your HUD now. Secondary objective. Cross 15 kilometers of urban terrain to designated evacuation corridor. Beacon code Whiskey 37. Tertiary objective. Eliminate any threats to mission success. Time window 24 hours from current mark. After that, orbital protocols engage and the entire zone goes dark. Acknowledge. Steele felt the weight of those words. Orbital protocols meant one thing. If they weren't out in 24 hours, the entire city would be glassed from space. No exceptions, no rescue. Acknowledged, Overwatch. What about support? Lieutenant Raven Squad is moving to intercept your position. ETA 40 minutes. Beyond that, you're on your own. The brass wants this quiet. No reinforcements, no air support until evac. You're ghosts, Steele. Make it count. Copy that. Steele out. The channel died with a click. Steele turned to face his team, their faces grim in the tunnel shadows. All right, listen up. We've got 24 hours to grab Wolf, get his research, and haul ass 15 clicks across the most hostile terrain on this planet. After that, Command turns Caro 7 into a glass parking lot, and we're either on the shuttle or we're part of the scenery. Questions? Just one, Hammer rumbled, his massive frame barely fitting in the tunnel. Do we get hazard pay for this? Despite everything, Steele almost smiled. You'll get a medal, maybe 2 if you don't die. Great, I'll mount them on my coffin. Equipment check, Steele ordered, killing the banter. Everyone, right now. I want to know exactly what we're working with. The team spread out in the tunnel, each soldier running through their gear with methodical precision. This was muscle memory, a ritual performed before every mission. But this time, every piece of equipment could mean the difference between extraction and extinction. Deadeye knelt beside a maintenance alcove, his rifle laid across his lap. The sniper's fingers moved with surgical precision, adjusting the scope's calibration settings while his HUD fed him atmospheric data. Scope's reading fog density at, Christ, 87% saturation, he muttered, making micro adjustments to the thermal overlay. Visibility's gonna be shit. Maybe 30 meters on a good day, less if this crap gets thicker. Can you work with it? Steele asked. Can I work with it? Deadeye looked up, and there was that familiar glint of professional pride. Boss, I once shot a target at 800 meters during a sandstorm on Hadrian 9. Red fog's just fog. I'll manage." He paused, cycling through his rifle's various vision modes. "But I'm telling you right now, thermals are compromised. The fog's ambient temperature is too close to body heat. I'll be relying on movement detection and good old-fashioned optics." Noted. Breach. Status. The demolitions expert was crouched against the tunnel wall. His vest opened to reveal rows of det cord, remote detonators, and shape charges, each one lovingly maintained and tagged with handwritten labels. Wallbuster, door knocker, oh shit button. "Detonators are green across the board," Breach reported, running a diagnostic scanner over each charge. "Got 12 det packs, 40 meters of cord, and enough bang to bring down a city block. Remote triggers are synced to my HUD. I can blow any of them from 300 meters out, encrypted frequency so those freaks can't set them off." He grinned, tapping one particularly large charge. "This baby's my insurance policy. If things go sideways, I can drop a building on whatever's chasing us." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Stitch said dryly, organizing his medical supplies with the same care Breach gave his explosives. The medic had his field kits spread across the tunnel floor. Auto-injectors, surgical tools, trauma packs, all gleaming in the flashlight beams. But Steele noticed the way Stitch's hands hesitated over a particular set of injectors marked with red warning labels. "Stitch? Problem?" The medic's jaw tightened. "Maybe. These are combat stimulants. 12 doses total. Military grade. Supposed to boost reaction time, suppress pain, keep you fighting past the point where you should be dead." He held up one injector, turning it in the light. "Problem is, I'm seeing batch numbers that don't match our supply manifests. Different manufacturer codes, different production dates." "Meaning what?" asked Hammer. "Meaning someone in the supply chain might have swapped in counterfeit product." Black market stims are notorious for causing complications, hallucinations, psychotic breaks, cardiac arrest. I've seen soldiers tear their own squad apart because they couldn't tell friend from enemy. The tunnel went very quiet. "Can you tell which ones are real?" Steele asked carefully. Stitch examined each injector, comparing serial numbers against his HUD's database. "I think so. Maybe. The real ones should have a holographic seal that shifts colors under UV light." He pulled out a small scanner, running it over each injector. After a tense minute, he separated them into 2 piles, 7 on the left, 5 on the right. "These 7 are clean. The other 5, he shook his head. "Could be legit, could be poison. I won't know until someone uses them." "Then we don't use them," Steele decided. "Not unless we're out of options. Mark those 5 with something visible. I don't want anyone grabbing the wrong injector in a firefight." "Already on it." Stitch used a marker to draw red X's on the suspect injectors before repacking his kit. "Boss, we need to be smart about the clean ones too. Combat stims have side effects even when they're real. Accelerated heart rate, aggression spikes, and if you're carrying any latent infection." He trailed off meaningfully. Everyone knew what he meant. The crimson virus was in the fog, in the air, probably already seeping through micro-tears in their suits. The stims might keep them alive, but they could also accelerate whatever the virus did to human DNA. "Noted," Steele said grimly. "Hammer?" The big man was sitting cross-legged, sharpening his tactical sledgehammer with a whetstone. The rhythmic scrape of metal on stone was almost meditative, and the weapon's head gleamed with fresh attention. "Hammer's ready," he said simply. 43 confirmed kills with this beauty, and she's hungry for more." He ran a thumb along the edge, not sharp like a blade, but weighted and balanced for maximum kinetic impact. "You know what I love about this thing? Bullets run out, grenades run out, but physics?" He hefted the hammer with a grin. "Physics is forever." "Just try not to demolish any load-bearing walls," Breach said. "I'd rather bring buildings down on purpose, not by accident." "No promises." Steele checked his own carbine, 63 rounds remaining after the shopping mall firefight. 2 spare magazines, 1 fragmentation grenade. His ceramic armor had held up well, just some scoring where crawler talons had tested its integrity. The HUD was functioning perfectly, painting tactical data across his vision. Timestamp, hour 1:14. Squad vitals, all green. Mission waypoint, 12.3 kilometers northeast. "All right," he said, standing. "We move in 5 minutes. Formation is standard sweep. I take point, hammer on my 6, stitch center, breach rear left, deadeye rear right. Weapon safety's off, suppressors on. We're going silent from here on out. Hand signals only, unless we hit contact." "What about Raven's squad?" Deadeye asked. "They're supposed to link up with us." "If we cross paths, great. If not, we stay on mission. Wolf's our priority, and we're burning time." Steele checked his HUD again. Hour 1:17. 22 hours, 43 minutes until this place becomes a crater. Let's move. They filed out of the tunnel into another corridor, this one part of Caro 7's old maintenance infrastructure. The red fog was thinner here, filtered by decades-old ventilation systems that somehow still wheezed and rattled. But Steele could see where it was seeping in, creeping through gaps in wall seals, pooling in low spots like liquid rust. The HUD painted their route, through the maintenance tunnels, up through a collapsed parking structure, then across 2 kilometers of surface streets to reach the research complex. On paper, maybe 40 minutes of travel time. In reality, Steele knew it could take hours, or cost them everything. They moved like shadows through the complex, each soldier scanning their sector, weapons tracking invisible threats. The silence was oppressive, broken only by their filtered breathing and the distant groan of settling architecture. Then Deadeye's hand snapped up. Halt. Everyone froze. Steele switched to thermal vision, saw nothing. Switched to motion detection, still nothing. He looked at Deadeye, who was staring at his rifle's advanced sensor suite, face tight with concentration. The sniper pointed at his ear, then at the darkness ahead. Steele understood. Sound contact. They stood absolutely still, barely breathing, and in that terrible silence, Steele heard it too. A clicking sound, rhythmic and precise, like sonar pulses bouncing off the walls. And beneath it, something else. A wet, dragging sound of bodies moving without footsteps. His HUD flickered with a new threat designation. Unknown hostile. Stand by for classification. The clicking grew louder, closer. Then they emerged from the fog like nightmares given flesh. Blind hunters. There were 7 of them, each the size of a large dog, but walking upright on 2 legs, arms elongated into scything claws. Their heads were smooth and featureless, no eyes, no nose, just a mouth that opened and closed in rhythm with those clicking sounds. Echolocation, Steele realized with cold dread. They navigate by sound. The creatures moved through the corridor with predatory grace, heads swiveling to paint the environment with acoustic pings. One passed within 3 meters of Hammer, close enough that Steele could see the way its flesh rippled with each click, see the way its claws dragged across the floor with barely a whisper. Absolute silence. That was their only chance. Steele's heart hammered in his chest, and he prayed the things couldn't hear it. Beside him, Stitch was barely breathing, medical kit clutched to his chest. Breach had one hand frozen over his detonator controls, the other on his carbine grip. Deadeye's rifle was aimed at the nearest hunter, finger resting lightly on the trigger guard, ready but not committed. The hunters clicked and prowled, searching, questing. One of them stopped directly in front of Steele, its head tilting at an angle that would be comical if it wasn't so horrifying. Its mouth opened wide, releasing a burst of clicks that Steele felt vibrate through his armor. Then it turned away, apparently satisfied. They stood frozen for 5 full minutes while the hunters methodically searched the corridor. Steele's legs burned with the effort of remaining perfectly still, but he didn't dare move.
Not even when sweat dripped into his eye. Not even when his nose itched. Finally, eternally, the creatures moved on, their clicking fading into the distance. Steele waited another minute before giving the hand signal. Clear. Move. The team advanced with even more caution now, each footstep placed with infinite care. They'd learned a valuable lesson. Caro 7 had evolved new nightmares since the last survey team's report. The crawlers were bad enough, but hunters that tracked by sound? That changed everything. They were halfway across the maintenance level when Breach suddenly stopped, his body going rigid. Steele turned to see the demolitions expert's shoulders shaking, face contorting behind his faceplate. No, not now, not here. Breach was trying to suppress a cough, the red fog having found some tiny breach in his suit seals. Steele could see the effort it took, the way the man's entire body tensed with the need to expel whatever was tickling his lungs. From somewhere ahead, the clicking sounds resumed. The hunters had heard something. They were coming back. Breach's face was turning red, veins standing out on his forehead. He locked eyes with Steele, and the sergeant saw the panic there, the knowledge that one cough would doom them all. Stitch moved with silent speed, pulling an auto-injector from his kit and pressing it against Breach's neck. The hiss of compressed air was barely audible. Breach's eyes went wide, then calm, as whatever chemical cocktail Stitch had used took effect. The coughing fit subsided. Breach sucked in a shaky breath, gave Stitch a grateful nod. But the clicking was getting closer, much closer. Steele made a decision. He pointed at a side corridor, gave the hand signal, move fast. They ran on silent feet, racing away from the hunters, putting distance between themselves and the acoustic predators. Behind them, the clicking intensified. The hunters knew something had been there, even if they couldn't pinpoint exactly what. The team burst through a maintenance door, and Steele immediately sealed it behind them, engaging the magnetic locks. Through the reinforced portal, he could hear the hunters investigating, their clicks rising to an almost frantic pace. That, Breach whispered hoarsely, was too damn close. Thanks, Stitch. Thank me by keeping that fog out of your lungs. Whatever I just gave you will keep you calm for an hour, but it's one shot. Next time, you cough. There won't be a next time, Breach promised, checking his suit seals with new paranoia. Steele checked his HUD. Hour 1, 53. They'd lost time, but they'd learned something valuable. The red fog wasn't just a visibility hazard. It was getting into their suits, their lungs, their bodies. The clock was ticking in more ways than one. We're close to the research complex, he said, studying the map overlay. 300 meters, straight shot through what used to be a parking garage. After that, we find Wolf, get his research, and start the long walk to evac. You make it sound so simple, Deadeye muttered. It's never simple, Steele replied, checking his carbine one more time. Hummer, you ready? The big man hefted his sledgehammer. Born ready, boss. Then let's move. And everyone, watch for more hunters. If there's 7, there's probably 70. They moved out into the parking garage, and Steele couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them from the red fog above. Something old, something patient, something that had all the time in the world to hunt. His HUD marked hour 2:00 as they cleared the garage's entrance.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series.
Chapter 3, First Blood and the Carnivorous Fog. The parking garage gave way to a maintenance corridor that Steele's HUD identified as Research Complex Alpha's outer perimeter. The walls here were reinforced concrete lined with biohazard warnings that glowed faintly in the red fog. Emergency lights flickered overhead, casting strobing shadows that made every corner a potential ambush point. "Contact," Deadeye whispered, his rifle tracking movement ahead. Human-sized, but the thermal's wrong. Too hot. Steele raised his fist. "Halt." The team froze, weapons ready. Through the swirling fog, shapes materialized. 3 technicians in torn lab coats, stumbling toward them with arms outstretched. "Survivors?" Stitch asked hopefully. "Negative." Deadeye's scope never wavered. "Whisperers, watch their mouths." As if on cue, one of the technicians opened its mouth impossibly wide. "Help us," it said in a woman's voice, perfect and terrifying. "Please, the children, help the children." Recorded voices. Wolf's transmission crackled in their ears from wherever he was sheltering. They harvest vocal cords from victims. "Don't listen. Don't engage unless necessary." The Whisperers shambled past the team's position, seemingly unaware. One wore a nameplate, Dr. Chen, Virology Division. Its eyes were filmed over, movements jerky and uncoordinated. These were the failed mutations, the ones who hadn't completed the transformation but weren't quite human anymore. Steele waited until they disappeared into the fog before signaling, "Move." They advanced deeper into the complex, passing through what had once been a decontamination checkpoint. The airlocks hung open, seals rotted away. Steele's HUD painted the architecture in wireframe. They were close now, maybe 200 meters from the central structure where Wolf waited. That's when the ceiling exploded. A leaper dropped like a missile, its powerful hind legs having launched it from some hidden perch above. Steele saw the blur of motion, saw the creature's hooked claws reaching for his faceplate, and reacted on pure instinct. He brought his carbine up horizontally, catching the leaper's descending strike on the weapon's reinforced barrel. The impact nearly broke his arms, drove him to one knee, but he held. The creature's face was inches from his own, a nightmare of stretched skin and too many teeth, eyes wild with predatory intelligence. "Hammer!" Steele roared. The big man was already moving. His sledgehammer came around in a brutal arc, catching the leaper in mid-spine with the sound of shattering bone. The creature's shriek cut off instantly as its vertebrae exploded into fragments. It fell twitching to the floor, legs still kicking in death spasms. "Thanks," Steele gasped, checking his carbine for damage. "That's 2 you owe me," Hammer replied, already scanning for more threats. "I'm keeping count." "Movement above!" Deadeye's rifle barked twice. A second leaper fell from the ceiling, dead before it hit the ground. "They're using the ductwork. Could be dozens up there." "Keep moving," Steele ordered. "Double time to the shelter." "Breach, can you seal the ducts behind us?" "Not without bringing the whole ceiling down. Boss, we need to—" Breach stopped mid-sentence, staring at the corridor ahead. "Oh, fuck. Boss, you need to see this." Steele moved to the front, and his blood turned to ice. The red fog was moving wrong. It wasn't drifting with air currents or settling in low spots. It was flowing purposefully, concentrating into tendrils that reached and grasped like living things. And where it touched the 3 Whisperers they'd passed earlier— "Oh, Jesus Christ," Stitch breathed. "Is that fog eating them?" That's exactly what it was doing. The Whisperers had stopped their shambling advance, standing frozen as the red fog coiled around their bodies. Their lab coats dissolved first, the fabric simply ceasing to exist as the fog touched it. Then their skin began to slough away in wet ribbons, revealing muscle that bubbled and liquefied. The creatures tried to scream, but the fog poured into their mouths, dissolving them from the inside out. In less than 30 seconds, there was nothing left but 3 skeletons that collapsed into powder. "The fog's evolving," Wolf's voice was tight with barely controlled panic. "I'm reading a massive spike in enzymatic activity. It's not just toxic anymore, it's carnivorous. Organic matter acts as a catalyst. The more it consumes, the faster it evolves." How long before it can eat through our suits? Steele demanded. Unknown. Minutes, maybe. You need to reach the sealed shelter now. I'm uploading coordinates. You have 10 minutes, maybe less, before the fog saturates the insulation enough to breach the complex's inner chambers. Steele's HUD lit up with a route marker, 175 meters northeast, through what his map showed as a laboratory section. His timer updated, hour 2:14. You heard the man, Steele said grimly. We move fast, we move quiet, and we don't touch anything if we can help it. The fog's hunting organic matter, so every drop of blood is a beacon. Stitch, if anyone gets wounded, you seal it immediately. Clear? Crystal, Stitch confirmed, already pulling out a quick clot canister. They ran through corridors that grew increasingly bizarre. The fog here was thick enough to reduce visibility to barely 10 meters, swirling in patterns that suggested intelligence. Worse, they began to hear sounds, whispers that weren't quite words, clicking that wasn't quite insectile, and beneath it all, a low, throbbing pulse, like a massive heartbeat. Breach, you getting this on your seismic sensors? Steele asked as they navigated around a collapsed section of wall. Yeah, and I don't like it. Something big is moving underground. Really big. Displacement is off the charts. Worry about it later. Right now A scream cut through the fog. Human, male, close. The team rounded a corner and found another survivor. A technician pinned beneath a collapsed ceiling panel, his legs crushed, face white with shock and blood loss. But he was alive, his eyes tracking them with desperate hope. Help, he gasped. Please, it attacked from above. I can't feel my legs. Stitch was already moving forward, medical instincts overriding tactical sense. Steele grabbed his shoulder. Wait, scan him first. Deadeye's scope swept the area. No thermals on him, suit's compromised, but he's not showing infection signs yet. But above us, his voice went tight. We've got 3, no 4 leapers in the ceiling. They're waiting. It's a trap, Hammer stated flatly. The technician heard them, understood, and his face crumpled. I know, he said quietly. I know what I am. But please, don't leave me for the fog. I've seen what it does. Steele made a decision he'd regret for the rest of his life. Stitch, you've got 2 minutes. Do what you can. The medic dropped beside the technician, his hands already assessing the damage. Crushed femurs, massive internal bleeding. I can stabilize him, but he needs a proper med bay. We can't carry him and maintain combat speed. Then stabilize him and we move on. I'm sorry, son, Steele said to the technician. Liar, the technician said without malice, but thank you for trying. He fumbled at his belt, pulled out a data chip. Take this, research logs. Wolf needs to see them. Promise me. I promise. That's when the Leapers attacked. They dropped simultaneously from 4 different ceiling panels, a coordinated ambush that would have overwhelmed them if Deadeye hadn't been watching. His rifle barked 3 times, 3 Leapers dead in midair. The 4th reached Stitch, its hooked claws extending for the medic's exposed neck. Steele put 5 rounds through its skull before it could connect. The creature's momentum carried it forward, its dying body slamming into both Stitch and the technician. Move! Steele hauled Stitch away from the tangle of bodies. Behind them, the technician screamed, not in pain, but in warning. A Leaper's claw had caught him across the face, hooks tearing through soft tissue with surgical precision. His cheek and lips came away in a single wet strip, exposing teeth and bone beneath. Blood sprayed in arterial spurts. Stitch, Steele snapped. The fog. The medic saw it instantly. Blood was organic matter, and the carnivorous fog was already converging on the scent. They had seconds. Stitch's hands moved with desperate speed. He pulled a trauma sealant from his kit, sprayed it directly into the gaping wound. The technician tried to scream but couldn't. His vocal cords were exposed, his airway compromised. Tracheotomy, Stitch announced, pulling out a pocket knife. Hold him. Hammer pinned the thrashing technician while Stitch worked. The medic's hands were rock steady, despite the carnivorous fog creeping closer, despite the wet sounds of tissue being cut, despite everything. He made a precise incision in the trachea, inserted a breathing tube, and secured it with medical tape, all in under 60 seconds. The technician's breathing stabilized, ragged but functional. "Can you walk?" Stitch asked, knowing the answer. The technician shook his head. His eyes found Steele's, and in them was understanding, acceptance. Steele made another decision. He pulled his sidearm, but the technician's hand caught his wrist. The man pointed to his belt where a fragmentation grenade hung. His meaning was clear. Let me go out on my own terms. Let me take some of them with me. "God forgive me," Steele whispered, but he handed over the grenade. "Wait for us to clear the corridor. Then, do what you need to do." The technician nodded, his ruined face somehow managing gratitude. The team moved out at a dead run. Behind them, they heard clicking. Leapers were converging on the blood scent. Heard the technician's labored breathing through the improvised tracheotomy. Heard the metallic ping of a grenade pin being pulled. The explosion came 10 seconds later, followed by shrieks of dying mutants. "Contact front," Deadeye called out. "More whisperers, but they're running from something." Through the fog emerged another group of the shambling infected, but these weren't hunting, they were fleeing. Behind them, the carnivorous fog rolled like a living tsunami, tendrils reaching out to grab the slower runners. "Shelter entrance 30 meters ahead." Wolf's voice was nearly frantic. "I'm opening the door now, but I can't keep it open long. The fog will compromise the seals." Steele saw it, a massive airlock door, ancient but functional, its mechanisms grinding as it slowly opened. Inside, clean air and safety. But 30 meters might as well be 30 kilometers with the fog closing in. Hammer, on point. Everyone else, tight formation. We run through anything in our way. Hammer charged like a freight train, his sledgehammer clearing a path through the confused whisperers. The creatures scattered, too panicked by the fog to coordinate an attack. Behind the team, the red mist was accelerating, sensing prey about to escape. 20 meters. A leaper dropped from above. Breach shot at mid-air without breaking stride. 10 meters. The fog touched Deadeye's boot heel. The ceramic coating began to smoke and dissolve. "Door's closing," Wolf shouted. "I can't hold it." 5 meters. Steele grabbed Deadeye and physically threw him through the narrowing gap. Stitch dove through. Breach followed. Hammer turned sideways, barely fitting through the opening. Steele was last, feeling the fog's heat on his back as he rolled through the airlock. The door slammed shut with hydraulic finality. On the other side, they could hear the fog pounding against reinforced steel, trying to find a way in. Steele lay on the floor, gasping, his HUD showing hour 2:47. They'd made it. Barely. "Everyone sound off," he commanded. Deadeye, green. Boots damaged, but suit integrity holding. Breach, green, but I'm down to half my medical supplies. Hammer, green and hungry. Steele stood, taking stock of their surroundings. They were in a decontamination chamber, all white tile and UV lights. Beyond the inner door, he could see a figure in a civilian hazmat suit waving at them. Dr. Wolf had kept his promise. They'd made it to his shelter. But as Steele checked his ammunition count, 41 rounds remaining, he couldn't shake the image of that technician's ruined face, or the sound of the grenade that had been his only mercy. "Boss," Stitch was beside him. "That technician, we had to leave him." "I know." His name was Marcus Chen, Virology Division. He had a daughter. It was on his ID tag. Steele looked at the data chip Marcus had given him, now slick with blood that was eating through his glove. He pocketed it carefully. "Then we make his sacrifice count," Steele said quietly. "We complete this mission, get Wolf's research out, and make sure every mutant on this planet pays for what they did to people like Marcus Chen." Through the walls, they heard the fog's attack intensify. Time was running out, for the complex, for Karo 7, and possibly for humanity itself. Steele's HUD updated, hour 2:58. Chapter 4: Wraiths in the Fog. The decontamination chamber's UV lights flickered and died, plunging the team into darkness broken only by their helmet lamps. Steele's HUD registered hour 3:02. They'd been on Caro 7 for 3 hours, and every minute felt like borrowed time. "Wolf," Steele called through the comms. "We're in your outer chamber. Where's the entrance?" Static hissed for several seconds before the scientist's voice came through, tight with tension. "The inner door is sealed. Automatic contamination protocols activated when the fog breached the outer corridors. You need to reach the central server room. I can override the locks from there, but you'll have to come to me." "How far?" Steele demanded. 200 meters, maybe 3 minutes if the corridors are clear." A pause. "They won't be clear." Hammer checked the inner door's control panel, his armored fingers working the ancient interface. "Panel's dead. No power to this section." "Then we go manual," Steele decided. He turned to Breach. "Can you pop this without bringing the ceiling down?" The demolitions expert studied the doorframe, running a handheld scanner along the seams. "It's a blast door, reinforced steel core. I can cut through with a thermal lance, but it'll take 5 minutes and make enough noise to wake every mutant in the complex." "Do it. Deadeye, Stitch, watch our 6. The fog knows we're here." As Breach began cutting, Steele checked his HUD. The tactical overlay showed their position deep within the research complex's inner ring. Wolf's signal was emanating from a cluster of rooms marked Medical Bay, authorized personnel only. Between them and safety were corridors that, according to his map, should have been sterile laboratories. Should have been. "Boss," Deadeye's voice was barely a whisper, "my thermals are going crazy. I'm picking up signatures everywhere, but they're wrong, flickering, like they're there and not there." Steele switched to his own thermal vision and felt his blood run cold. The corridor beyond the door was painted in shifting heat patterns that made no sense. Humanoid shapes appeared and vanished, their thermal signatures cycling from red-hot to ice-cold in seconds. And beneath it all, the red fog was seeping through ventilation ducts, pooling on the floor in eddies that moved against the air currents. "The fog's getting thicker," Stitch observed, his medical scanner showing elevated enzyme readings. "Whatever it did outside, it's accelerating in here. These corridors weren't designed for containment. The virus is adapting to the architecture." "Breach," Steele prompted. "Almost through. 30 seconds." 20 meters behind them, something moved. Steele's helmet lamp caught the motion, just a flicker at the edge of perception. He brought his carbine up, finger on the trigger, but there was nothing there. Just empty corridor and swirling fog. "Contact?" Hammer rumbled, his sledgehammer already in hand. "Negative. Maybe." Steele's HUD flickered, showing a momentary spike in bioelectrical activity, then nothing. "Everyone stay sharp. Something's—" The blast door fell inward with a screech of tortured metal. Breach stepped back, thermal lance still smoking. "We're through. Ladies first." The corridor beyond was a nightmare painted in red. The fog here wasn't just thick, it was saturated, reducing visibility to barely 5 meters. Emergency lighting had failed, leaving only the sick crimson glow of bioluminescent growth covering the walls. It pulsed in rhythm, like the heartbeat of something vast and terrible. Steele led them in, carbine tracking across empty space. His boot crunched on something, and he looked down to see a broken nameplate, Dr. Sarah Kim, Xenobiology. The metal was corroded, half dissolved by the fog's enzymatic action. "Thermals are useless here," Deadeye reported, switching through vision modes on his scope. "Fog's too dense, too hot. I'm going optical only." They moved in tight formation, each soldier scanning their assigned sector. The silence was oppressive, broken only by their filtered breathing and the distant groan of the complex's failing infrastructure. Steel's mind kept replaying Deadeye's words. They're there and not there. That's when he heard it, a sound so faint he almost missed it. A rhythmic susurrus, like wind through reeds, but coming from ahead in the fog. In, out, breathing. Halt, Steel whispered, his voice barely audible even over comms. The team froze instantly. The breathing continued, slow and deliberate. Then it stopped, moved to their left, started again, closer now. Steel's HUD showed nothing, no thermal signatures, no movement detection, no bioelectrical activity. But something was circling them in the fog, hunting by sound alone. Wraiths, Wolf's voice crackled urgently over the comms. God, I didn't think they'd adapted this far. Listen carefully. They have thermal camouflage, perfect mimicry of ambient temperature. Your sensors won't see them. They hunt by breathing patterns, by the rhythm of your cardiovascular system. How do we fight them? Steel subvocalized. You can't see them thermally, but they're not truly invisible. Watch for refraction, like heat shimmer but in reverse. Movement gives them away. And whatever you do, don't use sound lures. They're too intelligent for that. Breach, Steel whispered. You have any chirpers? 3. But if Wolf says, do it. I want to see what happens. Breach pulled a small device from his vest, twisted the activator, and tossed it down the corridor. The chirper landed with a soft clink, then began emitting a series of high-pitched sounds, mimicking human vocalizations, distress calls, anything to draw mutants toward it. For 30 seconds, nothing happened. Then, the breathing sounds started again. Multiple sources now, but they weren't moving toward the chirper. They were moving around it, circling the team with methodical precision. They're ignoring the lure, Deadeye breathed. Something's guiding them. They know we're the real target. Steel's mind raced. If the Wraiths weren't hunting by sound alone, then what? His HUD flickered again, and this time he caught it. A spike in psionic activity, barely registering on his suit's bioscanners. The mutants were connected, coordinated by something beyond simple animal cunning. That's when Hammer's voice cut through the tension. Boss, I can see it. Everyone's helmet lamp swiveled toward him. The big man was staring at a spot in the fog 3 meters ahead. His augmented eyes locked on something the rest of them couldn't perceive. There's a shimmer, right there, like looking through water. Hammer's sledgehammer came up slowly. It's breathing. I can see the air distortion when it inhales. Steel looked where Hammer indicated and saw it. A barely perceptible warping of the fog, a subtle refraction that would be invisible if you didn't know exactly where to look. The Wraith was standing perfectly still, perhaps 5 meters away, close enough to strike. Everyone freeze, Steel ordered. Don't breathe, don't move. 5 soldiers became statues. Steel felt his lungs burning, the urge to inhale becoming overwhelming. Beside him, he could hear Stitch's shallow, controlled breathing through his suit filters. 10 seconds. 20. 30. The Wraith's shimmer moved closer. 4 meters. 3. Steel's vision began to darken at the edges. His body screamed for oxygen, but he held, trusting in his training, in the ceramic armor between him and death. The Wraith reached out. Steel saw its arm extend, saw the shimmer of claws that could tear through flesh like paper. It was searching, questing, trying to pinpoint prey that had suddenly vanished from its sensory map. Then, Breach coughed. It was barely a sound, instantly suppressed, but in the terrible silence it was like a gunshot. The Wraith's head snapped toward the demolitions expert, and Steel saw it clearly for just a moment. Humanoid but elongated, skin like polished glass, eyes completely black and reflective. Contact! Steel roared, his carbine coming up. The fog exploded into motion. 3, no, 5 Wraiths materialized from nowhere, their thermal camouflage failing as they attacked. Steel's first burst caught one in the chest, ceramic-tipped rounds punching through its sternum. The creature shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and collapsed. Hammer's sledgehammer connected with another Wraith mid-lunge, the kinetic impact so powerful it folded the mutant in half. Deadeye's rifle barked twice, killing a third that had been circling behind them. But the other two were faster, learning, adapting. One slashed at Steele's faceplate, claws scrapping across reinforced polymer. He felt the vibration through his skull, saw the scratches appear in his HUD's projection. Another second and it would have breached. Sticht was there, his sidearm pressed against the Wraith's temple. Get off him! The shot turned the creature's head into black mist. The final Wraith retreated into the fog, its shimmer fading as it restored thermal camouflage. But Steele had seen which way it went. He pulled a fragmentation grenade, cooked it for 2 seconds, and threw it blind into the crimson haze. The explosion was muffled by the fog, but the Wraith's death scream was clear enough. Sound off, Steele commanded, checking his ammunition. 38 rounds remaining. Deadeye, green. Breach, green, but that cough, I think my suit seal is compromised. I'm breathing the fog. Stitch, green. I've got a patch kit. Breach, hold still. Hammer, green, and pissed. Those things almost got you, boss. Steele nodded, watching as Stitch worked quickly to reseal Breach's suit. But the damage was done. The demolitions expert had inhaled the red fog, had taken the crimson virus directly into his lungs. How long before the symptoms showed? Hours? Minutes? That's when Steele's HUD went haywire. Every sensor spiked simultaneously. Bioelectrical readings went off the scale. Psionic activity registered at levels his suit couldn't measure. And in the distance, through walls and fog and corrupted air, he heard something that made his skin crawl. Silence. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of silence. A void where noise should be. A pressure against his eardrums that felt like diving too deep underwater. What the hell? Deadeye started, then clutched his head. Migraine. Sudden. Bad. Steele felt it too. A spike of pain behind his eyes, like something trying to force its way into his skull. His HUD flickered, showing impossible data. Mutant signatures frozen in place all around them. Hundreds of them, all stopped mid-motion. Boss, Hammer's voice was strained. The mutants, they're not moving. Through the fog, Steele could see them now. Crawlers frozen on the ceiling, whisperers standing motionless in doorways. Even the red fog itself seemed to have stopped swirling. Everything had gone still, as if the entire complex was holding its breath. Wolf's voice exploded over the comms, frantic and terrified. Psystorm, it's beginning! The hive scream! The network is activating! You have maybe minutes before it hits full force. Sync your timers to mine right now. What? Wolf, explain. No time. I have a 24-hour suppressor, military grade, but I've only got 1 dose. You need to get to me before the storm peaks, or you'll lose yourselves. The virus will take you, rewrite you, and there won't be anything human left. Sync your timers to hour 312. That's when I injected myself. You'll know when your protection ends. Steele's fingers moved automatically, accessing his HUD's chronometer. He set a countdown, 23 hours, 48 minutes remaining. Around him, the team did the same. Raven, do you copy? Steele tried the other squad's channel. Lieutenant, what's your status? Static. Then, breaking through with massive interference. Steele, this is Raven. Detecting anomalous. Something big, underground, moving towards. Can't. The transmission cut off with a burst of white noise that made Steele's teeth ache. She's in trouble, Deadeye said, stating the obvious. She's 2 sectors away, and we're out of time, Steele replied coldly, hating himself for saying it. Wolf, we're coming to you. Talk us in. Take the left corridor, 30 meters to the server room entrance. But Steele, the fog is saturating faster than my models predicted. The Wraths were just scouts. When the Psystorm hits full intensity, everything in this complex is going to wake up, and they'll all know exactly where you are. The frozen mutants were starting to twitch, a crawler's leg spasm, a whisperer's jaw working soundlessly. The hive scream was building towards some terrible crescendo, and they were standing at ground zero. Move out, ordered, double time, weapons hot. If it moves, shoot it. If it doesn't move, shoot it anyway.
They ran through corridors thick with crimson fog, past laboratories where crystallized bodies pressed against windows, past examination rooms where surgical equipment had grown organic tendrils. The complex was mutating, the virus rewriting not just flesh, but metal and concrete, transforming human architecture into something alien. Steel's HUD marked their progress: 150 meters to Wolf, 100 meters, 50 meters. Behind them, the frozen mutants began to move again. But now they moved as one, coordinated, synchronized, driven by a single vast intelligence that was waking up. The hive scream was coming, and they were about to be caught in its full force. Steel's timer read hour 3:23. 23 hours, 37 minutes of protection remained. If they reached Wolf, if they survived the next few minutes, if the Psi-storm didn't tear their minds apart first. There, Stitch pointed ahead. Through the fog, Steel could see an open doorway, harsh white light spilling out. And in that light, a figure in a civilian hazmat suit, frantically wading them forward. Dr. Samuel Wolf, the man who held the key to their survival. "Go, go, go," Steel shouted, and the team sprinted the final distance as the complex behind them began to scream.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved. Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series.
Chapter 5: The Mad Scientist and the Truth of the Red Rain. The medical bay was a stark contrast to the nightmare outside. Clinical white walls, humming fluorescent lights, and the antiseptic smell of sterilization protocols working overtime. Dr. Samuel Wolf stood in the center of the room, his civilian hazmat suit covered in patches and makeshift repairs. He was shorter than Steel had expected, maybe 5'8", with gray hair visible through his faceplate and hands that trembled as he sealed the door behind them. "Thank God," Wolf breathed, his voice cracking. "I wasn't sure anyone would make it. The complex, it's worse than the projections showed, much worse." Steel swept the room with his carbine, checking corners, scanning for threats. The medical bay was approximately 30 meters square, packed with equipment that looked like it belonged in an orbital research station rather than a planet-side facility. Holographic displays floated in the air, showing molecular structures that twisted and writhed like living things. Banks of refrigeration units lined one wall, their contents hidden behind frosted glass. "Room's clear," Hammer announced, taking position by the door. His armor was scored with claw marks, and his sledgehammer was painted with black ichor that sizzled on the metal. "Dr. Wolf," Steel approached the scientist, his HUD reading hour 3:31. "We don't have much time. The Psi-storm is building, and we need those suppressors now." Wolf nodded quickly, moving to one of the refrigeration units. Yes, of course. But first, you need to understand what you're facing, what we're all facing." He pulled out a case containing 5 auto-injectors, each one filled with a luminescent blue liquid. "These suppressors will buy you 24 hours, maybe, but they're not a cure. Nothing is a cure for what's out there." "We know about the Crimson virus," Deadeye said, checking his rifle scope. "DNA rewriting, transmitted through the fog. We got the briefing before deployment." "No," Wolf's voice was sharp. "You got the sanitized version, the version Command wants you to believe. The truth is so much worse." Steel exchanged glances with his team. Stitch was leaning against an examination table, his medical scanner running diagnostics on Breach's compromised seal. Breach himself looked pale, sweat beading on his forehead, early signs of fog exposure. "Then tell us the truth," Steel said quietly. "All of it." Wolf set down the case of injectors and pulled up a holographic display. The image showed a spiral of DNA, but it was wrong. Too many strands, connections that violated everything Steele had learned in basic biology training. The Crimson virus isn't a virus in the traditional sense. It's a soldier rewriting matrix, a weapon designed by something far more advanced than us. Wolf's hands moved through the hologram, highlighting sections. Look at the complexity, the sophistication. This didn't evolve naturally. It was engineered to do exactly what it's doing: rewrite human DNA into combat-optimized forms. You're saying this was deliberate? Stitch asked, momentarily distracted from his examination of Breach. Breach himself looked pale, sweat beading on his forehead, early signs of fog exposure. Then tell us the truth, Steele said quietly. All of it. Wolf set down the case of injectors and pulled up a holographic display. The image showed a spiral of DNA, but it was wrong. Too many strands, connections that violated everything Steele had learned in basic biology training. The Crimson virus isn't a virus in the traditional sense. It's a soldier rewriting matrix, a weapon designed by something far more advanced than us. Wolf's hands moved through the hologram, highlighting sections. Look at the complexity, the sophistication. This didn't evolve naturally. It was engineered to do exactly what it's doing: rewrite human DNA into combat-optimized forms. You're saying this was deliberate? Stitch asked, momentarily distracted from his examination of Breach. Not someone, Wolf said. Pulled up another image, this one showing a planetary system Steele didn't recognize. Caro 7 is the third world we found with this infection pattern. Before here, there was Hadrian 9. Before that, Epsilon Tertius. Every time, the same red fog, the same mutations, the same intelligence coordinating the transformed. Higher forms, Steele said, remembering the Hydra, the puppeteer. You're saying they coordinate through the psi-storms? Exactly. The Crimson Matrix creates a biological network. Think of it as a neural pathway spanning entire planets. The higher forms are nodes in that network. The puppeteers, the mindbenders, the broodmothers, they're all connected, sharing information, coordinating attacks with frightening precision. Wolf's eyes met Steele's through their faceplates. You're not fighting individual mutants, Sergeant. You're fighting a distributed intelligence that uses human flesh as its hardware. The medical bay fell silent, except for the hum of equipment. Steele felt his HUD flicker again, that strange sensation of something pressing against his thoughts. The suppressors, Hammer rumbled. Tell us about them. Wolf returned to the case, picking up one of the injectors with reverent care. 24 hours of protection. The compound interferes with the virus's ability to rewrite your DNA, creates a chemical firewall in your cells. But it's not perfect. You've all been exposed to the fog. The virus is already in your system, dormant but present.
The suppressor keeps it dormant, nothing more. Side effects? Stitch was suddenly all business, his medic training overriding everything else. Headaches, nausea, visual distortions, and Wolf hesitated. Time desynchronization. The suppressors interact with the psionic network in ways we don't fully understand. Your internal chronometers will drift. You might experience temporal anomalies, echoes of past events, phantom futures. Trust your equipment timers, not your perception. Jesus, Breach muttered. This just keeps getting better. Steele made a decision. Everyone, line up. We take the injection now, sync our HUD timers to Wolf's, and we move. Doctor, after we're dosed, you're going to show us how to restore the shuttle guidance system and get us all to the evacuation corridor. The team formed a line. Wolf administered the injections with practiced efficiency. First Steele, then Deadeye, Breach, Stitch, and finally Hammer. Each injector hissed as it pressed against their necks, delivering the blue compound through suit-to-skin ports. Steele felt it immediately. A coldness spreading from the injection site, racing through his bloodstream like ice water. His HUD flickered, displayed impossible data for a moment, then stabilized. A new timer appeared. 23, 47, 22. 23 hours, 47 minutes, 22 seconds of protection remaining. Sync your chronometers to mine, Wolf instructed. I injected myself at hour 3:12. You're at hour 3:38 now. The discrepancy is already beginning. Steele checked his timer again. 23:47:09. It had jumped backward 13 seconds. What the hell? Psionic interference, Wolf explained. The network is trying to synchronize you to its rhythm. The suppressor fights back, but it creates discontinuities. You'll get used to it. Maybe. Deadeye was staring at his rifle scope, his expression troubled. I'm seeing double. Thermal overlay is showing me 2 different readings. That's the desynchronization, Wolf said. One reading is current, the other is approximately 0.3 seconds in your past. Your brain will learn to filter it, but trust your instincts. The virus is already trying to influence your perception. Hammer flexed his hands, testing his grip on the sledgehammer. I feel cold, like my blood's turned to slush. Normal reaction. It will pass in 10 minutes. Wolf moved to a terminal, pulling up architectural schematics. Now the shuttle guidance system. The servers are in the central complex, 2 levels down. We need to upload navigational data and restore communication protocols. Without it, the evacuation birds won't be able to land in the fog. They'll crash blind. Steele studied the map. 2 levels down meant going deeper into the complex, into areas where the fog would be thicker, where more mutants would be concentrated. How long will the upload take? 47 minutes if the servers are intact, less if they're damaged. Wolf pulled up another display, this one showing a holographic recording. But before we go, you need to see this. The last log from Dr. Sarah Kim, head of xenobiology. She recorded it 3 days before the complex fell. The hologram flickered to life, showing a woman in a lab coat, her face haggard, eyes ringed with dark circles. Behind her, Steele could see the same medical bay they were standing in now, but pristine, undamaged. If anyone finds this, Dr. Kim's recorded voice was steady despite the fear in her eyes. You need to know the truth. We thought we were studying a natural phenomenon. We were wrong. The Crimson virus didn't evolve here. It was waiting. Waiting for us to arrive, to establish colonies, to provide it with raw material. The hologram's background showed movement, red fog creeping under door seals. We analyzed the viral structure, found markers, intentional design. This isn't infection, it's invasion. A colonization strategy billions of years old, seeded across the galaxy by something we can't comprehend. We are not victims. Dr. Kim leaned toward the camera, her voice dropping to a whisper. We are incubators. The virus was waiting for us, and now it's awake. The recording cut off with a burst of static. The medical bay was silent. Steele felt the weight of those words pressing down on him like a physical force. Billions of years old, seeded across the galaxy, waiting. There's more, Wolf said quietly. He pulled up another file, this one heavily encrypted. Patient 0, the first human infected on Kara 7. His name was Colonel Marcus Steele. Steele's blood ran cold. Steele? That's your namesake, Wolf finished. The legendary war hero. The man whose tactical innovations saved humanity during the Hadrian 9 campaign. The face on every recruitment poster, the symbol of human resistance. Wolf's expression was grim. He was also the first human the Crimson Matrix successfully transformed while retaining full cognitive function. For 3 weeks, he commanded the defense of Karo 7. For 3 weeks, he was human. And then, he turned, Steele breathed. Oh God. Command named this operation after him. Glass Veil. We all wear his insignia. Deadeye was checking his equipment, his movements mechanical. If Patient 0 was that high level, and he turned, what does that say about the virus's capabilities? That it's learning, Wolf said simply. Every human it transforms, every mind it consumes, it gains their knowledge, their tactics, their memories. Colonel Steele knew everything about human military doctrine, and now, the network knows it too. Stitch spoke up, his voice tight. The broodmother you mentioned earlier, the one coordinating the mutants, is it? We don't know, Wolf interrupted. The broodmother in the Metro Nest could be him, could be something else entirely.
The network doesn't work like human consciousness. Identity becomes fluid, distributed across hundreds of hosts. Steele's HUD timer flickered, 23:39:17. He'd lost another 7 minutes somewhere in the conversation. The desynchronization was accelerating. "All right," Steele said, forcing his voice to remain calm. "Here's what we do. We move to the servers, upload the navigation data, and get to the evacuation corridor. Wolf, you're with us now. Stick close to Hammer. Everyone else, standard formation. Weapons hot, suppressors on. We've got," he checked his timer again, 23 hours and 38 minutes of protection. After that, we're on borrowed time. "One more thing," Wolf said. He pulled a small device from his pocket, a portable hard drive. "This contains everything. All my research, all the data from the complex, encrypted transmission logs from the other infected worlds. If we don't make it out, this information needs to reach command. Promise me, Sergeant, no matter what happens, this data gets uploaded." Steele took the drive, secured it in a reinforced pouch on his belt. "You have my word." The team moved toward the medical bay's exit, weapons raised. Stitch did a final check on Breach's suit seal. It was holding, barely. The fog exposure contained for now. Hammer took point, his sledgehammer resting on his shoulder. Deadeye's rifle swept the corridor beyond, his enhanced vision cutting through the red fog. Steele's HUD painted the route, 2 levels down, through laboratories that had been cutting edge before the complex fell. Through corridors where scientists had worked to understand the virus, never realizing they were studying their own extinction. "Boss," Deadeye whispered over comms, "my timer just jumped backward. Lost 2 minutes." "Mine too," Breach confirmed. "This is messing with my demolition calculations. I'm seeing multiple countdown timers for the same charge." "Trust your instincts," Wolf advised. "The network is trying to synchronize you, but the suppressor creates interference. You'll experience echoes, temporal shadows. Don't let it distract you." They stepped into the corridor, and Steele immediately felt the difference. The fog here was thicker, more aggressive, tendrils reaching toward them like searching fingers. His armor's surface began to smoke where the fog touched it, the enzymatic action eating through the ceramic coating micrometer by micrometer. "Movement," warned, "ceiling level, multiple contacts." Steele looked up and saw them. Crawlers, dozens of them, clinging to pipes and support beams. But they weren't attacking. They were watching, heads tilted at identical angles, movements synchronized, waiting for orders from the network. "They know we have the suppressor," Wolf said quietly. "They can feel the disruption in the psionic field. You're like static in their shared consciousness now. It confuses them." "Good," replied. "Let's use that confusion. Move out, double time, stay tight." They advanced through the complex's bowels, and Steele's timer continued its erratic dance. 23:34:22, 20:37:41, 20:31:09. Time was becoming elastic, unreliable. He focused on the mission, on the weight of his carbine, on the sound of his team's breathing over comms. Behind them, the crawlers began to follow, maintaining a precise 50-meter distance. Not attacking, just watching, waiting. The network knew where they were going, and it was curious about what 5 humans with disrupted psionic signatures might do next. Steele's HUD marked hour 4:17 as they reached the stairwell leading down to the servers. 23 hours and 17 minutes of protection remained. Chapter 6: Whispers of Death and Mimicry. The stairwell descended into darkness thick enough to choke on. Steele's helmet lamp cut through the red fog like a blade through water, revealing concrete steps slick with condensation and something else. A biological film that pulsed with faint bioluminescence. Each footfall made a wet sucking sound that echoed in the confined space. 2 levels down, whispered, his civilian hazmat suit making him look fragile compared to the armored soldiers surrounding him. "The server room is at the bottom, but Sergeant, these stairs weren't this deteriorated 3 days ago. The virus is accelerating its transformation of the infrastructure. Steel's HUD flickered. Hour 423. Then jumped. Hour 419. The temporal desynchronization was getting worse. He pushed the distraction aside and focused on the tactical reality. 5 soldiers, 1 civilian scientist, descending into the throat of hell. "Breach, any seismic readings?" Steele asked quietly. The demolitions expert checked his sensors, frowning at the readout. "Lots of movement below us. Could be structural settling, could be something else. The entire foundation is vibrating at a frequency I've never seen before, like a heartbeat." "The network's core processing center is likely below the servers," Wolf explained, his voice tight with barely controlled fear. "The broodmother we detected earlier, she's probably using the metro tunnels as her primary nest, but there could be neural clusters throughout the complex. Think of them as synaptic nodes." "So we're walking into the thing's brain," Hammer rumbled from the rearguard position. "Fantastic." They reached the bottom of the stairwell. Steele raised his fist. "Halt." Ahead, a heavy security door stood partially open, its electronic lock fried by power surges or something worse. Beyond it, the server corridor stretched into fog-shrouded darkness. Deadeye moved forward, his rifle scope cycling through vision modes. "I've got heat signatures. Lots of them. They're positioned behind doors? Boss, there are at least a dozen crawlers in there, and they're using the server room doors as cover." "Tactical positions," Steele breathed. "They're learning faster than the briefings indicated." He signaled for the team to stack up on the doorway. Through the gap, he could see the corridor, 50 meters long, lined with server room entrances on both sides. And in the red fog, shapes moved with disturbing coordination. A crawler emerged partially from behind a door, and Steele's blood went cold. The mutant was holding the door like a riot shield, its clawed hand gripping the edge, using it to protect its center mass. Behind it, another crawler made a hand signal, 3 fingers, then a fist. Military tactical gestures. "They're using our own doctrine against us," Stitch whispered, his medical scanner forgotten. "Jesus Christ, they're learning our hand signals." "The Colonel-Steele connection," Wolf said grimly. The network absorbed his tactical knowledge. Now every mutant has access to basic military training. Steele assessed the situation. The corridor was a kill box, no cover for his team, multiple firing positions for the enemy, and limited maneuverability. They needed to cross 50 meters of open space while the crawlers held every advantage. "Breach, can you smoke them out?" "I can blow the doors, but that'll bury the servers under rubble. We need those systems intact to upload the navigation data." "Then we go in hard and fast. Hammer takes point, draws their fire. Deadeye, you're on precision shots. Any crawler that exposes itself for targeting, you drop it. Stitch, Wolf, your center, protected. Breach and I will cover the flanks. On my mark." "Wait," Deadeye's voice was urgent. "I'm seeing something else in there. Heat signatures that don't match crawlers, more humanoid. Standing positions, not crouched. And they're wearing armor." Steele's HUD tried to process what Deadeye was seeing, but the fog interference made identification impossible. "Survivors? Or whisperers in stolen gear," Wolf warned. "We've documented cases of partially transformed humans wearing the equipment of fallen soldiers. They retain enough motor function to operate weapons, but their cognition is completely subsumed by the network. Only one way to find out. Move!" They burst through the doorway in textbook formation. Hammer charged forward, his sledgehammer raised, drawing immediate attention. 3 crawlers emerged from behind their door shields, and Deadeye's rifle barked 3 times in rapid succession. 3 clean headshots that dropped the mutants before they could close. But the corridor erupted into chaos. More crawlers poured out from the server rooms, and they moved with frightening coordination, covering each other's advances, using suppressing fire from... God, one of them had a rifle, a human weapon. firing with crude but effective accuracy. Contact left. Steel put a burst into a crawler that tried to flank them. His HUD showed ammunition count, 31 rounds remaining. Stitch and Wolf pressed against the corridor wall, trying to make themselves small targets. Breach was laying down suppressing fire, his carbine spitting rounds that forced the crawlers to duck behind their improvised shields. Then Steel saw them, the figures Deadeye had detected. 3 shapes in military armor, moving through the fog with human precision. For a moment, hope surged in his chest. Survivors? Lieutenant Raven's squad, maybe? Or, Boss, Deadeye's voice cut through the firefight. Those aren't friendlies. Look at their movements. They're too synchronized, too perfect. Steel looked closer and felt his stomach drop. The 3 armored figures moved in absolute lockstep, their gestures mirror images of each other. As he watched, all 3 turned their heads at the exact same angle, tracking his position with inhuman precision. Mimics, Wolf breathed. Oh God, they've adapted that far already. The mimics raised their weapons, stolen carbines, probably stripped from dead soldiers, and opened fire with surprising accuracy. Steel felt rounds impact his ceramic armor, felt the kinetic force drive him back a step. Fall back to the stairwell, he ordered, but Hammer was too far forward, already engaged with 2 crawlers. The big man's sledgehammer crushed one mutant's skull, but the other slashed at his leg joints, looking for gaps in his armor. "I'm not leaving, Hammer," Breach shouted, charging forward with his carbine firing on full auto. The mimics advanced, and now Steel could see more details. They wore the armor of fallen soldiers, complete with unit patches and personal modifications. But something was wrong. Their movements were too fluid, too precise, and their faces, visible through cracked faceplates, were absolutely blank. No expression, no emotion. One of the mimics spoke, and Steel's blood turned to ice. "Cleanup squad, sit rep. We need immediate extraction at these coordinates." It was his voice, perfect replication, down to the cadence and tone. The mimic was using Steel's own words against him, probably recorded from their radio communications. "Don't listen to them," Wolf shouted. "They're psychological weapons. They harvest audio recordings from fallen soldiers, use them to create confusion." But it was working. Steel saw Stitch hesitate, his weapon tracking between targets, unsure which was real and which was mimicry. The fog carried more voices now, dozens of them, hundreds, all whispering through corrupted radio channels. "Help me, the children, please, God, someone help." Sector clear, moving to secondary objective. "I love you, Sarah. Tell the kids Daddy's coming home." Each voice was perfect. Each voice was stolen from someone who had died screaming in this hellish place. The psychological assault was devastating. "Comms discipline," Steel barked. "Switch to encrypted channel Baker 7. Ignore all other transmissions." The team switched frequencies, but the damage was done. Steel could see it in their body language, the slight hesitation, the uncertainty. The mimics had planted seeds of doubt, and in combat, doubt killed faster than bullets. Hammer finished the second crawler with a brutal overhead strike and turned to rejoin the team. He moved through the fog, his distinctive silhouette unmistakable even in the poor visibility. "Hammer, report," Steel called over the encrypted channel. "All clear on the forward position. These things are learning, but they're not learning fast enough. Let's finish this and get to those servers." Something in Hammer's voice made Deadeye pause. The sniper's enhanced vision locked on to the approaching figure, studying details invisible to the rest of the team. "Boss," Deadeye said slowly, his rifle coming up. "When's the last time you saw Hammer blink?" Everyone froze. Steel looked at the figure approaching them, massive, armored, carrying a sledgehammer. Every detail perfect. But now that Deadeye mentioned it, the figure's eyes were open. unblinking, staring. "That's not him," Deadeye whispered. The mimic hammer's head tilted at an angle no human neck should bend. Its mouth opened, and Hammer's voice came out. "What's wrong, boss? Don't you trust me?" From behind them, deeper in the fog, came the real Hammer's voice. "Boss, don't shoot! I'm coming in from the rear. Had to circle around. Tunnel collapse cut me off." Two Hammers. One real, one a nightmare wearing his face. The mimic charged. It moved with Hammer's mass, but inhuman speed, the sledgehammer swinging in an arc that would cave in Steel's chest. He dove aside, felt the weapon's passage as a pressure wave against his armor. "Light it up!" Steel shouted. The team opened fire on the mimic. Rounds punched through its stolen armor, black itcher spraying from the wounds. But it didn't stop. It swung the hammer again, catching Breach in the shoulder and sending the demolitions expert flying into the wall with bone-breaking force. Then the real hammer arrived. He came in like a freight train, his actual sledgehammer connecting with the mimic's spine with a sound like shattering concrete. The false hammer collapsed, its disguise failing as the transformation tried to hold together. For a horrible moment, Steel saw it shift between states. Human face melting into something alien, then back to human, trapped in a quantum flux of identity. Deadeye put 3 rounds through its skull, ending the horror. "Everyone okay?" Steel demanded, checking his team. Breach was groaning, holding his shoulder, but Stitch was already there with a medical scanner. "Dislocated shoulder," Stitch reported. "I can pop it back in, but he'll need pain management." "Do it fast. We can't stay here." The corridor was a charnel house. Dead crawlers littered the floor, their black blood eating through the tile. The 2 other mimics had retreated deeper into the fog, but Steel could still hear them, speaking with stolen voices, creating phantom contacts, spreading paranoia. "How do we fight them?" Hammer asked, breathing hard. "How do we know what's real?" "Details," Deadeye said, his sniper's eye already analyzing. "They're perfect from a distance, but up close there are tells. They don't blink, they don't sweat, micro-expressions are wrong.
And they can't replicate scent or thermal signatures perfectly. My scope showed a 0.5-degree temperature differential. So we verify everything," Steel said. "Call and response protocols. Anyone approaches without proper authentication, we treat them as hostile." "That mimic knew tactical procedures," Stitch pointed out, having successfully relocated Breach's shoulder. "It used your voice, Steel. What if it had known our authentication codes?" No one had an answer for that. The paranoia was setting in deep now, a poison worse than the red fog. Wolf had moved to one of the server room doors, his portable terminal already interfacing with the ancient systems. "We're here. I can start the upload now, but it'll take 47 minutes. We need to hold this position." "Defensive perimeter," Steel ordered, trying to ignore the whispers that still echoed through the fog. "Hammer, you're on the north approach. Deadeye, find high ground. There." He pointed to a structural support beam. "Breach, despite your shoulder, I need you watching our 6. Stitch, stay with Wolf and keep him alive. I'll float and reinforce wherever we need it." The team moved into position. Wolf's fingers flew across his terminal, codes scrolling past faster than Steel could read. Around them, the server room hummed to life, ancient systems waking after years of dormancy. Steel's HUD flickered. Hour 5:03. Then, hour 4:58. The desynchronization was getting worse. "Wolf, how's the upload?" 43 minutes remaining. The servers are damaged but functional. Navigation data is transferring now. That's when Steel heard it. A sound so faint he almost missed it. A child's laughter, coming from deeper in the fog. Then a woman's sob. A man's prayer. Dozens of voices, hundreds, all speaking at once, creating a choir of stolen humanity. "The fog is carrying recordings," Wolf explained without looking up from his work. "The mimics don't just steal voices, they broadcast them, create acoustic confusion,
Psychological warfare at its finest. "Boss," Deadeye called down from his perch. "I've got movement on my scope, lots of it. They're massing for another push." Steele checked his ammunition. 23 rounds. This was going to be tight. Then his armor dented inward. No impact, no sound, just a sudden pressure against his chest plate that drove him to one knee. Steele looked down and saw the ceramic crumpling as if crushed by invisible hands. "Contact," he gasped. "Invisible. Something's—" Another dent appeared in his shoulder guard, then another in his thigh plate. It was like being beaten by a ghost, each impact precisely targeted at armor weak points. "Puppeteers," Wolf shouted. "It's controlling metal. The server room equipment, it's using it as weapons." Steele rolled aside as a desk chair flew through the air where he'd been standing. Around them, metal objects began to levitate. Tools, components, even spent shell casings from their earlier firefight. All of it hovering, orbiting an invisible point in the fog. "I can't see it." Deadeye's frustration was clear. "Thermals show nothing. It's not there." "It's there," Wolf said grimly. "Puppeteers have almost no body mass, just nerve tissue and psionic organs. Your conventional sensors can't detect them." A wrench flew at Hammer's head. He ducked, but 3 more objects followed, harrying him away from his defensive position. The puppeteer was coordinating perfectly with the mimics and crawlers, using telekinetics to disrupt their formation. Steele's HUD showed security camera feeds from around the corridor. On every screen, the corridor appeared empty. Just fog and the team's heat signatures. No puppeteer, no telekinetic entity. Nothing. But his armor was still being crushed, new dents appearing with each invisible strike. "Breach," Steele called out. "Fragmentation grenade. Throw it blind into the fog, 30 meters forward." The demolitions expert didn't hesitate. His grenade flew true, disappearing into the crimson haze. The explosion came 3 seconds later, followed by a shriek, high-pitched, almost ultrasonic, the sound of something in terrible pain. The telekinetic assault stopped. Metal objects clattered to the floor. "You got it," Deadeye confirmed. "Partial thermal signature now. It's wounded, camouflage failing. Permission to engage?" "Granted." Deadeye's rifle barked once. In the fog, something small and pale fell from midair, hitting the ground with a wet splat. Through his scope, Steele saw it briefly. A knot of glistening tissue wrapped around a skull the size of a child's fist, nerve fibers extending like tentacles. The puppeteer, finally visible in death. "Clear," Deadeye reported. "But boss, I'm seeing more movement, lots more. They're regrouping for another assault." Wolf's terminal chimed. "Upload at 17%. We need to hold for 39 more minutes." Steele checked his HUD. Hour 5:11. Ammunition, 23 rounds. Team status, breach wounded, everyone exhausted, paranoia spreading through the squad like its own infection. And they still had 39 minutes before they could move to extraction. "Then we hold," Steele said, with more confidence than he felt. "Every minute we buy gets us closer to getting off this rock. Weapons tight, people, make every shot count." In the fog, the whispers continued. Stolen voices, stolen lives, stolen humanity, all crying out in the darkness. The mimics were still out there, learning, adapting, preparing for the next assault. And somewhere in the depths of the complex, the network watched through 1,000 eyes, studied them with alien intelligence, and plotted their destruction with the tactical genius of Colonel Marcus Steele, the hero who had become humanity's worst nightmare. Steele's timer flickered. Hour 5:14. 22 hours and 46 minutes of protection remained.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone. Book 1. Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 7. The Voice in Your Head. The server room had become a fortress. Steel crouched behind a bank of humming processors, his HUD displaying hour 547 as Wolf's upload crept to 32% completion. Around him, his team held their defensive positions, Deadeye on his elevated perch, Hammer guarding the north corridor, Breach watching their six despite his injured shoulder, and Stitch positioned near Wolf to protect the scientist. 28 minutes remaining, Wolf announced without looking up from his terminal. His fingers trembled as they worked the interface, sweat visible through his hazmat suit's faceplate. The navigation data is fragmenting. The servers are more damaged than I thought. I need to reroute through secondary systems. Steele's ammunition counter read 18 rounds. He'd been rationing every shot, but the math was simple and brutal. If they faced another major assault before the upload completed, they'd be fighting with empty weapons. Movement, Deadeye called from above, his rifle tracking shapes in the fog. Multiple contacts, but they're keeping distance, like they're waiting for something. That was the wrong kind of behavior. Mutants that waited, that showed patience and tactical thinking, were infinitely more dangerous than mindless charges. Steele checked his timer again. The desynchronization was worse now. His HUD flickered between 5:49 and 5:52, unable to settle on a consistent timestamp. "Boss," Hammer's voice carried tension, "I'm seeing something weird. The fog's pulling back from our position, creating a circle around us." Steele moved to where he could see what Hammer meant. The demolitions expert was right. The red fog that had been pressing against them like a living thing was retreating, leaving a clear zone approximately 30 meters in diameter. Through the thinning haze, Steele could see the crawlers and whisperers that had been massing for another assault. They stood perfectly still, arranged in concentric circles, their heads all tilted at the same angle. "They're waiting," Stitch said quietly. His medical scanner was tracking the mutants' vital signs, and what he saw made his voice tight with fear. Their heart rates are synchronizing. All of them. It's like they're becoming one organism. "The network is consolidating," Wolf said without pausing his work. "When multiple mutants coordinate this perfectly, it usually means a higher form is taking direct control, a puppeteer or something worse." Steele's ceramic armor suddenly felt very thin. They'd killed one puppeteer already, but if another was out there, coordinating dozens of lesser mutants. "3-signal protocol," Steele announced to his team. "From this moment, anyone acting strange or out of character gets challenged. I'll initiate with 3 taps on comms," he demonstrated, 3 sharp clicks through the encrypted channel. "You respond with 2 taps. Failure to respond correctly means you're compromised. Understood?" A chorus of double taps came back from each team member. "Good. Stay sharp. Something's coming." The silence stretched. The mutants remained frozen in their circles. Wolf's upload ticked to 41%. Steele's HUD showed hour 5:58, then jumped to hour 6:02. Time was becoming meaningless. That's when Steele saw it. At first, it was just a distortion in the fog, a shimmer like heat rising from pavement, but moving with purpose. Then the shape began to materialize, and Steele felt his gorge rise. The puppeteer was barely a meter tall, more tissue than creature. Its body was a pale knot of sinew and nerve fibers, glistening wet, wrapped around a skull so small it could have belonged to a child. But the skull was all wrong. Elongated, with eye sockets that seemed to see in too many directions at once. Tendrils of flesh extended from the central mass, writhing with independent life, each one tipped with something that looked disturbingly like a human hand. "Contact," Steele whispered, bringing his carbine up. "Puppeteer, center position." But his finger wouldn't pull the trigger. His arm was frozen, locked in position by something that wasn't physical restraint, but pure mental pressure. He tried to move, tried to fight, but his body wouldn't obey. Around him, he heard his team struggling with the same paralysis. "Can't move," Deadeye gasped from his perch. "It's in my head. I can feel it." The puppeteer drifted forward, not walking, but floating inches above the floor. Its presence was a violation, a wrongness that made Steele's vision swim and his inner ear scream with vertigo. Reality bent around the creature. Angles that should have been 90 degrees became acute. Surfaces that should have been flat rippled like water. Then it spoke, but not with sound. Its voice was directly in Steele's mind, bypassing his ears entirely. Interesting. You have the suppressor, the chemical barrier, but minds are flexible, malleable. Watch. Steele felt the mental pressure increase. His HUD began showing impossible data, temperature readings of 900 degrees, ammunition counts in the negative thousands, chronometer displaying dates from years in the past. The armor systems were being corrupted by pure psionic force. Beside him, Stitch suddenly jerked upright, his movements puppet-like. The medic's eyes were wide with terror, but his hands moved without his conscious control. He drew his sidearm in one smooth motion. "No," Stitch whispered, his voice breaking. "No, please, I can't." His pistol came up, aimed directly at Deadeye's exposed back. The sniper was still struggling against the paralysis, completely vulnerable. Steele's mind raced. The puppeteer was demonstrating its power, showing them how easily it could turn them against each other. This was psychological warfare at its most devastating. But Steele had trained for mental compromise scenarios, had drilled the 3-signal protocol into his team precisely for situations like this. He couldn't move his arms, but his jaw still worked. "Protocol!" Steele shouted. 3-signal, now! His tongue hit the transmit button in his helmet, 3 sharp clicks through the encrypted channel. Stitch's eyes locked onto Steele's, and in them was desperate gratitude. The medic's finger was tightening on the trigger, his hand moving against his will, but Steele's protocol had broken through enough for him to act. At the last possible moment, Stitch twisted his arm upward. The shot went wide, the round impacting harmlessly against the ceiling. But the recoil threw off the puppeteer's control for just a fraction of a second. Steele felt the mental pressure release. His arm moved. He brought the carbine around and fired a 3-round burst into the puppeteer's central mass. The creature shrieked, a sound that existed in his mind rather than his ears, and its control shattered completely. The paralysis released like a snapping rubber band, and the team exploded into action. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" Steele roared, squeezing the trigger until his carbine clicked empty. Deadeye's rifle barked from above. Hammer charged forward with his sledgehammer raised. But the puppeteer wasn't done. Even as rounds punched through its tissue, even as black ichor sprayed from a dozen wounds, it lashed out with pure psionic force. Steele's vision inverted. The floor became the ceiling, the walls bent inward, and he felt himself falling in 6 directions at once. Beside him, Breach was firing his weapon at empty air, shooting at enemies that didn't exist. Hammer swung his sledgehammer at Wolf, who scrambled backward with a cry of terror. "It's dying," Wolf shouted over the chaos. "When they die, they release all their stored psychic energy at once. The Psi-storm is—" The puppeteer exploded, not physically, but mentally, a shockwave of pure psionic force that hit the team like a freight train. Steele's HUD went completely haywire. He saw overlapping images, the server room, the shopping mall from the landing, his childhood home on Earth, all existing in the same space simultaneously. His ears filled with voices, dozens of them, hundreds of them, all the dead soldiers who had fallen on Caro 7. "Help me, please God, help me! My legs, I can't feel my legs! Sarah, tell Sarah I love her! They're coming through the walls!" The voices were real. They had weight, substance, history. Steele recognized some of them from previous missions, from soldiers he'd watched die. The puppeteer had harvested their final moments, recorded their death throes, and now it was broadcasting them directly into the team's minds. Deadeye was firing wildly from his perch, shooting at phantoms that only he could see. Breach had collapsed to his knees,
hands pressed against his helmet, screaming. Hammer stood frozen, his sledgehammer raised against an invisible enemy. And Stitch? The medic's eyes rolled back in his head. Blood trickled from his nose. His mouth opened in a silent scream, and then he collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Stitch! Steel crawled toward the fallen medic, his vision still swimming with impossible images. His hands found Stitch's neck, checking for a pulse. It was there, but erratic, jumping from racing to barely present. He's in a coma. Wolf was suddenly beside Steel, his portable medical scanner out. Psychic overload. The puppeteer's death scream overwhelmed his neural defenses. I can stabilize him, but what? Wolf's face was grim behind his faceplate. I'm a virologist, Sergeant. I know biochemistry, cellular structures, viral replication. I'm not a combat medic. I can keep him alive, but I can't do what Stitch could do. If anyone else gets seriously wounded. He left the implication hanging. Without Stitch, their medical capabilities were severely compromised. Steel forced himself to focus through the psionic aftershocks. Around them, the lesser mutants were dying too. The puppeteer's death had triggered a cascade failure in the network. Crawlers were collapsing, whisperers were seizing, and the red fog itself seemed to pulse with each dying creature's final moments. Everyone, sound off, Steel commanded, trying to cut through the chaos with discipline. Deadeye. I see them, boss. All of them. The dead. They're standing right there. The sniper's voice was hollow, broken. Lieutenant Raven's squad. They're telling me to join them. They're not real, Steel said firmly. Focus on my voice. The visions are psionic echoes. They'll fade. Breach here. I'm seeing the demo charges going off. All of them, at once. We're all about to die. The explosion, it's breach. 3 signal protocol, now. Steel transmitted 3 clicks. After a terrible pause, 2 clicks came back. Breach was still in there, fighting the visions. Hammer? No response. Hammer, sound off. Steel looked to where the big man stood frozen. Hammer's eyes were open but unseeing, his massive frame locked in place like a statue. Whatever he was experiencing in the Psi-storm, it had him completely trapped. That's when the radio crackled to life. Not our encrypted channel, but the open frequency they'd been monitoring. Lieutenant Raven's voice, distorted by static and interference. Mall squads, they're in the walls. The puppeteer is in the walls. It's controlling them, making them... Sounds of gunfire, screaming. Then Raven's voice again, but different now. Wrong. Command. This is Lieutenant Raven. Mission successful. Returning to base. All clear. The mechanical quality in her voice made Steel's skin crawl. That wasn't Raven anymore. That was something else, wearing her voice like a suit. Steel, come in. This is Raven. Need immediate support at our position. Coordinates transmitting now. Don't respond, Wolf urged, working frantically over Stitch's unconscious form. That's not her. The network has her. Steel's HUD showed the coordinates Raven's signal was transmitting from. They were less than 200 meters away, in the complex's east wing. Close enough to reach in minutes. Boss, Deadeye called down, his voice still shaky but more controlled. The visions are fading. I can function. What are your orders? Steel's mind churned through scenarios. Raven's squad was compromised, possibly dead, definitely not in control of their own actions. Stitch was comatose. Hammer was locked in some psionic paralysis. They were down to 3 effective soldiers, low on ammunition, and the upload was only at 58% complete. We hold position, Steel decided. We complete the mission. Raven's squad they're gone. We can't save them. But boss, Breach started. They're gone. Steel's voice was harsh, hating himself for saying it. If we go after them, we compromise the mission. Wolf's data needs to reach command. That's the priority. The radio transmitted again. Steel, please, it hurts. They're inside my head, making me... Raven's voice dissolved into static, then reformed with that mechanical quality. All clear. Mission successful. Returning to base. The loop repeated, over and over. Each time a little different, a little more wrong. Steele forced himself to focus on immediate concerns. Wolf was injecting Stitch with something from his medical kit, monitoring the medic's vitals with his scanner. How is he? Stable, but comatose. The psychic trauma was severe. He might wake up in hours, might be days. I've administered neuroprotective agents, but beyond that, Wolf shook his head. We need to get him to proper medical facilities. How long on the upload? 19 minutes, then we can move. Steele checked his ammunition. Empty magazine, one spare left with 15 rounds. He reloaded, the mechanical action helping to center him. Around the server room, the dead mutants were beginning to decay rapidly, their flesh liquefying into pools of black ichor that ate through the floor tiles. Hammer suddenly gasped, his paralysis breaking. I saw them, he said hoarsely. All the people I've killed. Human targets from before the cleanup squads. They were asking me why I did it. His hands shook. I didn't have an answer. They weren't real, Steele said, though he knew his words were inadequate. The peace storm. I know what it was, Hammer interrupted. Doesn't make it hurt less. Deadeye climbed down from his perch, moving carefully as if afraid his legs might not hold. Boss, we need to talk about what just happened. That puppeteer got inside our heads, turned Stitch against us. If there are more of them... There will be more of them, Wolf said grimly. The network doesn't just have puppeteers. It has mindbenders, broodmothers, possibly things we haven't classified yet. And they're all learning from what just happened. They know our 3-signal protocol now. They saw how we responded. Next time, they'll adapt. Steele's HUD flickered, hour 6:34, then jumped, hour 6:41. The peace storm was still affecting their equipment, their perception of time itself becoming unreliable. Then we adapt faster, Steele said, with more confidence than he felt. Breach, are you functional? Yeah, shoulder's killing me, and I'm seeing double, but I can fight. Good. Deadeye. The visions are manageable. I can shoot straight. Hammer. The big man hefted his sledgehammer, testing his grip. I'm here, boss. Not pretty, but I'm here. Steele nodded. They were battered, psychically scarred, down one man, but they were still operational. That would have to be enough. 15 minutes on the upload, Wolf announced. Then we moved to... He stopped abruptly, staring at his terminal. Wait, no, something's wrong. The data stream is corrupted. I'm seeing interference in the upload, like something's trying to access the system remotely. Can they do that? Steele demanded. Can the network hack our equipment? They shouldn't be able to, Wolf said, his fingers flying across the interface. But that puppeteer got inside our heads. Maybe it saw Wolf's access codes. Maybe... The server room's lights flickered, failed, came back on, but now they pulsed red instead of white. And through the speakers, through every communication channel simultaneously, came a voice that made Steele's blood run cold. It was Colonel Steele's voice, the legendary war hero, Patient Zero, but filtered through something alien, something vast and incomprehensible. Cleanup Squad, you carry my name, you wear my insignia, you follow my tactical doctrines. Know that you fight what I have become. The Crimson has made us perfect. Join us, become perfect. Resistance is inefficient. The upload progress bar jumped to 0. The servers began to smoke. No, Wolf frantically typed commands. It's wiping the data, the entire upload. I have to restart from... The servers exploded in a shower of sparks. Wolf staggered back, his suit smoking. The upload was gone. 47 minutes of work, destroyed in seconds. Steele's HUD showed hour 6:53. In the silence that followed, Raven's voice came over the radio one final time. They're in the walls. Chapter 8. The Hydra's Lair and Crystallization. The emergency stairwell echoed with the scrape of boots and labored breathing.
Steele led the team upward, away from the ruined server room and the smoking wreckage of their primary objective. Behind him, Hammer and Breach carried Stitch on a makeshift stretcher, 2 support poles and a thermal blanket, the medic's unconscious bodies strapped down with equipment webbing. "How much farther?" Breach gasped, his wounded shoulder making every step agony despite the pain suppressors Wolf had administered. "2 more levels," Steele replied, checking his HUD. Hour 7:14. The timer jumped. Hour 7:09. The psionic interference from the Puppeteer's death was still wreaking havoc with their equipment. "We need to reach the shopping mall. It's our only shot at extraction." "The mall where we started?" Deadeye's voice carried disbelief. "Boss, that place was crawling with hostiles. We barely made it out the first time, and we had Stitch conscious then." "We don't have a choice." Steele's words came out harsher than intended. "The server route is compromised. The network knows we're here, knows our objectives. Our only option is to fight back to the original landing zone and hope the evac birds can punch through the fog." Wolf stumbled on the stairs behind them, his civilian hazmat suit not designed for this kind of movement. "Sergeant, the shopping mall. In my research notes, I documented unusual crystallization patterns in that sector. The virus was entering a new transformation phase. We don't know what we'll find there." "Then we'll adapt when we get there," Steele said grimly. "Hammer, how's Stitch?" The big man adjusted his grip on the stretcher. "Breathing steady. Pulse is there. But he's not waking up, boss. Whatever that thing did to his head." "Wolf will keep him stable." Steele tried to sound confident, but the truth was gnawing at him. Without their combat medic, every injury became potentially fatal. And Wolf, brilliant virologist though he was, had hands that shook every time he tried to perform even basic first aid. They burst through a doorway onto the complex's ground level. The red fog here was thicker than ever, visibility down to barely 20 meters. But Steele could see shapes ahead. The massive, skeletal outline of the shopping mall's collapsed structure. "Contact!" Deadeye's rifle came up. "Multiple thermals. They're not moving, just standing there." Steele activated his helmet's enhanced optics and felt his breath catch. Throughout the mall's first floor, figures stood frozen in place. Dozens of them, hundreds maybe. But these weren't mutants. They were human, or had been. "What the hell?" Breach whispered. As they approached, the truth became horrifyingly clear. The people were encased in red crystal. Translucent, blood-colored formations that grew from the floor and walls, trapping the victims in mid-stride, mid-scream, mid-death. The crystal was beautiful in its horror, faceted like ruby, pulsing with faint internal light. "It's the virus," Wolf breathed, moving closer to examine a crystallized woman. She was frozen, reaching toward a doorway, her mouth open in a silent cry. The final stage of transformation. The crimson matrix is crystallizing organic matter, preserving it for, God, we don't know what for. Steele studied the crystallized people. Through the translucent surface, he could see their eyes moving, tracking the squad's movements with terrible awareness. They're alive, conscious. Worse, Wolf confirmed, his scanner pressed against the crystal. Their neural activity is spiking. They're aware, experiencing everything, but completely immobilized. It's a form of stasis, but one that preserves consciousness. The cruelty is... He trailed off, unable to find words. "Can we break them out?" Stitch would have asked that, Steele thought bitterly. The medic always looked for ways to save people. "I wouldn't recommend it," Wolf said, backing away from the crystal. "Look at the structural integrity. These formations are integrated with the victim's cellular structure. Breaking the crystal would be like..." A sharp crack interrupted him. Steele spun to see Breach stumbling, his boot having struck the edge of a crystallized man's outstretched hand. A fissure ran up the crystal surface, spiderwebbing across the man's arm. "Breach, freeze," Steele commanded. "Nobody move." But it was too late.
The crack spread, racing up the crystallized man's body. Then, the crystal shattered with a sound like breaking glass. The man inside came to life. But he wasn't human anymore. His eyes blazed red, his muscles bulged grotesquely, and his mouth opened in a roar that echoed through the mall. He moved with impossible speed, launching himself at Breach with talons that had burst through his fingertips. "Berserker," Wolf shouted. "Breaking the crystal triggers a rage state. Don't engage the others." Hammer dropped his end of Stitch's stretcher and swung his sledgehammer in one smooth motion. The weapon caught the berserker mid-leap, crushing its ribcage with a wet crunch. The creature fell, twitched once, and lay still. "Form up," barked. "Nobody touches the crystals. We move through this zone carefully. Disturb nothing." They advanced deeper into the mall, and the scope of the crystallization became apparent. Entire sections of the floor had transformed into red crystal forests, spires and columns growing from the tiles, ceiling fixtures encased in faceted formations. And everywhere, frozen people watched them pass with moving eyes. "It's like a museum," Deadeye muttered. "A museum of horror." Steele's HUD flickered. Hour 7:31. They were burning time they didn't have. He checked his ammunition. 15 rounds in his current magazine, nothing in reserve. Around them, the shopping mall groaned and settled, structural supports compromised by the crystalline growths. "Boss," Hammer called from the rear. "Stitch is stirring." Hope surged through Steele.
He turned to see the medic's eyes fluttering, his lips moving soundlessly. But as Wolf leaned in to check his vitals, Stitch's eyes rolled back and he went still again. "Damn," Wolf muttered, his hands hovering uncertainly over Stitch's body. I don't know what to do. His neural patterns are fluctuating. He's trying to wake up, but the psychic trauma." "Just keep him alive," Steele said, resuming their march. They passed through what had once been a food court. The tables were encased in crystal, the chairs fused to the floor in impossible angles. And ahead, Steele heard it, a sound that made his skin crawl with recognition. The Hydra. Its 3 heads emerged from the fog, each one distinct in its horror. The left head had compound eyes that glittered with alien intelligence. The center head's mandibles dripped with acid that ate through the floor tiles. And the right head, eyeless, covered in acoustic holes, clicked and whistled, tasting the air with sound. "The same one from our landing," Deadeye confirmed, his rifle tracking the massive creature. "It survived the mezzanine collapse." The Hydra moved with predatory grace despite its bulk, its chitinous body scraping across crystal formations that grew around its feet. But it didn't attack. It simply watched, 3 heads weaving in a hypnotic pattern. "It's studying us," Wolf whispered. "Higher forms learn, adapt. It remembers our tactics from the first engagement." Steele assessed their tactical situation. They were in the mall's central atrium, partially collapsed mezzanine above them creating deadly angles. The Hydra had positioned itself between them and the exit route, the same service staircase they'd used during the landing. Behind the squad, more crystallized people stood like a forest of ruby statues. "Breach," Steele said. "You still have charges?" 4 det packs, 20 meters of cord, and 1 very bad idea," Breach replied, his good hand already moving to his vest. "You want me to bring down what's left of the mezzanine?" "Not yet. First we need to wound it, drive it into a kill zone." Steele turned to Deadeye. "Can you model a demolition pattern? Show us where to place charges for maximum effect." The sniper's enhanced vision swept the atrium, his combat computer processing structural weak points. "There." He pointed to 3 positions along the mezzanine's remaining supports. "Place charges there, there, and there. Timed detonation, 3-second intervals. The collapse will funnel toward the Hydra's current position." "Do it," Steele ordered. "Wolf, you stay with Stitch. Hammer, you're on protection duty. Deadeye, cover Breach while he sets charges. I'll keep the Hydra's attention." "Boss, that thing almost killed us last time," Hammer protested. "You can't face it alone." "I'm not facing it, I'm distracting it." Steele pulled a thermal flare from his vest, one of our last lures. Heat signature will draw at least one of those heads. While it's focused on me, Breach does his work. This is a terrible plan, Deadeye muttered, but he was already moving into position. Steel activated the flare and threw it toward the Hydra's left side. The device landed with a hiss, burning at 800 degrees Celsius, hot enough to register as a human thermal signature on basic sensors. The Hydra's compound-eyed head snapped toward the flare, mandibles working in what might have been confusion. Then it lunged, moving with shocking speed for something its size. "Now!" Steel shouted. Breach sprinted for the first support column, his wounded shoulder forgotten in the rush of combat adrenaline. His hands worked quickly, placing the det pack and setting the remote detonator. 10 seconds. He was already moving to the second position. The Hydra's center head struck at the flare, acid spraying in wide arcs. The chemical ate through crystal formations, dissolving them into steaming puddles. Behind one of the dissolving crystals, a man's scream cut through the air, the berserker transformation triggering as his prison shattered. "Contact rear," Hammer warned as the berserker charged. The big man met it with his sledgehammer, crushing its skull in one brutal swing. "We got more waking up, the acid's breaking the crystals." Steel saw it happening. The Hydra's attack was creating a cascade effect. Everywhere its acid touched crystal, people were breaking free and transforming into berserkers. 3, 5, 10 of them, all roaring with mindless rage. "Breach, how long?" Steel demanded, firing controlled bursts at the berserkers. Each round counted. 13 remaining. 11, 9. Last charge going in now. Breach planted the final det pack and activated his detonator. 30 seconds on my mark. The Hydra's eyeless head suddenly swiveled toward Breach. Its acoustic holes whistled, a sound that Steel felt in his bones, and the creature pivoted, all 3 heads now tracking the demolitions expert. "It knows," Wolf shouted. "It's learning. It understands what the charges mean." The Hydra charged, not at Steel, not at the flare, but directly at Breach. 8 meters of armored fury bearing down on one wounded soldier. "Breach, move!" Steel sprinted toward his teammate, but he was too far away, too slow. Then Deadeye's rifle barked 3 times in rapid succession. The shot struck the Hydra's center head, not the armored skull, but the exposed gills beneath its mandibles. Black ichor sprayed, and the creature's charge faltered as it roared in pain. "The gills," Deadeye called out. "That's the weak point. Under each head, there's soft tissue." Steel saw it now, the vulnerable spots where the Hydra's heads connected to its body. Places where armor gave way to necessity, where oxygen intake required exposure. He fired his remaining rounds into the left head's gill slits, saw them rupture, saw the creature's compound eyes dim with pain. 20 seconds. Breach was running now, sprinting away from the support columns toward relative safety. The Hydra thrashed in agony, its wounded heads striking blindly. One massive tail swipe caught a cluster of crystallized people, shattering them into fragments. More berserkers emerged, but now they were confused, attacking the Hydra, attacking each other, attacking anything that moved. "Boss, we need to move!" Hammer had Stitch's stretcher over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, Wolf stumbling behind him. "This whole area's about to come down." Steel checked his HUD. Hour 7:52. "Everyone, fall back to the service staircase. Breach, detonate on my mark." They ran through chaos, berserkers clawing at their armor, crystal formations shattering under the Hydra's death throes, the red fog thickening until visibility dropped to barely 10 meters. Steel's boots slipped on ichor and blood, his lungs burning with the effort of breathing through compromised filters. 10 meters to the stairs, Deadeye called out, his rifle now slung as he focused on running. Behind them, the Hydra's roar shook the building. Steel risked a glance back and saw all 3 heads rearing up, preparing for one final assault. "Now, Breach, blow it!" The demolitions expert triggered his detonator. The support columns exploded simultaneously, each charge perfectly placed. For one frozen moment, Steel saw the mezzanine floor hanging in space, defying gravity. Then physics took over. Tons of concrete and steel crashed down on the Hydra.
The creature's roar cut off mid-cry as the building's entire second level pancaked on its position. Dust and debris billowed out in a massive cloud that turned the red fog gray. "Go, go!" Steele shoved his team through the service staircase door, felt the pressure wave hit his back like a physical blow. He tumbled through the doorway, and Hammer slammed it shut behind them. The world outside became muffled thunder. They collapsed against the stairwell walls, gasping for breath. Steele's HUD showed hour 7:58. 2 minutes. They'd completed the engagement in 2 minutes that felt like hours. "Sound off," Steele commanded between breaths. "Deadeye, green. Out of ammo, but green. Breach, greenish, shoulders screaming, but I can move. Hammer, green. Still got Stitch. The big man checked the medic's vitals. Still unconscious, but breathing steady. Wolf here. I'm intact." The scientist's hands were shaking worse than ever, his hazmat suit torn in several places. That was close. Steele allowed himself a moment of relief. They'd survived. Against impossible odds, they'd survived. But as he checked his ammunition counter and saw nothing but zeros, he knew their luck was running thin. "Boss," Deadeye said quietly. "The Hydra. Did we kill it?" Through the sealed door, they heard something that made Steele's blood run cold. The sound of debris shifting, of something massive pushing its way through rubble. A roar that was weaker than before, damaged, but still very much alive. "No," Steele said grimly. "We bought time, nothing more. Now we move. We've got..." He checked his HUD, watched it flicker between hour 7:59 and hour 8:03. We've got about 16 hours of suppressor protection left. We need to reach the evac corridor before this place tears itself apart." Wolf had moved to Stitch's side, pulling out medical supplies with trembling hands. He tried to check the medic's bandages, fumbled with the trauma pack, nearly dropped an auto-injector. "Here, Doc," Hammer said, trying to be gentle. "Let me hold the stretcher steady while you work." Wolf nodded gratefully, but his hands shook so badly he could barely grip the supplies. He managed to get a scanner pressed against Stitch's neck, checking vitals, but when he tried to adjust an IV line, his finger slipped and the tube disconnected. "Damn it," Wolf muttered, trying to reconnect the line. "I can't. My hands won't." "Easy, Doc," Hammer said, his gruff voice surprisingly kind. "You're doing fine." "I'm not doing fine." Wolf's frustration boiled over. "I'm a virologist. I study cellular structures through microscopes. I don't do field medicine. Every time I try to help, I make things worse." "You kept him alive," Steele pointed out. "That's all we need." Wolf finally managed to reconnect the IV, but the whole process had taken 3 minutes that should have taken 30 seconds. Hammer caught Steele's eye and gave a slight headshake. Their medical situation was critical. "Doc," Hammer said with forced levity, trying to cut the tension, "you gonna patch us up or finish us off? Because right now, I'm not sure which way you're leaning." Despite everything, Wolf managed a weak laugh. "I'm trying for the first option, I promise." Steele checked his HUD one final time. Hour 8:02. The timer jumped. Hour 8:07. Time was breaking down around them, the psionic interference making reality itself unreliable. "We move in 2 minutes," Steele announced. "Use this time to reload, resupply, and get your head straight. Next stop is the surface route to the evac corridor. 15 kilometers through hell." "Just another day in cleanup," Deadeye muttered, checking his rifle even though he had no ammunition left. Through the sealed door, the Hydra's roar echoed again. Weaker, damaged, but hunting. And beneath it, Steele heard something else. The whisper of the red fog, the click of crawler claws on crystal, the distant thunder of the network waking up. The mall was alive with mutants, drawn by the noise of their battle. And somewhere out there, coordinating them all, was the vast intelligence that had once been Colonel Marcus Steele. Steele's HUD showed hour 8:09. 15 hours and 51 minutes of protection remained.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 9, Chat and Mouse and Stitch's Awakening. The detonation sequence began with a sharp electronic chirp from Breach's remote. 3 charges, 3 support columns, 3 seconds between each blast. Steele counted down in his head as the team sprinted for cover behind an overturned information kiosk. 1. The first support column exploded in a shower of concrete dust and twisted rebar. The sound was muffled by the red fog, but Steele felt it through his boots, a deep tremor that shook the mall's foundations. 2. The second charge detonated, and the mezzanine floor groaned like a dying animal. Steele risked a glance backward and saw tons of rubble beginning its inevitable descent toward the wounded Hydra. 3. The final charge blew, and physics took over with brutal finality. Down! Everyone down! Steele threw himself flat, pulling Wolf down beside him. The scientist clutched his precious data drive, protecting it even as debris rained around them. The mezzanine collapsed in sections. First the western edge, then the center, then the entire second floor pancaking onto the Hydra's position. The creature's 3 heads reared up in one final act of defiance, mandibles snapping at empty air, before 20 tons of concrete buried it alive. The impact sent a shockwave of dust and fog rolling through the atrium. Steele's HUD went haywire, flickering between thermal and optical modes as particulates overwhelmed his sensors. For 10 seconds, the world was nothing but gray-brown chaos and the sound of settling rubble. Then, silence. Steele pushed himself up, checking his team. Hammer had shielded Stitch's stretcher with his own armored bulk. Deadeye was coughing but mobile. Breach sat against a wall, his wounded shoulder cradled, a satisfied grin on his face visible through his faceplate. "Got it," Breach said simply. "That's what I call a proper demo." "Boss," Deadeye called out, his enhanced vision cutting through the dust. "The Hydra. I'm not getting a thermal signal anymore." "Confirmed," Steele replied, studying his own HUD. Where the creature had been was now just a mountain of rubble, still settling, dust motes dancing in the faint light. "It's buried. Dead or close enough." "We should move before—" Wolf started, then stopped. His portable scanner was beeping urgently. "Wait, Sergeant, I'm reading something. Biological activity spiking in the rubble, not decreasing, increasing." Steele felt cold dread settle in his gut. "Explain." "The Hydra, it's not dead. It's—" Wolf's eyes widened behind his faceplate. "Oh God, it's rupturing. Internal pressure building. It's going to—" The rubble pile exploded. Not with fire or concussive force, but with something worse. A massive bloom of red spores that burst from the Hydra's corpse like a crimson mushroom cloud. The spores hung in the air for one frozen moment, backlit by the mall's emergency lighting, beautiful and terrible. Then they began to fall. "Filters!" Steele shouted. "Check your damn filters!" But it was too late. The spore cloud was already settling over them, millions of microscopic particles designed by the Crimson virus to seek out and penetrate any organic surface. Steele's HUD showed his suit's integrity dropping as the spores found microscopic tears in the seals, gaps around joints, any pathway to reach human flesh. "Can't breathe," Deadeye gasped, clawing at his helmet. "Something's eating through the filters. I can taste it. Copper and rot." Steele checked his own filter status. 47% integrity. 42. 38. The spores were devouring the filtration membrane, turning it into Swiss cheese in real time. He tried to draw a breath and got a lungful of something that burned like acid. "Breach, status," Steele called out, but his voice came out as a wheeze. "Filters are shot," Breach replied, his words slurred. "Shoulders numb. Can't feel my arm. Boss, I think I'm—" The demolitions expert collapsed mid-sentence, his body hitting the floor with the dead weight of unconsciousness. "Breach!" Hammer moved toward him, but his own movements were sluggish. The big man's massive frame swayed like a tree in a storm. "I got you, brother. Just hold on." Hammer went down next, his sledgehammer clattering from nerveless fingers. Steel felt his own vision darkening at the edges. His HUD showed filter integrity at 12%. The spores had eaten through the membrane, and now they were eating through his lungs. Each breath was like inhaling ground glass mixed with battery acid. "Wolf, status," Steel called out, but his voice came out as a wheeze. "Filters are shot," Breach replied, his words slurred. "Shoulders numb. Can't feel my arm. Boss, I think I'm—" The demolitions expert collapsed mid-sentence, his body hitting the floor with the dead weight of unconsciousness. "Breach!" Hammer moved toward him, but his own movements were sluggish. The big man's massive frame swayed like a tree in a storm. "I got you, brother. Just hold on." Hammer went down next, his sledgehammer clattering from nerveless fingers. Steel felt his own vision darkening at the edges. His HUD showed filter integrity at 12%. The spores had eaten through the membrane, and now they were eating through his lungs. Each breath was like inhaling ground glass mixed with battery acid. "Wolf," Steel tried to reach the scientist, tried to form words, but his tongue felt thick and useless. "The filters. Clean them. You have to." Wolf was fumbling with a medical kit, his hands shaking worse than ever. He pulled out what looked like cleaning solution, squirted it onto Deadeye's filter housing. But his movements were wrong, frantic, panicked, completely inefficient. "I don't know what I'm doing," Wolf admitted, his voice breaking. "I'm a virologist, not a field medic. I study cellular structures, not combat equipment. Not like that." A new voice, weak and raspy, cut through the chaos. Steel's head snapped around. Stitch's eyes were open, bloodshot and unfocused, but open. The medic's lips moved, forming words with obvious effort. "Give it. Here." Stitch's hand reached out, trembling with the effort of movement. "Wolf, you're doing it wrong." "Stitch?" Wolf's voice carried desperate hope. "You're awake? Thank God, I need—" "Shut up and listen." Stitch's voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried absolute authority. "The filters, you're flooding them, drowning the membrane, in solution. Makes it worse." Wolf looked at the dripping filter housing in his hands, realization dawning. "Then what do I dry clean first?" Stitch was trying to sit up, his body refusing to cooperate. "Compressed air, blow out the spores, then minimal solution, just enough to—" His words trailed off, his consciousness tried to drag him back under, but his hand was still reaching, still gesturing weakly toward Wolf's medical kit. "Compressed air canister," Wolf said, understanding flooding through him. He grabbed the device, pressed it against Hammer's filter housing, and triggered a burst of pressurized nitrogen. Black spores sprayed out, carried away by the jet of gas. "Like this?" "Yes. Now. Solution. 2 drops. No more." Stitch's eyes were closing again, the effort of staying conscious too much. "Seal it. Mechanical pressure, not chemical." Wolf worked with new purpose, following Stitch's fading instructions. Hammer's filter first, then Breach's, then Deadeye's. Each time, the procedure was the same. Blow out the spores with compressed air, apply minimal solution, reseal with mechanical pressure clips rather than relying on chemical bonding. Steel felt his own filter housing come free, felt the blessed rush of clean air, or as clean as anything got on Caro 7, flood his lungs. The burning sensation faded, replaced by the more familiar ache of overtaxed muscles and battle fatigue. "Stitch," Steel gasped, crawling toward the medic. "Stay with us. We need you. You need to stay awake." But Stitch's eyes were closed again, his breathing shallow but steady, unconscious but alive. And his brief moment of lucidity had saved all their lives. "He's stable," Wolf reported, his scanner pressed against Stitch's neck. "Vital signs are stronger than before. The coma was, I think, it was the only way his brain could heal from the psychic trauma. Now that he's touched consciousness once, he should be able to surface more often." "Boss," Deadeye's voice came over comms, stronger now that he could breathe. "We've got problems. The floor, it's not stable."
Steel looked down and saw what the sniper meant. The mezzanine collapse had sent shockwaves through the mall's foundation. Cracks were spreading across the tiles like a spiderweb, each one growing wider by the second. And beneath the cracks, darkness. The shopping mall's service levels, built over old pre-war infrastructure. "Everyone back," Steele ordered, grabbing Wolf in Stitch's stretcher. "The floor's about to—" The tiles gave way, with a sound like 1,000 plates shattering simultaneously. Steele fell. The sensation of freefall lasted only a heartbeat before his armored body crashed through rotten ceiling panels and slammed into the floor of the service level below. His ceramic armor absorbed most of the impact, but he still felt ribs creak and his shoulder scream protest. Around him, the rest of the team was falling through the widening breach. Hammer landed with a crash that dented the floor beneath him. Breach hit a support column and bounced off, cursing. Deadeye managed a controlled fall, his sniper instincts guiding him to a relatively clear spot. Wolf and Stitch's stretcher came down together, the scientist desperately trying to cushion the medic's unconscious form. "Sound off," Steele commanded, pushing himself up. His HUD was cracked but functional, showing hour 8:37. Then it jumped, hour 8:31. The desynchronization was getting worse. Deadeye, green, bruised but mobile. Breach, greenish, my shoulder definitely doesn't like me anymore. Hammer here, landing hurt, but I've had worse. Wolf and Stitch both intact, the scientist reported. Miraculously, the stretcher held. Steele's helmet lamp illuminated their new surroundings. They were in a maintenance corridor, decades old, filled with rusted pipes and corroded electrical conduits. The walls were slick with condensation and something else, a biological film that pulsed with faint bioluminescence. And the red fog was here too, thicker at this depth, pooling in low spots like liquid. "Where are we?" Hammer asked, his sledgehammer back in his hands. "Service level," Steele replied, checking his tactical map. The HUD overlay was glitching, but he could make out their approximate position. Below the shopping mall, above the metro system. These corridors connect to the city's old utility infrastructure. That's when they heard it, a sound from above that made Steele's blood run cold. Movement, lots of it. And then shapes began dropping through the breach they'd created, descending into the service level with purpose. Crawlers, but these weren't the living kind. Through his helmet's beam, Steele saw them clearly. The mutants they'd killed during the initial assault, the ones that had died when the mezzanine collapsed. Their bodies were broken, movements jerky and uncoordinated, but they were moving, rising, hunting. "The pie storm," Wolf breathed, his scanner going crazy with readings. "The pressure wave from the Hydra's death. It's reanimating recently dead tissue. Temporary motor function without higher brain activity. They're like zombies, but worse, driven by pure network programming." "How many?" demanded, counting the shapes dropping through the breach. 6, 10, 15. "Too many," Deadeye replied, his rifle tracking targets despite having no ammunition. "Boss, we need to move, now." But Hammer was staring at something in the darkness ahead, his enhanced vision picking up details the others couldn't see. "Wait, boss, look, straight ahead, about 30 meters. There's a blast door, military grade by the look of it. If we can get through—" "Do it," Steele decided. There was no other option. Behind them, the reanimated crawlers were finding their rhythm, remembering how to hunt, even through death. "Breach, can you blow the door?" "I've got one det pack left," Breach said, already moving toward the blast door despite his wounded shoulder. "But it's going to be loud, really loud. Every mutant in the complex is going to know where we are." "They already know," Steele replied grimly. "The network marked us when we killed the broodmother. We're not hiding anymore, we're just surviving." As Breach worked on placing his last explosive charge, Steele noticed something that made his tactical instincts scream warning. The reanimated crawlers weren't charging. They were positioning themselves, forming a perimeter, cutting off escape routes. And they were synchronized, moving as one organism despite being individually dead. "The network is still controlling them," Wolf said, his voice tight with scientific horror. "Even in death, the psionic link persists.
We're not fighting individuals. We're fighting a distributed intelligence using corpse puppets as its soldiers. Steel checked Stitch's stretcher. The medic's eyes were open again, barely, but open. His lips moved soundlessly, and Steel leaned in close to hear. "Boss," Stitch's voice was a thread of sound. I can move, with support. Stop treating me like cargo." Despite everything, Steel felt a surge of hope. "You sure? You were in a coma 20 minutes ago." "Felt like 20 years." Stitch tried to smile. "Help me up. I can walk if someone steadies me." Hammer was there instantly, his massive arm going around Stitch's shoulders. "I got you, brother. Lean on me." Stitch stood on shaking legs, supported by Hammer's strength. His face was pale, his movements uncertain, but he was conscious, functional, maybe not combat ready, but no longer deadweight. "Charge is set," Breach announced. "On your mark, boss. 3-second fuse." "Everyone behind cover," Steel ordered. "Breach, blow it. Then we move fast. The reanimated ones are slow, but there will be living mutants responding to the noise." "Light it up," Breach said, triggering his remote. The blast door exploded inward, the shaped charge doing exactly what it was designed to do, focusing the explosion to blow the locking mechanism without bringing down the entire corridor. The sound was deafening, even through their helmets' audio dampeners. "Move, move, move!" Steel pushed Wolf through the opening, then helped Hammer get Stitch across. Deadeye provided rear security, his empty rifle held ready to club anything that got too close. Breach came last, his good hand on his carbine. They made it through just as the first reanimated crawler reached the blast door. The thing's movements were jerky, its broken body barely functional, but its eyes tracked them with the network's intelligence. It opened its mouth, probably to shriek or call for reinforcements, but Hammer slammed the remains of the blast door closed, cutting off the sound. "That won't hold them long," Hammer said, looking for something to brace the door with. "Doesn't have to," Steel replied, checking his HUD. They were in another service corridor, but this one showed signs of recent use. The walls were cleaner, the lights more functional. "We just need enough time to put distance between us and them." "Boss," Deadeye called from ahead, "you need to see this." Steel joined the sniper at a junction where their corridor intersected with a larger passage. The walls here were painted with military stencils, "Evacuation Route Alpha, authorized personnel only." And beneath that, in fresher paint, "Follow arrows to surface." Someone had marked a path, recently, by the look of it. "Survivors?" Wolf suggested hopefully. "Other cleanup teams?" "Or a trap," Breach countered. "The network knows our tactics, knows we'd follow military markings." Steel studied the arrows. His tactical mind worked through scenarios, probabilities, risks. They were low on ammunition, one man wounded, one barely conscious, being tracked by an entire city's worth of mutants. Following unknown markings was dangerous. Not following them was suicidal. "We follow the arrows," Steel decided, "but weapons ready. Breach, if you see anything that looks like a kill zone, you call it immediately." They moved out, Hammer supporting Stitch, who grew steadier with each step but still needed assistance. Behind them, through the sealed blast door, they could hear the scrape of claws on metal, the reanimated crawlers trying to follow. And beneath that sound, something else. A rhythmic pulsing, like a heartbeat, coming from deeper in the complex. The network was alive down here, aware, watching. Steel's HUD flickered. Hour 8:52. They'd been on Caro 7 for almost 9 hours. 15 hours of suppressor protection remained, but Steel knew the math was wrong. The infection was already changing them. He could feel it in his sharpened reflexes, in the way his eyes could pick out details in the fog that should have been invisible. "Boss," Stitch said, his voice stronger now. When we stop, I need to check everyone for infection signs." "Later," Steel replied. "Right now we move."
The mutants can smell blood, and we're bleeding from a dozen places. Every second we stand still is a second they get closer. They followed the arrows through a maze of corridors, always ascending, always toward the surface. And with each step, Steele couldn't shake the feeling that they were being herded, guided, led somewhere by an intelligence that knew exactly where they were going. Hour 9:03 flashed on his HUD, then jumped. Hour 9:04. Time was breaking down. The psionic interference was getting worse. He could feel it in his sharpened reflexes, in the way his eyes could pick out details in the fog that should have been invisible. "Boss," Stitch said, his voice stronger now. When we stop, I need to check everyone for infection signs." "Later," replied. "Right now we move. The mutants can smell blood, and we're bleeding from a dozen places. Every second we stand still is a second they get closer." They followed the arrows through a maze of corridors, always ascending, always toward the surface. And with each step, Steele couldn't shake the feeling that they were being herded, guided, led somewhere by an intelligence that knew exactly where they were going. Hour 9:09 flashed on his HUD, then jumped. Hour 9:03. Time was breaking down. The psionic interference was getting worse. "Boss," Stitch said, his voice stronger now. When we stop, I need to check everyone for infection signs." "Later," replied. "Right now we move. The mutants can smell blood, and we're bleeding from a dozen places. Every second we stand still is a second they get closer." They followed the arrows through a maze of corridors, always ascending, always toward the surface. And with each step, Steele couldn't shake the feeling that they were being herded, guided, led somewhere by an intelligence that knew exactly where they were going. Hour 9:09 flashed on his HUD, then jumped. Hour 9:03. Time was breaking down. The psionic interference was getting worse.
Chapter 10: Red Storm and Time Loops. The evacuation route arrows led them through a warren of maintenance tunnels that grew progressively narrower. Steele's HUD flickered between hour 9:14 and hour 9:08, the temporal dysynchronization making his head ache with each jump. Behind them, the scrape of claws on metal had faded, the reanimated crawlers either lost or waiting for a better ambush point. "Hold." Steele raised his fist, and the team froze. Ahead, the corridor opened into what looked like a junction chamber. His helmet lamp revealed multiple passages branching off in different directions, but something was wrong. The red fog here wasn't just thick, it was moving wrong, swirling in patterns that defied physics. Eddies that reversed themselves, currents that flowed upward. "Boss," Deadeye's voice was tight. "My scope's showing impossible readings. I'm getting thermal signatures from 3 directions, but they're the same signatures, like echoes." "Psionic interference," Wolf said, his scanner beeping frantically. "The network's activity is spiking. Something big is happening. The fog itself is becoming—" He was cut off by Stitch suddenly pulling away from Hammer's support. The medic stumbled but caught himself against the wall, his legs shaking but holding. "Stitch, what are you doing?" Hammer reached for him, but the medic waved him off. "I'm done being carried," Stitch said, his voice hoarse but determined. He fumbled at his medical kit with trembling hands, pulling out one of the combat stimulants, one of the ones he'd marked as clean. Better a mutant later than a corpse now. "Wait," Steele stepped forward. "Those stims accelerate infection," Wolf said. I know what Wolf said. Stitch pressed the auto-injector against his neck. The hiss of compressed air was loud in the confined space. "I also know we're all infected already. The suppressors just slow it down. This stim buys us time, buys you a functional medic." The effect was almost immediate. Color flooded back into Stitch's face. His hand steadied. His eyes focused with sudden clarity that was almost disturbing. He straightened, testing his balance, and when he moved, it was with the fluid precision of a combat veteran. "How do you feel?" Wolf asked, his scanner pressed against Stitch's neck. Like I could run a marathon and perform surgery at the same time. Stitch's smile was sharp. Also, like my blood is on fire and my heart's trying to punch through my ribs. But I'm functional. That's what matters. Steel studied his medic's face. The stim had done more than restore function. Stitch's pupils were dilated, his movements almost too precise, enhanced. The crimson virus and the combat stimulant were interacting, accelerating changes that were already beginning. Your call, Steel said quietly. Can you fight? I can do more than fight. I can save your asses when you screw up. Stitch picked up his carbine, checked the action with practiced ease. Let's move. We're burning time. They entered the junction chamber, and immediately Steel felt something was wrong. The air pressure was fluctuating, increasing, decreasing, making his ears pop. The red fog swirled faster, creating vortexes that appeared and vanished. And through it all, he heard sounds that shouldn't exist. Gunfire, his own voice shouting orders, the crash of hammer sledgehammer. All of it echoing from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Contact front. Deadeye's rifle came up, tracking movement in the fog. Steel saw it too. A figure in cleanup armor, moving through the crimson haze with familiar tactical precision. For one heart-stopping moment, he thought it was another survivor. Then, the figure turned, and Steel found himself staring at his own face. The duplicate Steel moved exactly like him. Same posture, same weapon handling, same scan pattern. But something was off. The movements were too perfect, like watching a recording rather than a living person. Boss, Breach whispered. That's you. How is that you? It's not, Deadeye said, his scope tracking the duplicate. Thermal signature is wrong. 0.8 degrees too high. It's a mimic, but it's doing something new. The duplicate Steel raised its weapon, targeting the real Steel. When it spoke, the voice was perfect. Steel's own words from earlier, probably recorded during their radio communications. Fall back to the stairwell. I'll cover your six. Don't listen to it, Steel commanded, his empty carbine useless in his hands. Everyone, eyes on me, the real me. 3 signal protocol, now. He tapped his transmit button 3 times. Around him, his team responded with 2 taps each, except the duplicate, which stood silent, its perfect mimicry broken by its inability to access their encrypted channel. Light it up, Steel ordered. Hammer charged. The duplicate tried to dodge, but the big man's sledgehammer was already in motion. The weapon connected with the mimic's shoulder, and the illusion shattered. The creature's form rippled, trying to maintain its disguise, but the damage was too severe. Black ichor sprayed from the wound, and the thing's face melted into something alien before solidifying again into Steel's features. It's learning faster, Wolf breathed. That mimic was almost perfect, if not for the thermal differential. Movement, Stitch called out, his stim-enhanced reflexes giving him split-second advantage. Multiple contacts, all around us. Through the fog, more figures appeared. Steel saw himself 3 more times, each one moving independently. Saw Hammer's massive form. Saw what looked like Lieutenant Raven in full armor. The mimics were coordinating, creating a funhouse mirror of the squad itself. But then Steel noticed something that made his tactical mind scream warning. Beyond the mimics, through gaps in the fog, he saw the junction chamber itself. Saw their team entering. Saw himself raising his hand in a halt gesture. He was watching the past. Their arrival in this chamber played back in the fog like a holographic recording. Temporal echo, Wolf said, his voice rising with scientific horror. The psionic interference is so strong, it's creating visual echoes of recent events. We're seeing our own past overlaid on the present. Then which is real? Breach demanded, his weapon tracking between targets. Which one do we shoot? The answer came from above. The ceiling exploded inward, and the Hydra's center head crashed through, mandible snapping. But the creature was different now.
Its body was covered in bite marks, its armor plates cracked and missing. And clinging to it, tearing at its flesh with savage fury, were the reanimated crawlers. The undead mutants were devouring the Hydra alive. Their movements were jerky, uncoordinated, but driven by pure network programming that overrode even death. They ripped chunks of flesh from the Hydra's body, their own broken forms allowing them to access areas the living couldn't reach. "The network's losing control," Wolf said, staring at the carnage. "The reanimated ones are operating on base programming. Feed, consume, spread. Without higher intelligence to direct them, they're attacking anything with biomass, even other mutants." The Hydra thrashed, its 3 heads trying to fight off the swarm. But for every crawler it crushed, 3 more poured through the ceiling breach. The creature's death scream was a sound that made Steel's bones vibrate, a psychic wail of pure agony. "Breach, seal the exits," Steel ordered. "We do not want to be here when that thing dies." The demolitions expert moved with his good arm, dragging a heavy maintenance cart in front of the main passage. Hammer grabbed a structural beam, wedging it against another doorway. Stitch was already at the 3rd exit, his stim-enhanced strength allowing him to tip over a bank of old equipment to create a barrier. But the temporal echoes were getting worse. Steel saw multiple versions of his team moving through the chamber, some in the past, some in what might be the future. In one echo, he saw himself lying dead on the floor, his armor torn open. In another, he saw the team retreating successfully, Stitch conscious and mobile. "Which one is real?" Deadeye asked, voicing the question they were all thinking. "Which future happens?" "All of them. None of them." Wolf was studying his scanner, trying to make sense of impossible readings. "The psionic storm is collapsing cause and effect. We're experiencing temporal superposition, multiple timelines existing simultaneously until observation collapses them into—" Static exploded over their comms. Not their encrypted channel, but the open frequency they'd been monitoring. A voice cut through the interference. Mechanical, wrong, but unmistakably Lieutenant Raven's. "Command, this is Lieutenant Raven. Operation successful. All objectives complete. Squad returning to base. Raven out." The transmission repeated, word perfect, each iteration identical to the last. No emotion, no inflection, just mechanical replication. "That's her voice," Breach said quietly, "but that's not her." "No," Deadeye confirmed, his enhanced hearing picking up details the others missed. "The pitch is perfect, the cadence is perfect, but there's no breathing, no background noise, no life. It is speaking with her voice." Steele remembered Raven's last real transmission, the panic, the warning about puppeteers in the walls. That had been hours ago. Since then, only this mechanical message, repeating on loop. "She's dead," Steele said flatly, making the call that needed to be made. Or, worse, the network has her. That transmission is bait, trying to draw survivors toward a trap. Or, Wolf suggested quietly, it's the network practicing, learning how to sound human, testing its ability to mimic our communication protocols. The implications hung in the air like a physical weight. If the network could perfectly replicate human voices, human radio communications, how would they ever know what was real? The Hydra's death scream cut off abruptly as the reanimated crawlers overwhelmed it. The creature's body collapsed, crushing dozens of the undead mutants beneath its bulk. But the remaining crawlers didn't stop. They continued tearing at the corpse with mindless fury, driven by programming that couldn't comprehend victory or defeat. "They're cannibalizing it," Stitch observed, his medic's eye seeing details the others missed. "The network's command structure is fragmenting. Higher forms dead, lower forms reverting to base instincts. They'll eat each other until there's nothing left." "Good," Hammer said grimly. "Less for us to fight." Steele's HUD flickered.
hour 10:23. Then jumped backward, hour 10:19. Forward, hour 10:27. The temporal anomalies were worsening, making it impossible to trust even their equipment chronometers. "Boss," Deadeye called from his position by one of the sealed exits, "the fog's changing, look." Steele saw it immediately. The red fog was no longer swirling, it was solidifying, crystallizing in mid-air. Translucent formations appeared and vanished, like watching ice form and melt in fast forward. And within those crystals, he saw faces, hundreds of them, thousands, all the people the Crimson virus had consumed. "They're stored," Wolf braved. "The network isn't just killing, it's archiving. Every victim's neural pattern preserved in crystalline structures. That's how the mimics work. They're accessing stored memories, stored appearances, stored voices." "You're saying the network has a library of every person it's killed?" Breach's voice carried horror. "Worse, it has their minds, their memories, their entire identities, stored and accessible. When you see a mimic wearing someone's face, you're seeing that person, or rather, what's left of them." The mechanical transmission came again. "Operation successful. All objectives complete. Squad returning to base." "We need to move," Steele decided. "The temporal anomalies are going to get worse before they get better. This chamber is a psionic focal point. Too much network activity, too many mutants dying, too much psychic bleed over." "Which way?" Hammer asked, looking at the sealed exits they'd created. Steele checked his tactical overlay, watching it flicker between multiple possible routes. In one timeline, they took the North Passage and died in an ambush. In another, they went east and found survivors. In a third, they went west and the floor collapsed. "North Passage," Steele said, making the choice that felt right in his gut. "Breach, clear the blockage." As they worked to open the sealed exit, Steele caught movement in his peripheral vision. Turned to see himself, another duplicate, another mimic, standing in the exact spot he'd been moments before. The duplicate was moving through the same motions, giving the same orders, an echo of the present playing out in real time. "Boss," Stitch said quietly, standing beside him. "Your timer, check it." Steele looked at his HUD. Hour 11:47. They jumped forward more than an hour they couldn't remember, an hour that might not have even happened. The temporal anomalies had consumed time itself, collapsing it into impossible configurations. "How long until the suppressor fails?" Stitch asked. Steele did the math, trying to account for the time jumps and desynchronization. 12 hours, maybe 13. Hard to say when we can't trust our chronometers. "Half our protection gone," Hammer observed, helping Breach clear the passage. "And we're still in the middle of hell." The mechanical transmission came one final time. "Operation successful. Returning to base." Then silence. "She's really gone," Breach said quietly, a statement, not a question. Steele nodded. "Lieutenant Raven, her entire squad, all of them consumed by the network. Their voices and faces added to the library of stolen identities. The thought of facing his own men, their forms twisted into mimics, made his stomach churn. "North Passage is clear," Hammer announced. They moved through the opening, into a corridor that looked structurally sound. Behind them, the reanimated crawlers continued their feast on the Hydra's corpse, and the temporal echoes played out battles that happened, were happening, would happen. Steele's HUD settled on hour 12:03. Exactly 12 hours since deployment. Exactly half their suppressor protection gone. Ahead, the red fog swirled with promise and threat. Behind, the network's vast intelligence studied them, learned from them, prepared its next move. And somewhere in the collapsed quantum foam of broken time, Lieutenant Raven's voice echoed forever. Operation successful.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel, All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 11, The Mindbender and Parasites. The North Passage sloped upward at a gentle incline, emergency lighting flickering overhead in irregular patterns. Steele's HUD struggled to maintain a stable timestamp, flickering between hour 12:03 and hour 12:17 before finally settling on hour 12:09. The temporal anomalies from the junction chamber were fading, but their effects lingered like a migraine. "Anyone else feel like we just lived through an hour we can't remember?" Breach asked, checking his remaining ammunition. 3 rounds. He'd gone from demolitions expert to dead weight in terms of firepower. The psionic interference collapsed local time, Wolf explained, his scanner still showing elevated readings. "We experienced temporal compression. Minutes felt like seconds, or we skipped forward entirely. The human brain isn't designed to process nonlinear causality." "Great," Hammer rumbled. "So we might have done things we don't remember. Fought battles that didn't happen, or did happen and we forgot." "Something like that," Wolf confirmed grimly. Steele pushed the disturbing implications aside and focused on the tactical situation. His HUD's mapping system showed they were approaching what looked like a loading dock, a large open area where the complex would have received equipment and supplies before the fall. The passage was widening, walls transitioning from maintenance corridor to industrial architecture. "Stitch, status?" Steele asked, glancing back at the medic. Stitch moved with fluid precision, the combat stimulant still driving enhanced performance through his system. But Steele noticed the medic's hands trembling slightly when he wasn't actively using them, and his pupils remained dilated to an unnatural degree. "Functional," Stitch replied. "The stim's keeping me sharp, but I can feel it burning through my system. Maybe 3 more hours of peak performance, then I'll crash hard." 3 hours is 3 hours more than we had, Steele said. "Can you perform medical procedures if needed?" "Already planning to. Breach's shoulder needs proper attention, and I want to check everyone for infection progression." Stitch pulled out his medical scanner, studying the readouts with a frown. "Boss, I'm seeing elevated biomass readings ahead. Lots of organic material in a concentrated area." "Define lots," Deadeye said, his rifle sweeping the passage ahead. "Enough that it's registering as a small building's worth of tissue. Could be mutant nest, could be something worse." They approached the loading dock entrance cautiously. The massive rolling door was partially open, stuck halfway up its tracks. Through the gap, Steele could see the dock itself, a cavernous space, easily 50 meters across. Loading platforms on each side, ancient cargo containers stacked in haphazard configurations. And in the center, standing perfectly still, was the Mindbender. Steele had seen the intelligence briefs on this mutant type, but nothing prepared him for the reality. The creature was roughly humanoid, but its skull had expanded to 3 times normal size, a bulging, translucent dome that pulsed with visible neural activity. Its eyes were enormous, bulging from sockets that could barely contain them, and they tracked the team's approach with frightening intelligence. "Contact," Steele whispered, raising his fist. "Mindbender, center position, nobody move." "Boss," Deadeye's voice was tight, "I'm reading metal all around us, rebar in the walls, structural supports, even the containers. If that thing can move metal telekinetically?" The Mindbender's eyes flared with pale blue light. "Down!" Steele threw himself flat as a cargo container exploded outward, releasing a shotgun blast of nails, screws, and metal fragments. The improvised shrapnel screamed past where they'd been standing, embedding into the concrete walls with enough force to punch through armor. "Telekinetics confirmed," Wolf shouted, scrambling for cover. Steele rolled behind a loading platform as more metal objects began to levitate throughout the dock. Hammers, crowbars, sections of chain-link fencing, all of it rising into the air and orbiting the Mindbender like a tornado of blades. "Spread out," Steele commanded. "Don't give it a clustered target." The team scattered. Hammer charged left, his ceramic armor sparking as nails ricocheted off the plates. Breach went right, diving behind a forklift. Deadeye found elevation on a stack of containers, his empty rifle useless, but his enhanced vision critical for spotting attacks. Stitch pulled Wolf toward a concrete support pillar, protecting the scientist. The Mindbender raised one elongated arm, and the orbiting metal responded. A wave of nails launched toward Hammer like a living thing, each projectile guided by psionic force. The big man brought his sledgehammer up in a defensive sweep, batting away dozens of the projectiles, but more got through, punching into his shoulder guard, his thigh plate, finding gaps in the armor. Hammer's hit, Breach called out, multiple penetrations. I'm good, Hammer roared back, though blood was already seeping through the compromised seals. Takes more than nails to stop me. Steel tried to line up a shot with his carbine, but the Mindbender was protected by a shield of levitating metal, a constantly shifting barrier that intercepted any line of fire. Every round he fired was deflected or absorbed by the telekinetic defense. We can't get a clean shot, Deadeye reported from his elevated position. That metal shield is too dense. Then we overload it, Steel decided. Breach, you got anything that explodes in that vest? One fragmentation grenade, been saving it for special occasions. This qualifies. On my mark, throw it high, let gravity do the work. When it detonates, the shrapnel will force the Mindbender to expand its telekinetic field. That's when we shoot through the gaps. That's a lot of assumptions, boss, Breach said, but he was already pulling the grenade. You got a better plan? Nope. Mark when ready. Steel watched the Mindbender's pattern of movement. The creature was methodical, systematic, using its telekinetics to isolate each squad member, testing defenses, probing for weaknesses. It was learning, adapting, just like every other mutant on this cursed planet. Mark! Steel shouted. Breach's grenade arced high, sailing over the levitating metal shield. For a moment, Steel thought the Mindbender would simply catch it telekinetically, but the creature's attention was divided, managing its defensive shield, coordinating attacks on multiple targets, maintaining the nail swarm. Even psionic multitasking had limits. The grenade detonated 6 meters above the Mindbender's position. The explosion sent hundreds of metal fragments in every direction. The Mindbender's eyes flared brighter as it tried to catch the shrapnel, its telekinetic field expanding outward like a bubble. For one critical second, its defensive shield thinned. Now! Steel fired his remaining rounds through the gap, saw them punch into the Mindbender's bloated skull, saw black ichor spray. Deadeye threw a knife from his elevated position. No ammunition left, but a blade was still a blade, and the weapon buried itself in the creature's exposed eye. The Mindbender shrieked, a sound that existed half in Steel's ears and half in his mind. Its telekinetic control shattered, and the orbiting metal crashed to the floor in a cacophony of ringing impacts. It's down! Breach started to move from cover, then froze. Wait, boss, you hear that? Steel heard it. A sound like rain on a metal roof. Soft, persistent, growing louder. Movement! Deadeye's enhanced vision locked onto the cargo containers. Oh, God. Boss, the containers. They're full of... The containers burst open. Larvae poured out like a living flood. Thousands of them, each one the size of a man's thumb, pale and segmented with mandibles that clicked in unison. They moved in swarms, flowing across the dock floor like water, and where they touched metal, it began to dissolve. Parasites! Wolf shouted, his scanner going crazy. Parasitic larvae! They're acid-based feeders. They'll eat through anything organic or synthetic. The swarm reached Hammer first. The big man tried to shake them off, but the larvae were already crawling up his boots, finding gaps in his armor seals. Their mandibles worked with horrifying efficiency, chewing through reinforced ceramic like it was paper. They're on me! Hammer's voice carried panic. The first time Steel had heard the unshakable soldier sound afraid. I can feel them. They're eating through the suit. Breach, fall back, Steel ordered, seeing more larvae surging toward the demolitions expert's position. But Breach was too slow. His wounded shoulder limited his mobility, and the larvae caught him mid-retreat.
They swarmed up his legs, covering his armor in a pale, writhing mass. He screamed, not in fear, but in pain, as the creatures found the gaps in his damaged suit seals. "Breach is compromised," Deadeye called down. "They're reaching his skin." Steel saw it happening. Dozens of larvae burrowing through the gaps in Breach's shoulder guard, disappearing into the wound that Wolf had inadequately sealed earlier. The demolitions expert fell to his knees, clawing at his armor, trying to get the creatures out. "Stitch!" Steel shouted. "I need you!" The medic was already moving, his stim-enhanced reflexes carrying him across the dock at a sprint. He dropped beside Breach, his medical kit coming open, hands moving with practiced precision despite the trembling. "Hold him down," Stitch commanded. Steel and Deadeye grabbed Breach's arms, pinning him as he thrashed. "I need to cauterize the wounds before the larvae reach his bloodstream. If they get into his circulatory system—" "Just do it," Breach gasped through gritted teeth. "I can feel them moving, under my skin, moving." Stitch pulled out a container marked with hazard symbols, medical-grade acid designed for cauterizing wounds in extreme situations. His hands were rock steady as he popped Breach's shoulder seal and exposed the wound beneath. Steel's stomach turned. The larvae had burrowed deep, creating tunnels through Breach's flesh. He could see them moving under the skin, pale shapes writhing like maggots. "This is going to hurt," Stitch said flatly. Then he poured the acid. Breach's scream echoed through the dock. The acid ate through the larvae, dissolving them with savage efficiency, but it also burned Breach's flesh, a controlled, precise destruction that was the only way to stop the infestation. Stitch worked with cold efficiency, his medic training overriding any squeamishness. He squeezed Breach's shoulder, forcing the dead larvae out through the entry wounds, then applied more acid. The smell was horrendous, burnt flesh and melted chitin mixing into a nauseating cocktail. "Almost done," Stitch muttered, his hands never stopping. "Just a few more. Hold him steady." Behind them, Hammer was fighting his own battle with the larvae. The big man had managed to seal his armor gaps with emergency sealant, trapping and suffocating the creatures before they could penetrate deeper. But Steel could see black spots on Hammer's armor where the acid had eaten through the ceramic coating. The Mindbender's corpse suddenly convulsed. Its bloated skull split open, and more larvae poured out, these ones larger, more developed, with wings that buzzed like angry hornets. "Flying variants," Wolf warned. "They're going for exposed surfaces. Close your helmet vents." The flying larvae swarmed through the air, seeking any opening. Steel felt them impact his faceplate, their mandibles scraping across the reinforced polymer, trying to find purchase. One managed to squeeze through a micro crack in his neck seal, and he felt its acid touch burn his skin. "Got it!" Steel crushed the larva between his armored fingers, felt it pop like a grape. But more were coming, hundreds of them, attracted by the carbon dioxide of their breathing. "Stitch, status," Steel demanded, batting away more flying larvae. "Almost there." Stitch applied one final application of acid, then pulled out a trauma sealant. He sprayed Breach's entire shoulder, creating a biofoam that hardened instantly, sealing the wounds and suffocating any remaining larvae. "Done! He's clear!" Breach slumped in their grip, his face pale but conscious. "Thanks, Doc." "Thought I was done." "You're not done until I say you're done." Stitch was already checking his scanner, looking for any larvae that had escaped his treatment. "You're going to have scars that'll make horror stories jealous, but you'll live." "Formation," Steel ordered, pulling the team together. They formed a tight defensive circle, backs together, facing outward against the swarms. "Hammer, you functional?" "Mostly," Hammer replied, though his movements were slower than usual. "Lost some seals, got some acid burns, but I can still swing a hammer." The flying larvae continued their assault, but the team's combined defensive posture was holding. Every gap sealed, every opening covered. And slowly, the swarm began to thin, the creatures exhausting themselves against armor they couldn't penetrate. That's when Steel's HUD flickered in a way it never had before. Lines appeared in his vision. Not tactical overlays, but something else. Trajectories, predictions. He saw Deadeye's hand moving to swat a larva before the medic actually moved.
Saw Breach shifting his weight to maintain balance before the demolitions expert began the motion. Saw Wolf ducking a flying larva 3 seconds before it reached him. He was seeing the future. Or rather, his mutation-enhanced reflexes were processing probabilities so fast it felt like precognition. "Boss?" Deadeye's voice cut through his distraction. "You okay? You just went very still." Steele blinked and the lines faded. I'm fine. The infection. It's progressing. My HUD is showing things that haven't happened yet." "Enhanced temporal processing," Wolf said, his scientific mind immediately analyzing. "The Crimson virus is rewriting your neural pathways, increasing processing speed to superhuman levels. You're not actually seeing the future. You're calculating it so fast it feels that way." "Is that going to get worse?" Steele asked, not sure he wanted the answer. "Almost certainly. As the infection progresses, your enhancements will become more pronounced. The suppressors only slow the transformation, they don't stop it." The last of the flying larvae fell, their brief life cycles exhausted. The dock fell silent except for the team's labored breathing and the drip of acid eating through metal. Steele checked his chronometer. Hour 12:47. Then it jumped. Hour 13:14. They'd lost more time to psionic interference, or gained it. Increasingly, the distinction didn't matter. "Everyone, equipment check," Steele ordered. "I want damage reports. Be honest. If your seals are compromised, speak now. We can't afford surprises." "Hammer here. Multiple seal breaches, acid burns on my left side. I can fight, but I'm breathing the fog now." "Breach. Shoulders wrecked, but Stitch patched it. I'm down to 1 working arm, no ammunition, and my demo supplies are gone." "Deadeye. Seals are intact, but I've been out of ammunition since the server room. I'm basically a spotter now." "Stitch. Functional, but the combat stim is burning through my system faster than expected. I've got maybe 2 more hours of enhanced performance, then I'm going to crash hard." "Wolf. Civilian suit is holding, but barely. I'm not designed for combat operations. I'm slowing you down." Steele did the math. Half his team was effectively unarmed. Their medic was running on borrowed time. Their scientist was deadweight in a fight. And he was developing mutations that could turn him into what they were fighting against. "We're 15 kilometers from the evacuation corridor," Steele said, pulling up his tactical map. "According to this, the loading dock has a vehicle bay, old transport trucks that service the complex. If any of them still have fuel, we could cut our travel time in half." "And if they don't have fuel?" Hammer asked. "Then we walk. Either way, we're not staying here." Steele looked at the mindbender's corpse, already beginning to decay into black sludge. The network knows we're alive, knows we're heading for extraction. Every minute we waste is a minute they use to prepare. "Boss," Deadeye pointed to something near the vehicle bay entrance. "Those look like fresh tire tracks. Someone's been using the vehicles recently." Steele studied the tracks. Recent, deliberate, leading both into and out of the bay. "Survivors?" Breach suggested hopefully. "Or something wearing survivor faces," Stitch countered grimly. "Only one way to find out," Steele decided. "Stitch, you're on point with me. Your enhanced reflexes give us early warning. Deadeye, you help Wolf. Hammer, you and Breach watch our 6. They moved toward the vehicle bay, leaving the loading dock's carnage behind. The mindbender's corpse continued to dissolve, its bloated skull collapsing into puddles of black ichor that the parasitic larvae fed upon, creating a self-sustaining cycle of consumption. Steele's HUD flickered again, showing him probability lines, the team entering the vehicle bay, finding trucks, facing whatever horror waited for them. The mutation was accelerating, his perception shifting into something beyond human. "Boss," Stitch said quietly, walking beside him. "When I looked at your eyes just now, for a second, they reflected light wrong, like a cat's eyes in darkness." "The infection," Steele confirmed. "It's changing us, all of us." "How much time do you think we really have?" Stitch asked, "before the suppressors fail completely?" Steele checked his chronometer. Hour 13:22. The timer says about 11 hours, but with the temporal anomalies, the psionic interference, the acceleration from stims and injuries, your guess is as good as mine. "Then we make every hour count," Stitch said firmly. They entered the vehicle bay,
and Steele's enhanced perception immediately caught movement in the shadows. Something large, something metal, something that had been waiting for them. His HUD drew lines into the future, showing him multiple possible outcomes of the next few seconds. In one future, they died. In another, they survived. And in a third, Steele saw himself becoming something else entirely. Something that wasn't quite human anymore. "Contact," he whispered, his carbine coming up despite being empty. Whatever was in the vehicle bay, it knew they were coming. And it was ready.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 12, The Nest and Negotiations. The vehicle bay's darkness erupted with movement. Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines across his vision, trajectories, angles, kill zones, all processing faster than conscious thought. His empty carbine came up on instinct, muscle memory overriding the knowledge that he had no ammunition left. "Hold fire!" Wolf's voice cut through the tension. "Wait, those are transports, automated maintenance units." Steele's helmet lamp swept across the bay, and his racing pulse began to slow. Wolf was right. What Steele's mutation-enhanced reflexes had identified as threats were actually cargo haulers. Squat, six-wheeled vehicles designed to move supplies through the complex's underground network. 3 of them sat in the bay, their automated navigation system still active after all these years, moving through programmed patrol patterns. "Jesus," Breach muttered, lowering his weapon with his one good arm. "Almost gave me a heart attack, Doc." "Check them for fuel," Steele ordered, forcing himself to breathe normally. The enhanced perception was making him jumpy, seeing threats where none existed. "Deadeye, sweep the perimeter, make sure we're actually alone." Stitch moved to the nearest transport with fluid precision, the combat stimulant still driving superhuman efficiency through his system. He popped the access panel and checked the fuel gauge. "Half tank on this one, enough to get us maybe 10 kilometers if we're lucky." 10 kilometers puts us at the metro entrance, Steele said, pulling up his tactical map. The HUD overlay flickered, hour 14:03, then jumped to hour 14:11. The desynchronization was getting worse. From there, we go on foot through the tunnels to reach the evacuation corridor. "Boss," Deadeye called from his elevated position. "No contacts in the immediate area, but I'm reading heavy fog saturation in the tunnels ahead. Visibility's gonna be near zero once we're underground. We deal with it when we get there." Steele turned to Hammer, who was leaning against a support column, his breathing labored through compromised suit seals. "Hammer, you good to drive?" The big man straightened, trying to hide the pain of his acid burns. "I can drive. Question is, can this thing hold my weight plus everyone else?" Wolf checked the transport specifications on a dusty terminal. "Rated for 800 kilograms. We're close to that limit with your armor, Sergeant Steele's equipment, and—" "We'll make it work," Steele interrupted. "Breach, Stitch, rig the other 2 transports with whatever explosives you have left. Remote detonators. If the mutants try to follow us through the vehicle bay, I want to be able to collapse the tunnel behind us." "Boss, I used my last det pack on the Mindbender," Breach reminded him, his face pale with exhaustion. "Then use fuel cells, use battery packs, use anything that goes boom." Steele's voice was harder than he intended. The infection was making him aggressive, pushing his tactical instincts towards violence. He forced himself to soften his tone. "Just give us something to slow them down." "On it." Stitch was already moving, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to work with frightening speed. His hands moved across the transport's fuel system, disconnecting lines, rigging improvised charges. These won't be pretty, but they'll burn hot enough to melt the tunnel ceiling. They worked quickly, loading onto the functioning transport. Hammer took the driver's position, his massive armored frame barely fitting in the operator's seat. Wolf sat beside him, clutching his data drive like a lifeline. Steele, Deadeye, Breach, and Stitch crowded into the cargo bed,
weapons ready despite most being empty. The transport's electric motors hummed to life with surprising smoothness. Hammer's hands found the controls, and the vehicle lurched forward into the darkness of the access tunnel. "Lights minimal," Steele commanded. "We don't advertise our position more than necessary." They descended through maintenance corridors that grew progressively older, more decrepit. The walls here showed signs of the virus's transformation. Biological growth covering concrete, crystalline formations sprouting from corners, the red fog so thick it reduced visibility to barely 10 meters ahead. Steele's HUD flickered constantly now, trying to maintain stable readings through the psionic interference. Hour 1423, hour 1431, hour 1418. Time was becoming meaningless, just another casualty of the Crimson virus's reality-warping influence. "Contact ahead," Deadeye warned, his enhanced vision cutting through the fog better than their helmet lamps. "Movement, but it's wrong. They're not trying to hide." Steele saw them emerge from the fog. Crawlers, dozens of them, but they weren't attacking. They were watching, heads tilted at identical angles, bodies perfectly still. As the transport passed, the mutants tracked their movement with synchronized precision. "They're letting us through," Stitch observed, his stimulant-sharpened mind processing the implications. "Why would they let us through?" "Because something wants us to reach our destination," Wolf said quietly, his voice tight with fear. "We're being herded." The transport rounded a corner, and Steele's HUD painted a new location marker. Metro entrance, 50 meters. They'd reached their next objective faster than expected, which only increased his unease. "Stop here," Steele ordered. "We go in on foot from this point." Hammer killed the engine, and sudden silence pressed down like a physical weight. Through it, Steele heard something that made his enhanced perception scream warning. A rhythmic pulsing, like a massive heartbeat, coming from deep within the metro system. "Everyone, weapons check," Steele said, though he knew it was largely pointless. "Deadeye, you're on point with me. Your vision gives us early warning. Stitch, Breach, you're center with Wolf. Hammer, rear guard. And Hammer, yeah, boss? If that stimulant crash hits you, you tell me immediately. We can't afford surprises." "Roger that." They entered the metro, and immediately Steele's enhanced senses were overwhelmed. The station had been transformed into something beyond nightmare. A cathedral of flesh and chitin. The walls were covered in cocoons, thousands of them, each one pulsing with internal movement. Some were human-sized, others were massive, 10 meters tall, bulging with whatever horror grew inside. "My God," Wolf breathed, his scanner going haywire with biological readings. This is a nursery, a breeding ground. The concentration of biomass is off the scale." Steele's HUD drew lines through the chamber, mapping threats, calculating angles. But there were too many variables, too many unknowns. His mutation-enhanced perception was showing him dozens of possible futures, all of them ending in violence. "Breach, start placing charges, structural weak points. If this goes wrong, I want to be able to bring this whole section down." "With what?" Breach gestured at his empty vest with his one arm. "I'm out of explosives, remember? Used the last of my det cord on those transports back in the bay." Steele thought quickly. "The fuel cells from the transport. Wolf, those medical supply canisters you're carrying, are any of them pressurized oxygen?" "3 of them, yes. But, Sergeant, if you're thinking..." "That's exactly what I'm thinking. Pressurized oxygen plus electrical spark equals improvised explosive. Breach, can you rig that?" Despite his wounds, Breach's eyes lit up with professional appreciation. "It'll be crude, but yeah, give me 3 minutes. "You've got 3. As Breach of Stitch worked to create their makeshift demolition charges, Steele studied the chamber more carefully. The cocoons were arranged in a pattern, concentric circles, all oriented toward the center of the metro platform. And there, elevated on a throne of biomass and crystallized flesh, sat the Brood Mother. She was massive, easily 4 meters tall even in her seated position. Her body was a grotesque fusion of human and something else. Chitinous plates covered most of her torso, but patches of recognizably human skin remained, stretched tight over swollen tissue.
Her head was covered by a crystalline growth that pulsed with faint internal light, and where her eyes should have been were clusters of smaller eyes, each one tracking independently. But the most disturbing feature was her lack of a mouth. Where a human jaw should have been was smooth, featureless flesh. Yet somehow, Steele knew she could speak. The broodmother was a command node, a living psionic transmitter for the entire network. "Boss," Deadeye whispered urgently, "she's looking at us, all of her eyes. She knows we're here." "She's known since we entered the complex," Wolf said quietly, "probably before. The network shares information across all nodes. Everything the crawlers saw, the wraiths detected, the mimics heard, she knows all of it." Steele felt the weight of that alien attention pressing against his mind. His enhanced perception drew lines into possible futures. In one, they opened fire and were overwhelmed by crawlers pouring from cocoons. In another, they tried to retreat and the tunnel collapsed behind them. In a third, the broodmother spoke. The voice came directly into Steele's mind, bypassing his ears entirely. It wasn't one voice, but many, dozens of stolen voices speaking in terrible harmony. Male and female, young and old, all the people the network had consumed. Steele, Sergeant, Commanding Officer, Designation, Cleanup Squad Alpha. We know you. Steele's vision swam with images that weren't his own. Command nodes awakening across the planet, rivers of red spores flowing through city streets, cocoons opening to reveal new horrors. The hive hierarchy laid bare before him. Broodmothers at the top, puppeteers and mindbenders as lieutenants, specialized hunters as sergeants, and basic mutants as infantry. A military structure that mirrored humanity's own. "Don't listen to it," Stitch said, his voice tight. The medic's hands were steady despite the horror, still rigging charges with breach. "It's trying to get inside your head." But Steele couldn't look away. The broodmother's crystalline crown pulsed brighter, and more information flooded his enhanced perception. He saw the network's true scope. Not just Caro 7, but 3 other worlds, all connected through the Crimson Virus. Hadrian 9, Epsilon Tertius, and somewhere else, a world whose name he didn't recognize, all being consumed by the same intelligent infection. You carry the suppressors, chemical barriers, temporary, futile. The Crimson does not stop. It adapts, evolves, improves. "We're not here to negotiate with you," Steele said aloud, forcing words through his shock. "We're here to end you." Laughter echoed through his mind, not cruel, but genuinely amused. The broodmother's many eyes focused on him with something that might have been pity. "End me? You misunderstand your position. You are not hunters, you are architects. Every mutant you kill, every tactic you employ, every innovation you create, the network learns. You have taught us much, Sergeant Steele. We thank you." "Charges are set," Breach announced quietly. "Say the word, boss, and this whole section comes down." Steele's hand moved to his detonator remote. Empty theater since he had no actual explosives, but the gesture itself was a message. "Give me one reason not to trigger it right now." "Because you want answers. Who was Patient Zero? Where did the Crimson begin? Why did your legendary war hero become the first to fall?" Wolf made a strangled sound. Steele glanced at the scientist and saw guilt written across his features. "You knew," Steele said, the pieces clicking together. "About Patient Zero, about who he really was?" Yes." Wolf's hands trembled on his data drive. "The files were classified, top secret, but I had access and Cardinal Marcus Steele, hero of Hadrian 9, tactical genius, the man whose insignia you all wear. He was first. He was perfect. And when he transformed, he gave us everything. Every tactic, every strategy, every weakness in human military doctrine. The revelation hit like a physical blow. Steele looked down at the insignia on his armor, the double lightning bolt that every cleanup soldier wore with pride, the symbol of humanity's greatest defender, their greatest traitor. "That's impossible," Hammer said, his voice hollow. "Colonel Steele died fighting. The report said what your commanders wanted you to believe. Steele lives, not as human, not as mutant, as something between, a bridge. And he coordinates us all." Steele's enhanced perception suddenly showed him a new possibility. A figure standing in the shadows beyond the cocoons. Humanoid, but wrong, watching them with eyes that gleamed with tactical intelligence. For just a moment, he saw armor bearing the colonel's insignia. Then the figure was gone, might never have been there at all. "Proof," Steele demanded. "Show me proof." The broodmother's crown pulsed, and Steele's HUD exploded with data. Tactical analyses, battle reports, command structures, all bearing the hallmarks of Colonel Steele's famous methodology. The 3-signal protocol they'd been using, that was Steele's innovation from the Hadrian 9 campaign. The blackout tactics against thermal-sensitive mutants, Steele's doctrine. Even the way they'd use the Hydra's heads against each other, classic Steele misdirection. They'd been fighting using the playbook of the man who was now coordinating their enemies. "Jesus Christ," Deadeye whispered. "We've been predictable. Every move we make, he knows it's coming, because he taught it to us." "Precisely. But we offer a choice, Sergeant Steele. Safe passage, unhindered travel to your evacuation point, in exchange for one thing." "What?" Steele asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. "Leave this nest intact. Let the broodmother live. In return, no mutant will hinder your path. You may evacuate. You may even return to your orbital station. All we ask is time to complete this cycle." Steele's mind raced through scenarios. The network was offering a deal. Their lives in exchange for allowing this horror to continue growing, spreading, consuming. It was a tactically sound offer. His team was exhausted, wounded, running on borrowed time. They could accept, complete their primary mission to extract Wolf and his research, and let Command deal with the nest later. But his enhanced perception showed him what later meant. Saw the cocoons opening, saw new horrors emerging, each one more adapted, more perfect, more lethal than the last. Saw the network reaching critical mass, becoming unstoppable. "Boss," Stitch said quietly, "your call. But whatever you decide, decide fast. My stimulant's starting to wear off. I've got maybe 30 minutes of combat effectiveness left." Steele looked at his team. Hammer leaning on his sledgehammer, acid burns weeping through his damaged armor. Breach cradling his ruined shoulder. Deadeye with his empty rifle. Stitch fighting his own biology to remain functional. Wolf clutching data that might save humanity or doom it. They were 5 broken soldiers, standing in the cathedral of humanity's extinction, and the monster was offering them mercy. Before Steele could formulate a response, movement caught his eye. One of the human-sized cocoons near the broodmother's throne was splitting open. Translucent fluid spilled across the platform as something inside began to emerge. "Contact!" Deadeye's rifle came up reflexively. "Cocoon breach, 10 o'clock." A larva the size of a child pulled itself free from the cocoon. Pale, segmented, mandibles clicking. But this wasn't a mindless parasite. Its eyes tracked the team with clear intelligence, and when it opened its mouth, Raven's voice came out. "Help me, please. They put something inside me. I can feel it growing." Steele's blood ran cold.
That was Raven's voice, perfect in every detail, torn from her final moments before the network consumed her. A demonstration. Your Lieutenant Raven's neural pattern, preserved in biological matrix. She lives, in a sense,
All who join the network live forever. The larva thing took a step toward them, still speaking with Raven's voice, still pleading for help that would never come. Stitch's carbine came up. His hands were steady, despite the stimulant beginning to fade, his medic's oath screaming against what he was about to do. But his soldier's training was stronger. "I'm sorry," Stitch whispered, and pulled the trigger. The shot took the larva in what passed for its head. The creature collapsed, Raven's voice cutting off mid-plea. Black ichor pooled beneath it, eating into the platform's surface. The broodmother's crystalline crown flared with sudden fury. Throughout the chamber, cocoons began to pulse with increased activity. The rhythmic heartbeats Steel had heard earlier accelerated, became frantic. "Unwise, the offer is rescinded. Now you face what you have chosen." "Deadeye, Wolf, move back to the entrance," Steel shouted. "Breach, trigger the charges." "They're on remote detonation," Breach said, fumbling with his control pad. 3-second delay from activation. I need a clear signal." The cocoons began to tear open, not one or two, but dozens simultaneously. Crawlers poured out, their bodies slick with amniotic fluid, mandibles clicking in hungry anticipation. And behind them, larger shapes, leapers with hooks that could tear a man apart, wraiths already fading into thermal camouflage, and something new. Something Steel's enhanced perception couldn't categorize. All teeth and rage. "Now, Breach, do it now!" Breach triggered the remote. The improvised charges, fuel cells and pressurized oxygen, detonated in sequence along the metro platform's support columns. The explosions were crude but effective, sending gouts of flame across the chamber. Several cocoons caught fire, their occupants shrieking as they burned. "Fall back!" Steel grabbed Wolf and bodily threw the scientist toward the tunnel entrance. "Hammer, clear the path." The big man's sledgehammer became a blur of violence, crushing crawlers that tried to block their escape. But there were too many, and Hammer's movements were slowing, his acid burns sapping his strength. A leaper dropped from the ceiling directly at Steel. His enhanced perception drew the trajectory, showed him the exact moment to dodge. He rolled aside, and the creature's hooks caught only air. Deadeye was there instantly, using his empty rifle as a club, driving the buttstock into the leaper's skull with bone-shattering force. "We're not going to make it," Stitch shouted, backing toward the tunnel while firing his last few rounds. "There's too many." Steel's mind raced. The charges had damaged the support columns, but not enough to trigger a full collapse. They needed more time, more distance, more... His HUD flickered, showing him another possibility. The fuel cells in the abandoned transport, still parked just inside the metro entrance. If he could reach it, trigger a secondary explosion? "Keep moving," Steel ordered. "Get to the transport. Hammer, you drive. Everyone else holds on." They reached the vehicle in a desperate scramble. Hammer threw himself into the driver's seat, while the rest of the team piled into the cargo bed. Behind them, the swarm of mutants poured from the metro platform, a living wave of teeth and claws and hunger. "Go, go!" Steel slammed his fist against the transport's roof. Hammer gunned the electric motors, and the vehicle lurched forward into the access tunnel. But Steel was already moving, pulling open the fuel cell access panel, his enhanced perception showing him exactly which connection to sever, which spark would trigger the cascade. "Boss, what are you doing?" Deadeye shouted over the motor's whine. "Buying us time." Steel ripped out a fuel line, saw pressurized gas begin to spray. The mutants were right behind them, filling the tunnel, their screeches echoing off the concrete walls. "Hammer, when I say now, you floor it. Don't slow down, don't look back." "Boss, that's an order." Steel held the severed fuel line in one hand, his helmet lamp in the other. Behind him, the crawler at the head of the swarm was less than 10 meters away. He could see its eyes, see the human intelligence trapped in the mutant form, see the moment it realized what he was about to do. "Now!" He smashed his helmet lamp's bulb against the transport's metal frame, creating a shower of sparks. The pressurized fuel ignited instantly, a jet of flame that shot backward into the pursuing horde. The explosion came 3 seconds later. The transport's remaining fuel cells detonated in a chain reaction, creating a fireball that filled the entire tunnel. Steele felt the heat wash over his back, felt his armor's temperature sensors screaming warnings. The blast wave lifted the transport's rear wheels off the ground for a moment before gravity reasserted itself. When Steele's vision cleared, he looked back through the cargo bed and saw the tunnel behind them was a wall of flame. Bodies writhed in the inferno. Crawlers, leapers, things he couldn't name, all of them burning, all of them dying. "Is it done?" Wolf asked, his voice shaking. Did we kill the broodmother?" Steele checked his HUD. The biological readings from the metro were still active, still pulsing with that terrible heartbeat. The broodmother had survived the explosion, protected by layers of mutant bodies that had absorbed the blast. "No," Steele said quietly. "We bought time, nothing more." His chronometer flickered, hour 15:47, then jumped, hour 16:03. The psionic interference was worse than ever, reality itself breaking down around them. "Boss," Stitch said, his voice strained as the combat stimulant finally began to fade. "The broodmother, what she said about Colonel Steele. If that's true, if he's really coordinating them, then we're more fucked than we thought," Breach finished, his pain suppressors clearly wearing off as he grimaced with each bump in the tunnel floor. "Every tactical innovation we have, he gave us. Every doctrine we follow, he wrote. We're fighting his playbook." "Not every doctrine," Steele said, making a decision. "We adapt, we evolve, same as they do. Hammer, get us to the surface route. We're abandoning the metro approach. That adds 5 kilometers to our march, I know. But the broodmother will expect us to continue through the tunnels, so we go a different way." Steele pulled up his tactical map, showing an alternate route through the city's surface ruins. "We use the one thing the Colonel couldn't have taught them: unpredictability. We stop following doctrine and start thinking like survivors, not soldiers." "That's actually pretty smart," Deadeye said, a hint of respect in his voice. "Yeah, well, my mutation's good for something besides killing me slowly." Steele tapped his forehead where his enhanced perception drew its probability lines. "I can see multiple futures now. Most of them end badly. But a few show us making it out." The transport emerged from the tunnel system into the harsh light of Karo 7's red-hazed day. Above them, the sky churned with crimson clouds. Around them, the city's ruins stretched toward the horizon, a graveyard of civilization, waiting to claim them. Steele's HUD settled on hour 16:12. 8 hours of suppressor protection remained, maybe less with the infection accelerating. Behind them, in the Metro Cathedral, the broodmother sat on her throne of flesh and watched them go. She didn't need to pursue, she'd already won. The moment Stitch pulled that trigger. The network knew they were marked now. The Queen's effect had begun. Every mutant on the planet could feel the killers in their midst, could sense the ones who'd struck at the heart of a nest. There would be no hiding, no rest, no mercy. Just 8 hours to cover 15 kilometers through hell, with every monster on Karo 7 hunting their scent. Steele's enhanced perception drew lines into the future, showing him scenarios, probabilities, chances. In most of them, his team died. But a few, just a few, they lived long enough to reach extraction. That would have to be enough.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 13, A Deal with the Monster. The transport's motors sputtered and died 3 kilometers from the metro entrance. Hammer slammed his fist against the control panel, but the machine was done. Fuel cells exhausted, battery drained, every system offline. "Everyone out," Steele ordered, his HUD flickering between hour 16:04 and hour 16:19. "We move on foot from here." They dismounted into the ruins of what had once been a commercial district. The red fog here was thick enough to taste through their damaged suit seals. copper and rot, and something chemical that made Steele's enhanced senses scream warning. Around them, buildings stood like broken teeth against the crimson sky, their facades covered in the crystalline growths that marked the virus's advanced transformation. "Boss," Deadeye called from his elevated position atop a collapsed overpass. "We've got problems, big ones." Steele climbed to join the sniper, his mutation-enhanced reflexes making the ascent easier than it should have been. What he saw through the scope made his blood run cold. They were surrounded. Crawlers lined every rooftop, every street corner, every window. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all perfectly still, watching, waiting. And behind them, larger shapes moved through the fog. Leapers, wraiths, things Steele couldn't identify even with his enhanced perception. "They're not attacking," Stitch observed, joining them on the overpass. The medic moved with increasing sluggishness as the combat stimulant finally burned through his system. Why aren't they attacking? Steele's HUD drew probability lines through the scene, and one particular trajectory made his enhanced mind go cold with understanding. Because we're being herded. The explosion didn't drive them back, it drove us exactly where they wanted us. "Where?" Hammer asked from below, his voice tight with pain from his acid burns. Steele pointed northeast, where the metro entrance gaped like a wound in the city's flesh. "Back to the Broodmother. She wants to finish the conversation." "No way," Breach said, cradling his ruined shoulder. "Boss, we barely made it out the first time. Going back is suicide." "Staying here is also suicide." Steele gestured at the surrounding mutants. "Look at them. They're not hunting. They're waiting for us to make a choice. Go back to the metro or die right here." Wolf had pulled out his scanner, and his face was pale behind his faceplate. "Sergeant, the psionic readings, they're off the scale. The Broodmother is projecting some kind of field. It's suppressing the lesser mutants' hunting instincts, coordinating them into a living corral." "How is that possible?" Deadeye demanded. "She's still in the metro, kilometers away. Her range is... I don't know how she's doing this." Wolf studied his scanner with scientific fascination despite the terror. The network shouldn't be able to coordinate over such distances without multiple command nodes. Unless what? Steele prompted. "Unless what?" Wolf finished quietly. "Unless there are more of them, more Broodmothers, or something higher in the hierarchy we haven't encountered yet." Steele's enhanced perception suddenly flooded with images, command nodes scattered across the city, pulsing in synchronization. The Broodmother they'd met wasn't the only one. She was just the closest, the one designated to communicate with these particular humans. "We're going back," Steele decided, hating himself for it. "But this time, we go prepared. Breach, what do you have that can hurt her?" The demolitions expert checked his vest with his good hand. "Nothing. I'm completely dry on explosives. All I've got left is this." He pulled out a combat knife, 8 inches of monomolecular edged steel. "Against a 4-meter-tall psionic horror? I'm not sure how much good it'll do." "Better than nothing." Steele turned to Stitch. "You got any of those clean combat stims left?" "1." Stitch pulled out the last auto-injector. "But boss, after what the last one did to me, I'm not sure." "Give it to Hammer. His burns are slowing him down, and we need him functional." Hammer accepted the injector without protest, pressing it against his neck. The hiss of compressed air was followed by a sharp intake of breath as the chemical cocktail hit his system. Color returned to his face, and his grip on the sledgehammer steadied. "Let's go kill a queen," Hammer said, his voice stronger than it had been in hours. They descended from the overpass and moved toward the metro entrance. The surrounding mutants tracked their movement, but didn't attack. A living corridor of teeth and claws, funneling them exactly where the Broodmother wanted them. Steele's HUD marked their progress. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. With each step, the psionic pressure increased. He could feel the Broodmother's vast intelligence pressing against his consciousness, patient and inexorable. "Boss," Deadeye whispered as they entered the metro tunnel, "I don't like this. It feels like a trap." "It is a trap," Steele confirmed.
But we're out of options. Maybe she'll offer another deal. Maybe we can negotiate terms that don't end with all of us dead." "You trust her?" Breach asked incredulously. "I don't trust anything on this planet, but I'm willing to listen." They descended into the Metro Cathedral, and Steele saw immediately that things had changed. The fires from their earlier escape had been extinguished. The damaged cocoons had been cleared away, and the broodmother sat on her throne of biomass exactly as before, as if their violent departure had been nothing more than a brief interruption. "Welcome back, Sergeant Steele. I knew you would return." The psionic voice hammered directly into Steele's mind with such force that his HUD flickered. Beside him, Wolf stumbled and Stitch caught the scientist before he fell. "You gave us no choice," Steele said aloud, refusing to think his responses and give the broodmother access to his inner thoughts. "Efficient? No. The network learns quickly. You attempted violence. It failed. Now we try negotiation again, but this time you will listen." The broodmother's crystalline crown pulsed, and Steele's enhanced perception was suddenly flooded with images. Not memories, but real-time vision. The city as seen through thousands of mutant eyes simultaneously. He saw a pit in the heart of the ruins, a massive crater that had once been a government complex. And within that pit, arranged in concentric circles like some obscene choir, were mind-benders. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, their bloated skulls all pulsing in synchronization. Their combined telekinetic force created a visible distortion in the air, a shimmering bubble that protected the pit from any conventional assault. "My God," Wolf breathed, seeing the same vision through the psionic link. That many mind-benders working together, they could level a city block with a thought. The vision zoomed in, showing Steele more details. The mind-benders weren't alone. Puppeteers hung from the pit's walls like grotesque ornaments, their nerve tissue bodies connected by threads of biomass. And at the bottom of the pit, something massive stirred, too large to see clearly, but radiating power that made Steele's mutations ache in sympathetic response. The chorus, our greatest work. Each mind linked to every other, each power amplified 1,000-fold. You cannot fight this, Sergeant. You can only choose how you die. Quickly if you accept my offer, or slowly if you do not. What exactly is your offer? Steele forced himself to focus despite the overwhelming psionic pressure. You said safe passage before. What does that actually mean? The broodmother's many eyes focused on him, and for a moment, Steele felt something almost like respect in that alien gaze. I offer you this. Leave this nest intact. Proceed to your evacuation corridor unhindered. The network will not pursue. Your suppressors will last long enough to reach orbit. You may even carry your precious data. All I ask is that you do not interfere with the current cycle. Current cycle? Wolf asked, his scientific curiosity overriding his fear. What does that mean? We are close to critical mass. Another 72 hours and this world will be fully integrated. After that, we move to the next world, and the next, until all of humanity is improved. You cannot stop this, but you can choose to observe it rather than experience it. Steele's mind raced through scenarios. 72 hours until Karo 7 was completely lost. Command's orbital protocols would glass the planet before that happened. They'd rather destroy the world than let the network spread. But if the network had hidden command nodes, if it had already established footholds in other locations. You said Patient Zero was Colonel Marcus Steele, Steele said, steering the conversation toward the information he needed. Prove it. Show me. The broodmother's crown flared brighter, and the psionic link intensified. Steele's vision swam, and suddenly he was somewhere else, standing in a command bunker, 50 years in the past, watching a tall man in military uniform brief a room full of officers. Colonel Marcus Steele. The face Steele had seen on 1,000 recruitment posters. The tactical genius whose innovations had won the Hadrian 9 campaign. And there on his uniform, the double lightning insignia that every cleanup soldier now wore. The vision shifted. The bunker was under attack. Red fog seeped through ventilation ducts. Soldiers transformed before Steele's eyes, their flesh rippling and reforming. And Colonel Steele stood at the center of it all, his body changing, his mind expanding, his screams of agony transforming into something else, not quite human anymore, but not fully mutant either. A bridge. The broodmother had called him a bridge. He tried to fight it, Wolf said, his voice breaking. I saw the medical records. He tried every suppressor, every treatment. Nothing worked. He transformed over 3 weeks, fully conscious the entire time. By the end, he wasn't fighting anymore. He was evolving. And he gave us everything. The broodmother's voice carried satisfaction. Every military doctrine, every tactical innovation, every weakness in human psychology. He made us perfect. Steele looked down at the insignia on his own armor, the double lightning he'd worn with pride for 5 years. It felt like betrayal now, like wearing the mark of humanity's destroyer. You knew, Steele said to Wolf, not even making it a question. Yes, the files were classified, but I had access, and when I saw the cellular samples, the neural patterns, I knew. Colonel Steele isn't dead. He's distributed. Pieces of his consciousness exist in every high-level mutant. The broodmother you're speaking with right now probably has fragments of his tactical genius. Why didn't you tell us? Hammer demanded, his voice thick with barely controlled rage. Because command ordered me not to, Wolf shouted back. Because if soldiers knew they were fighting a war against their own greatest commander, morale would collapse. Because the truth is too terrible to... Enough, Steele cut him off. He turned back to the broodmother. Your offer. Safe passage in exchange for leaving this nest intact. What guarantees do we have that you'll honor it? The network does not lie. We have no need for deception. Lying is inefficient. If we wanted you dead, you would be dead now. This offer is genuine. And if we refuse? Steele asked. Then you die here. All of you. Your suppressors have perhaps 7 hours remaining. Less with the accelerated infection from your injuries and stimulants. Even if you escape this nest, the network knows your location. The Queen's effect has marked you. Every mutant on this planet can sense your presence. There is no hiding, no rest. Only the choice between quick mercy or slow consumption. Steele's enhanced perception drew lines into possible futures. In one, they accepted the deal and reached orbit safely. In another, they refused and died in the next 10 minutes. In a third, they tried to fight their way out and made it perhaps 2 kilometers before being overwhelmed. The math was brutal and clear. I need to discuss this with my team, Steele said. The broodmother's crown pulsed once. Perhaps amusement, perhaps approval. Very well. The network is patient. We have waited millions of years. We can wait a few minutes more. Steele gathered his team in a tight circle, speaking on their encrypted channel. Options. Give them to me. We accept, Breach said immediately. We're not equipped to fight. We're not equipped to run.
We take the deal, get Wolf's data to command, and let them handle the planetary response. We can't trust it, Hammer countered, the combat stimulant making him aggressive. The moment we turn our backs, it'll send the Horde after us. This whole negotiation is just a game to make us lower our guard. My analysis agrees with the creature's assessment, Wolf said quietly. With our current damage and the Queen's effect marking us, our survival probability without the network's cooperation is less than 3%. With it, perhaps 20%, accounting for potential betrayal. Stitch? Steele looked at his medic. You're the one who shot the larva last time. You made the call that started this. What's your read now? Stitch's face was drawn, the last effects of the combat stimulant fading from his system. I made that call because the thing was wearing Lieutenant Raven's face, using her voice. It felt like desecration. Like everything we fight for was being mocked. He paused, choosing his words carefully. But boss, I'm a medic. My oath is to preserve life. And right now, accepting this deal preserves 5 lives, ours. Refusing it because of pride or principle, that's not tactics, that's ego. Deadeye? Steele turned to his sniper. You haven't said anything. Deadeye had been quiet throughout the entire exchange, his rifle held across his chest, his enhanced vision studying the broodmother with unwavering focus. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold and flat. We don't negotiate with extinction, Deadeye said. That's what Lieutenant Raven used to say. Before they got her, before they turned her into a voice in a larva's throat. His finger moved to his rifle's trigger guard. This thing, this network, it's offering us a choice between dying now or dying later. Either way, humanity dies. So I say we die on our terms, not theirs. Deadeye? Steele turned to a sniper. You haven't said anything. Deadeye had been quiet throughout the entire exchange, his rifle held across his chest, his enhanced vision studying the broodmother with unwavering focus. When he finally spoke, his voice was cold and flat. We don't negotiate with extinction, Deadeye said. That's what Lieutenant Raven used to say. Before they got her, before they turned her into a voice in a larva's throat. His finger moved to his rifle's trigger guard. This thing, this network, it's offering us a choice between dying now or dying later. Either way, humanity dies. So I say we die on our terms, not theirs. That's suicide, Breach protested. No, Deadeye replied, his scope settling on the broodmother's largest central eye, a crystalline sphere that pulsed with psionic light. That's resistance. Real resistance. Not accepting deals, not compromising, not letting this thing tell us what choices we have. Steele's enhanced perception suddenly showed him a new probability line, one where Deadeye took the shot, where chaos erupted, where survival dropped to near zero, but where something else became possible. A chance to wound the network badly enough that Command's orbital strike might actually work. Everyone, Steele said slowly, making his decision. If I give the word blackout, you hit the deck immediately. No questions, no hesitation. Understood? His team nodded, recognizing the code word from their training. Blackout meant ambush, meant surprise attack, meant all hell was about to break loose. Steele turned back to the broodmother, his face carefully neutral. His enhanced perception drew the timeline. 3 seconds until Deadeye would take his shot. 2 seconds to make his choice. We need more information, Steele said, stalling. You mentioned the Colonel. Is he here? Can we speak with him directly? The broodmother's many eyes shifted, perhaps considering the request. The Colonel exists in fragments. I contain pieces of his tactical genius. The puppeteer you killed earlier held pieces of his strategic planning. The mindbenders in the chorus share his psionic innovations. To speak with one part is to speak with all parts. That's not an answer, Steele pressed, watching Deadeye's rifle barrel make minute adjustments. Is there a primary node, a main consciousness we can negotiate with directly? Negotiation with fragments is sufficient. The network speaks as one. Your attempts to identify chain of command are futile. Blackout! Steele threw himself flat. Deadeye's rifle thundered in the enclosed space. The shot was perfect. Enhanced vision, enhanced calculation, every factor accounted for. The round struck the broodmother's central eye dead center, punching through the crystalline sphere and burrowing deep into whatever neural tissue lay behind. The broodmother's scream existed simultaneously in the physical and psychic realms. Steele felt it as a physical pressure wave that slammed against his armor, and as a mental assault that tried to crack his skull from the inside. Around them, every cocoon in the chamber burst simultaneously, releasing their occupants in a tsunami of teeth and claws and rage. Contact all sides, Steele roared into comms, bringing up his empty carbine on pure instinct. Formation Delta, protect Wolf! Hammer's sledgehammer became a blur of violence, crushing crawlers that charged from the left flank. Breach fought one-handed, his combat knife flashing as he carved through mutants with desperate precision. Stitch put himself between Wolf and the Horde, his pistol barking until it clicked empty. The Broodmother thrashed on her throne, black ichor pouring from her ruined eye. Her remaining eyes blazed with fury, and Steel felt the full weight of her psionic rage crash down on us like a physical force. Foolish! So very foolish! You could have lived! Now you will become. Deadeye, Steel shouted. Second shot! Finish it! The sniper was already lining up the shot, but the Broodmother had learned from the first attack. Crawlers swarmed up her throne, creating a living shield between her and Deadeye's barrel. The sniper fired anyway, the round punching through 2 crawlers before losing momentum. Can't get a clean angle, Deadeye reported, working his rifle's bolt. She's using them as armor. Steel's enhanced perception drew a dozen probability lines, and all of them ended in blood. They'd wounded the Queen, humiliated her, but they hadn't killed her. And now there was no negotiation, no deal, no mercy, just war. His HUD flickered. Hour 1647. We fight our way to the exit. Hammer, clear the path. Everyone else, tight formation. Move, move. They charged toward the metro tunnel entrance, Hammer leading like a battering ram, his sledgehammer crushing anything stupid enough to get in front of him. Behind them, the Broodmother's scream echoed through the chamber. Not pain, but rage, but something deeper. Command override, network synchronization. The Queen's effect beginning to spread across the entire planet. They'd hurt her badly, perhaps badly enough to give command a window. But in doing so, they just marked themselves as priority targets for every mutant on Caro 7. As they burst out of the metro into the red haze daylight, Steel's HUD painted hostile signatures in every direction. Hundreds of them, thousands, all converging on their position. The deal was dead. The war had just become personal.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series.
Chapter 14, The Queen's Effect. The metro tunnel stretched ahead like a throat trying to swallow them whole. Steel's boots pounded against cracked tile, his enhanced perception drawing probability lines through the crimson fog that showed nothing but death in every direction. Behind them, the Broodmother's psychic screams still echoed, not fading, but intensifying, spreading across the network like ripples from a stone thrown into still water. "Breach!" Steel shouted into comms. "Tell me you've got something left to blow." "The charges we set earlier," Breach gasped, his wounded shoulder making every stride agony. "The fuel cells and oxygen canisters. I can trigger them remotely if we can get past the blast radius." Steel's HUD flickered. Hour 1703. "How far?" 50 meters minimum. Any closer and we're part of the fireworks." Hammer led their desperate charge, his sledgehammer clearing crawlers from their path with brutal efficiency. But the big man's movements were slowing. The combat stimulant was burning through his system faster than expected, and his acid burns were seeping through makeshift bandages. Each swing came a fraction of a second slower than the last. Contact left. Deadeye's empty rifle swung like a club, shattering a leaper's skull mid-leap. "They're coming from the service tunnels, dozens of them." Steel risked a glance at his tactical overlay. The metro side passages were vomiting mutants, crawlers, whisperers, things his enhanced vision couldn't categorize. All of them moving with terrifying coordination, all of them converging on the cleanup squad with singular purpose. The Broodmother was directing them even as she bled out on her throne, using her dying moments to orchestrate their destruction. "There," Stitch pointed ahead through the fog. Steel saw it, a section of tunnel where the walls bulged with improvised charges, fuel cells and oxygen canisters strapped to support columns with det cord. Crude, but effective. Breach, you sure those charges are still active? Only one way to find out. Breach fumbled with his remote detonator, his good hand shaking from exhaustion and pain. Boss, I'm reading 60 meters to blast zone. We need to move faster. Hammer, sprint, Steele ordered. Everyone else on him. Wolf, if you fall, we're not stopping. The scientist nodded, his civilian hazmat suit covered in black ichor and torn in a dozen places. He was breathing the red fog now, had been for the past hour. The infection was taking root in his lungs with every gasp. They ran, 40 meters to the charges, 35. Behind them, the pursuing horde filled the tunnel like a living flood. Steele's enhanced hearing picked up the scrape of claws on stone, the wet click of mandibles, and beneath it all, a sound that made his blood run cold. Singing. The mutants were singing in stolen voices, a chorus of the dead, using words they'd harvested from fallen soldiers. Not coordinated speech, but fragments, pleas for help, cries of pain, last words meant for loved ones who would never hear them. All of it blending into a nightmarish choir. Help me! God, help me! Sarah, I love you. Tell the kids. They're in the walls. The puppeteer is in the walls. Boss, Deadeye's voice was tight with horror. That last one, that was Lieutenant Raven's voice. They're using her final transmission. Steele's jaw clenched. The network didn't just kill, it archived. Every scream, every prayer, every moment of human terror, preserved and weaponized. 20 meters, Breach called out. 10, clear the blast zone. They burst past the marked section of tunnel, and Steele's enhanced perception showed him the exact moment they crossed the threshold of safety. Now, Breach, do it now! The demolitions expert triggered his remote. For one terrible heartbeat, nothing happened. The charges remained silent, and Steele's mind raced through nightmare scenarios, corroded connections, dead batteries, signal interference from the psionic storm. Then, the tunnel became an inferno. The fuel cells detonated in sequence, each explosion triggering the next in a cascade of fire that raced backward through the metro. Superheated air expanded faster than sound, creating a pressure wave that lifted Steele off his feet and slammed him into the far wall. His ceramic armor absorbed most of the impact, but he still felt ribs creak and his shoulder blade protest. Through his helmet's audio dampeners, he heard the screams. Mutants caught in the fireball, their enhanced flesh no match for temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees. The stench was immediate and overwhelming. Burnt chitin, melted tissue, chemicals breaking down into toxic compounds. Sound off, Steele pushed himself up, his HUD cracked but functional. Everyone, sound off. Deadeye, I'm here. Ears ringing, but I'm here. Hammer, still breathing, barely. Breach, that was a good one, really good one. The demolitions expert's voice carried manic satisfaction despite his injuries. You see that secondary explosion? That was a fuel cell chain reaction. Beautiful. Stitch here. Wolf's down but alive. Checking him now. Steele staggered to where Stitch knelt over the scientist. Wolf's hazmat suit was scorched across the back, the fabric melted in places, but his vital signs on Stitch's scanner showed stable. He's unconscious, Stitch reported, his medic's hands checking for injuries with practiced efficiency despite their trembling. But he'll live. Can he walk? Not for a few minutes. We need to... The tunnel groaned. It wasn't a sound so much as a feeling, a deep, subsonic vibration that Steele felt through his boots, through his armor, through his bones. His enhanced perception drew lines showing stress fractures spreading through the ceiling, support columns cracking under impossible strain. The blast compromised the structure, Wolf said weakly, his eyes fluttering open. The metro system, it's old, pre-war construction. The heat differential from the explosion, it's causing catastrophic stress failure. Another groan, louder this time.
Steel's HUD painted the tunnel in wireframe, showing him exactly how bad it was. The explosion had done more than kill mutants, it had fractured the Metro's spine. And now, like dominoes, each damaged section was transferring load to the next, which failed and passed it on, creating a cascade that would bring down kilometers of tunnel. "Move!" Steel hauled Wolf to his feet, slinging the scientist's arm over his shoulder. "Hammer, you're on point. Breach, Stitch, watch our flanks. Deadeye, rear guard. We need to reach the surface before this whole section collapses." They ran through a tunnel that was trying to eat itself. Behind them, the ceiling fell in massive chunks, creating a wall of debris that raced to catch them. Dust filled the air, mixing with the red fog to create a choking soup that defeated even their helmet filters. "Left branch," Hammer shouted, pointing to a junction ahead. "Emergency exit to surface level. I see daylight." Steel's enhanced vision confirmed it. A service ladder leading up to street level, barely visible through the churning dust and fog. But between them and salvation stood a problem: cocoons. Dozens of them lined the walls around the ladder, pulsing with internal movement. And as the cleanup squad approached, they began to rupture, not gradually, but explosively. Larvae burst out like living shrapnel, thousands of them, filling the air with clicking mandibles and acid-tipped stingers. "Through them!" Steel roared. "Don't stop! Don't slow down!" Hammer charged into the swarm like an armored bull. Larvae splashed against his chest plate, their acid eating into the ceramic coating, but he didn't slow. His sledgehammer swept left and right, crushing hundreds of the creatures with each swing. Steel felt them hit his armor, felt their acid burn through micro gaps in his seals. One found the wound on his neck where a flying larva had touched him earlier, burrowing into the partially healed flesh. Pain exploded across his nervous system, white-hot and all-consuming. "Boss is hit!" Stitch's hands were already moving, ripping the larva out with fingers that moved too fast to follow. The combat stimulant's residual effects gave him superhuman reflexes for a few more precious seconds. "Hold still!" "No time!" Steel pushed Stitch away, stumbling toward the ladder. Behind them, the tunnel was collapsing in earnest now, the ceiling caving in sections, walls cracking apart. "Climb! Everyone climb!" Deadeye went first, his enhanced reflexes carrying him up the ladder 3 rungs at a time. Stitch pushed Wolf ahead, supporting the scientist's weight while climbing one-handed. Breach followed, his ruined shoulder screaming protest but somehow functioning through sheer willpower. Steel and Hammer brought up the rear, batting away larvae that tried to follow them up the shaft. Above, Steel could see a metal grate, the exit to street level. Deadeye was already working to pry it open, his augmented strength bending metal that should have been immovable. That's when the radio erupted. Not with static, but with screaming. Hundreds of voices, thousands, all transmitting simultaneously on every frequency. Human voices, mutant voices, something in between. All of them crying out in shared agony. "She's dying. Mother is dying. We feel her. All of us feel her. Pain. So much pain. The network is screaming. Find them, the killers. Find the ones who hurt Mother. Find them and become." Steel's enhanced perception suddenly expanded beyond his skull, beyond his body, beyond anything he'd experienced before. For one terrible moment, he felt what the network felt. The brood mother's death throes broadcasting across every psionic link on the planet. Thousands of mutants experiencing her death simultaneously, their collective consciousness reeling from the loss of a command node. The Queen's effect. Not just marking the killers for pursuit, something deeper, something worse. Every mutant on Karo 7 was synchronizing, their individual consciousnesses merging into a distributed intelligence that operated as a single vast organism. "Boss!" Hammer's voice cut through the psychic overload. "Boss, you're bleeding from your ears! Steel!" Steel blinked, and his vision cleared. His HUD showed hour 1741. But he'd lost minutes somewhere in the psionic storm. Blood was indeed trickling from his ears, The network scream had been so powerful it had caused physical damage. I'm functional, Steele managed, though his words came out slurred. Keep climbing. They burst through the street-level grate into Caro 7's perpetual red twilight. The city spread before them, a graveyard of civilization, but now every building, every street, every shadow held mutants, and all of them were perfectly still, watching, waiting, synchronized. Oh God, Wolf breathed, his scanner painting impossible readings. The psionic activity, it's off the scale. The entire network is operating as one organism now. No individual hunter-killer patterns, just one vast intelligence distributed across thousands of bodies. How is that possible? Breach demanded, cradling his shoulder. The broodmother is dying. Shouldn't that disrupt the network? It's her final act, Wolf explained, his scientific mind working through horror to reach understanding. She's burning out her remaining psionic energy to force a permanent synchronization. The Queen's effect isn't just marking us, it's creating a hive mind. Every mutant can see what every other mutant sees, feel what they feel.
Know what they know. Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines, and for the first time since his mutation had begun, every single one showed the same outcome: death. Not eventually, not probably, certainly. They couldn't hide. The network knew exactly where they were at all times, saw them through 1,000 eyes, heard them through 1,000 ears, smelled them through 1,000 nostrils. Stealth was impossible. Evasion was impossible. How long until it's complete? Steele asked, forcing his tactical mind to function through the psychic static. Wolf checked his scanner. The synchronization it's already complete. Every mutant on this planet is now part of a single consciousness. They're not hunting us, they're hurting us, driving us toward, he trailed off, studying his readings with growing horror, toward the Taurus, the mind-bender pit we saw in the vision. That's where the network wants us. Why? Stitch asked, though his voice suggested he already knew the answer. Because that's where the transformation is most efficient, Wolf said quietly. The chorus can rewrite DNA in minutes instead of hours. They want to convert us, add our tactical knowledge, our combat experience, our everything to the network's collective intelligence. Steele's HUD flickered. Hour 1749. Approximately 7 hours of suppressor protection remained. But with the accelerated infection from injuries, stimulants, and constant exposure to the fog, that estimate was optimistic at best. Behind them, in the metro tunnel, something collapsed with a sound like thunder. The entire section caved in, sealing off their escape route, and filling the air with dust. When it cleared, Steele saw movement in the ruins. Crawlers pulling themselves from the debris, wounded but alive, already moving to rejoin the hunt. And above, on every rooftop, in every window, standing in perfect formation across every street, the mutants watched, thousands of them, all perfectly synchronized, all waiting for the command to close the trap. Boss, Deadeye said quietly, his enhanced vision showing him details the others couldn't see. On the rooftops, I'm seeing, Jesus Christ, I'm seeing people, human people, in cleanup armor, moving with the mutants. Steele felt his stomach drop. Survivors? No. Deadeye's voice was hollow. They're moving too perfectly. Same as the mutants. Same synchronization. The network has converted other cleanup teams. They're part of the hive mind now. How many? Steele forced himself to ask. At least 2 full squads, maybe more. Boss, if the network has their tactical knowledge, their equipment codes, I know. Steele cut him off. The implications were clear. Every security protocol, every extraction plan, every fallback position. If the network had consumed other cleanup teams, it knew all of it. His HUD timer jumped. Hour 1752. Then backward. Hour 1747. Forward. Hour 1755.
The psionic interference was breaking down even the concept of time itself. "New plan," Steele announced, forcing decisiveness into his voice despite the mounting despair. "We don't go where they want us. We don't head for the evacuation corridor. We don't follow doctrine." "Then where?" Hammer asked, leaning heavily on his sledgehammer. Steele pulled up his tactical map, searching for anything the network wouldn't expect. His enhanced perception drew lines through possibilities, scenarios, probabilities. And there, a single thread of chance, so slim it barely registered. There, he pointed to a section of the city marked as a hazard zone even before the fall. The old industrial sector. Pre-war chemical plants, refineries, unstable infrastructure. The network's been avoiding it. Too many toxic compounds that interfere with biological processes. "You want us to go into a toxic waste zone?" Breach asked incredulously. "Boss, our suits are already compromised. We'll be breathing pure poison." "We're already breathing poison," Stitch countered, understanding Steele's logic. "At least in the industrial sector, the network can't follow in force. The chemical contamination will disrupt their coordination, maybe even damage their tissue." "It's suicide," Wolf said flatly. "Staying here is also suicide," Steele replied. "But this way, we choose how we die. On our feet, moving forward, making them pay for every meter. Or we can stand here and let them hurt us to their chorus." The team exchanged glances. Broken, exhausted, infected, but still human enough to make the choice. "Industrial sector it is," Hammer said, hefting his sledgehammer. "If I'm going to die, might as well do it poisoned and fighting." They moved out, leaving the collapsed metro behind. And as they walked, the mutants followed. Not attacking, not charging, just following with patient precision. Thousands of bodies, operated by a single vast intelligence that had all the time in the world. Steele's radio crackled one final time. Not screaming now, not chaos, just a voice that was many voices, speaking with terrible unity. "We see you, Sergeant Steele. We feel you. The Queen's effect is complete. There is no escape. Only the choice between swift transformation or slow consumption. We will be patient. We will wait. And when your suppressors fail, we will welcome you home." The transition ended with a sound like laughter, if laughter could be made by 1,000 throats simultaneously. Steele checked his HUD one final time. Hour 17:58. The Queen's effect was complete. The hive mind was active, and they were marked prey in a city that had become a single predator. 7 hours until their suppressors fail. 15 kilometers to the evacuation corridor, and an entire planet hunting them with shared consciousness and perfect coordination. "Move out," Steele ordered, his voice carrying more confidence than he felt. "Fast march. We rest when we're dead." They disappeared into the red fog, heading towards toxins and poison, while behind them, the synchronized horde followed with patient, implacable certainty.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 15, Escape from Hell. The metro tunnel shuddered like a dying animal. Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines through the chaos, ceiling panels cracking, support beams buckling, rails beneath their feet sparking as electrical conduits short-circuited under the mounting strain. Every line ended the same way, burial under tons of concrete and twisted metal. "Faster!" Steele shouted, half-dragging Wolf through the collapsing passage. His HUD flickered between hour 1803 and hour 1811, the timestamp jumping erratically as psionic interference scrambled his suit's systems. "The whole section's coming down!" Behind them, a massive section of ceiling crashed to the floor, sending a pressure wave of dust and debris rolling through the tunnel. Steele felt it slam against his back, nearly knocking him off his feet. Wolf cried out as the scientist's damaged hazmat suit tore further, exposing more skin to the red fog. "Exit ahead!" Deadeye called from point position, his enhanced vision cutting through the churning dust. 50 meters, but boss, we've got a problem. Steele's heart sank as he saw what Deadeye meant. The emergency exit, their only path to the surface, was blocked. Not by debris, but by something worse. Hydras. 3 of them, their serpentine bodies coiled around the exit doorway like guardians from nightmare. The leftmost creature's compound eyes glittered with alien intelligence. The center one's mandibles dripped acid that ate through the floor tiles with a hissing sizzle. The rightmost, eyeless, covered in acoustic holes, clicked and whistled, tasting their approach through sound waves. "New ones," Breach gasped, his wounded shoulder making every breath agony. "Different from the one we fought before. The network sent fresh troops." "They're coordinated," Stitch added, his medic scanner painting impossible readings. "Moving in perfect synchronization. The Queen's effect has them operating as extensions of a single consciousness." Steele's enhanced perception drew tactical overlays, calculating angles, weak points, probability of success. Every scenario ended in casualties. Most ended in total team wipe. They were trapped between collapsing tunnel and living barricade, with no ammunition, no explosives, and only seconds before the ceiling came down on their heads. "Boss," Hammer's voice cut through the chaos. The big man had moved to stand beside Steele, his sledgehammer resting on his shoulder despite the acid burns that made his movements stiff. "I got an idea. You're not gonna like it." "Try me," Steele said, though he already suspected what Hammer was thinking. "I hold the door, you get through. Simple math. 1 stays, 5 escape." Hammer's massive frame was already moving toward the Hydras, each step deliberate despite the pain. "Been a hell of a ride, boss. Tell command that cleanup squad lived up to its name." "Negative," Steele snapped. "We don't leave people behind. That's exactly what we do when it's the mission smart call," Hammer interrupted, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "You need Wolf and his data. You need to reach command. Me? I'm already dead. These acid burns went deeper than Stitch could fix. The infection's in my bloodstream. I've got maybe 2 hours before the suppressor fails completely." Steele's enhanced vision confirmed what Hammer was saying. The big man's vitals were deteriorating, his body temperature spiking as the Crimson virus fought against the combat stimulant still in his system. The truth was brutal and undeniable. "Hammer," Steele started. "No time for speeches, boss." Hammer was already moving, his sledgehammer coming off his shoulder in a smooth arc. "Besides, I've always wanted to see if I could take 3 Hydras at once. Call it a professional curiosity." Another section of ceiling collapsed, this one barely 10 meters behind them. The tunnel was eating itself from back to front, and they had seconds, not minutes, before the exit passage was buried. "Go!" Hammer positioned himself in the doorway, his massive armored frame filling the opening. The Hydras responded immediately, their 3 heads swiveling toward him with synchronized precision. "I'll buy you 60 seconds. Don't waste them." "Breach," Steele made his decision. "That experimental stimulant, the one from the transport bay, you still have it?" The demolitions expert's eyes widened with understanding. "Boss, that stuff's unstable, untested. Could cause cardiac arrest, total system failure, or give us the strength to pull him out." Steele grabbed the injector from Breach's vest. "Deadeye, you take one too. On my mark, we grab Hammer and we extract by force. Understood?" "Boss, the Hydras," Deadeye started, "will be too busy dying to stop us." Steele's enhanced perception was drawing new probability lines, scenarios that ended with Hammer surviving. Barely possible, ridiculously risky, but better than certain death.
Stitch, you're ready with that regenerator, the last one? The medic's hands were already pulling out the auto-injector marked with red hazard symbols. If we do this, if we pump Hammer full of combat stims and regenerative compounds simultaneously, his cellular structure is going to go haywire. The infection will accelerate. He might transform before we can get him to evac. Then we deal with that when it happens, Steele replied coldly. But I'm not leaving him to die alone in this fucking tunnel. Breach, you're with me. 3 count, we move. 1. Steele pressed the experimental stimulant against his neck. The hiss of compressed air was followed by liquid fire pouring through his veins.
His HUD went crazy with warnings, heart rate spiking to 180 BPM, muscle fiber enhancement at dangerous levels, neural processing accelerating beyond safe parameters. 2. Deadeye took his injection. The sniper's enhanced vision suddenly saw everything. Every dust mote, every micro fracture in the ceiling, every individual scale on the Hydra's chitinous armor. Too much information. His brain struggled to process it all. 3. Go! They charged past Hammer's position. The big man's sledgehammer was already in motion, smashing into the center Hydra's mandibles with a crunch that echoed through the tunnel. Black ichor sprayed, and the creature shrieked with its terrible 3-headed voice. But the other 2 Hydras responded with frightening coordination. The compound-eyed one struck from the left, its massive head driving toward Hammer with enough force to crush armor. The eyeless one attacked from the right, acoustic holes whistling as it tracked targets by sound. Hammer blocked the left attack with his sledgehammer, but the rightmost Hydra connected. Steele heard the sickening crunch of ceramic armor giving way, heard Hammer's grunt of pain as ribs broke. Now! Steele and Deadeye hit Hammer from opposite sides, the experimental stimulants giving them superhuman strength. They grabbed the big man's arms and pulled, hauling him backward with force that would have torn muscles without chemical enhancement. The Hydras tried to follow, but Breach was there with his combat knife. The demolitions expert moved with his one good arm, the blade flashing as he carved deep wounds into the center Hydra's exposed gills. Not fatal, but painful enough to make the creature hesitate. "Stitch, the door!" Steele shouted as they dragged Hammer's bulk through the exit. "Seal it behind us!" The medic grabbed an emergency lever, and blast doors began to grind closed, ancient mechanisms designed to seal the metro in case of catastrophe. Never tested, barely functional, but they moved, slowly, agonizingly slowly. The Hydras realized their prey was escaping. All 3 heads lunged simultaneously, mandible snapping for any flesh they could reach. One caught Deadeye's boot heel, tearing away ceramic plating. Another grazed Breach's damaged shoulder, acid eating through already compromised armor. Then the blast door slammed shut with terminal finality. On the other side, they could hear the Hydra's fury, the scrape of claws on metal, the hiss of acid eating through reinforced steel. But the doors held. They'd made it out. All of them. Steele's enhanced perception showed him they were in a service stairwell, concrete walls, emergency lighting, and most importantly, natural light filtering down from street level. They'd reached the surface access. "Stitch!" Steele released Hammer, who slumped against the wall. "He's hurt bad, multiple injuries." The medic was already moving, his scanner painting Hammer's vitals in harsh red warnings. Crushed ribs, internal bleeding, acid burns to the torso, punctured lung. Each diagnosis was delivered in clipped, professional tones that couldn't quite hide the fear beneath. "Boss, without immediate surgical intervention?" "Then use the regenerator," Steele ordered. "That's what it's for." "It's our last one." Stitch's hands hesitated over the injector. "If anyone else gets wounded after this, do it." Hammer coughed, blood spraying inside his faceplate. "Not dying. In a stairwell. After all that." Stitch's hands steadied. This was what he trained for, what he'd survived the coma for. His medical skills, the thing that defined him, were needed right now, right here, in this moment. He pressed the regenerator injector against Hammer's neck, where the armor seals were compromised. "This is going to hurt," he warned.
The compound accelerates cellular repair, but the process is... Hammer's scream cut him off. The regenerator worked, but not gently. Steel watched through his enhanced vision as Hammer's broken ribs began to knit together, bone grinding against bone, tissue regenerating at visible speed, blood vessels sealing themselves. The big man's body convulsed, his massive frame held down only by the combined weight of steel and Deadeye. Heart rate critical, Stitch announced, his scanner shrieking warnings. The regenerator is putting too much strain on his system. Combined with the acid damage, the combat stimulant, the infection, his body can't handle this many chemical processes simultaneously. Then give him something to stabilize, Steel shouted, feeling Hammer's convulsions growing stronger. Stitch's hands moved with desperate precision, pulling out auto-injectors and mixing compounds that should never be combined. Cardiac stabilizers with neural dampeners, pain suppressors with blood clotting agents. Each injection was a calculated risk. Each one might kill Hammer as easily as save him. But slowly, agonizingly, Hammer's convulsions subsided. His heart rate stabilized at 140 BPM, dangerously high, but survivable. His crushed ribs were now merely broken, his punctured lungs sealed but damaged, his acid burns still there, still weeping, but no longer immediately fatal. He's stable, Stitch announced, his hands trembling now that the immediate crisis had passed. But boss, that regenerator combined with everything else in his system, the infection is accelerating. His DNA is rewriting in real time. I'm seeing cellular changes that shouldn't be possible. Steel checked his HUD. Hammer's bio readings were lit up like a Christmas tree. Elevated white blood cell count, increased bone density, enhanced muscle fiber development. The Crimson virus was using the regenerator's accelerated healing as a catalyst, pushing Hammer's transformation into overdrive. How long before he turns? Steel asked the question they were all thinking. Unknown.
Hours, maybe less. Stitch repacked his medical kit with shaking hands. The suppressors are fighting the infection, but they're losing. All of us are changing, but Hammer's transformation is in hyperdrive now. Then we move fast, Steel decided. Hammer, can you walk? The big man pushed himself upright, and Steel was shocked at how quickly he moved. The regenerator had done more than heal, it had enhanced. Hammer's movements were fluid despite his injuries, his strength seemingly undiminished. I can do more than walk, Hammer said, his voice different somehow, deeper, with an undertone that wasn't quite human. Boss, I feel strong. Wrong, but strong. We all feel wrong, Deadeye said quietly, studying his own hands. The experimental stimulant was still coursing through his system, and his enhanced vision was showing him things that shouldn't be visible. Heat signatures through walls, electrical patterns in the air, probability fields that his mutation was learning to read. The question is how long until wrong becomes not human anymore. Steel checked his HUD. Hour 1837. Then it jumped. Hour 1844. Time was becoming meaningless, just another casualty of the psionic interference. Up the stairs, he ordered. Double time. We need daylight, fresh air, and distance from this death trap. They climbed. 50 steps, 100. Steel's enhanced muscles made the ascent effortless, the experimental stimulants still flooding his system with chemical strength. Behind him, Hammer moved with disturbing ease, despite injuries that should have crippled him. Behind him, Deadeye's enhanced vision was mapping their route 3 steps ahead, his brain processing data faster than conscious thought. They emerged into daylight, if the red haze twilight of Caro 7 could be called daylight. The industrial sector stretched before them, a nightmare landscape of corroded refineries, collapsed chemical plants, and toxic waste pools that glowed with bioluminescence. The air was thick with fumes that made their suit warnings scream, but compared to the collapsing metro, it looked like paradise. We're out, Breach said, his voice carrying disbelief. We actually made it out. Not yet, Wolf said weakly, his scanner showing readings that made him pale. Look behind us. Steel turned and felt his enhanced perception scream warning. The blast doors they'd sealed, 3 inches of reinforced steel, were glowing red. Acid was eating through from the other side, the Hydra's combined secretions dissolving metal that was designed to withstand anything short of a direct missile strike. They had minutes, maybe less, before the creatures broke through. And beyond the doors, Steele's enhanced hearing picked up something worse. The scrape of thousands of claws, the click of countless mandibles, the whisper of an entire city's worth of mutants converging on their position. The Queen's effect had marked them, and the hive mind was responding with overwhelming force. Industrial sector, Steele said, pointing to the toxic wasteland ahead. We move into the chemical contamination. The network can't follow in force. The compounds will disrupt their coordination, maybe even kill the basic mutants. And kill us, too, Breach pointed out, his scanner showing toxicity levels that would eat through their damaged suits in minutes. Then we die poisoned instead of eaten, Steele replied grimly. I'll take chemical burns over being transformed into a network puppet. His HUD flickered. Hour 1852. Approximately 6 hours of suppressor protection remained. But Steele's enhanced perception could see the truth. The infection was accelerating in all of them. The combat stimulants, the regenerator, the experimental compounds, all of it was feeding the virus, giving it fuel to rewrite their DNA faster than the suppressors could block. They had less time than the chronometer showed, maybe much less. Move out, Steele ordered, leading his team into the toxic wasteland. Stay together, watch each other. If anyone starts showing advanced transformation symptoms, you report it immediately. Clear? A chorus of acknowledgments. They moved into the industrial sector as one unit. 5 soldiers who were rapidly becoming something else, racing against time and biology itself. Behind them, the blast doors finally gave way. The Hydras poured through, their massive forms silhouetted against the crimson fog. But they stopped at the edge of the industrial sector, their multiple heads recoiling from the chemical stench, unwilling to follow their prey into toxins that even the crimson virus couldn't easily adapt to. Steele risked one glance back. Saw the creature standing at the boundary, watching with alien intelligence. Saw the horde of lesser mutants massing behind them, filling the metro entrance with bodies that moved as one organism. Then he turned his back on them and walked into the poisoned wasteland, his team following without hesitation. They'd survived the escape from hell, all 5 of them, alive, if not exactly intact. But the real hell, the race against their own transforming bodies, was just beginning. Hour 1859 flashed on Steele's HUD, then jumped to hour 1903. Less than 6 hours remained, and the industrial sector ahead looked like it had been designed to kill anything foolish enough to enter. Welcome to the scenic route, muttered, staring at a pool of waste that bubbled with gases that dissolved the very air above it. Better than the alternative, Hammer replied, his voice still carrying that disturbing undertone of something not quite human. They disappeared into the toxic maze, leaving the synchronized horde behind.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 16, City of the Dead and an Encounter with Raven. The industrial sector's toxic wasteland gave way to the city's eastern ruins after 2 hours of nightmare navigation. Steele's HUD flickered between hour 2014 and hour 2003, the timestamp dancing erratically as psionic interference turned linear time into a suggestion rather than a rule. His enhanced perception painted the landscape ahead in probability lines, most of them ending in violence. Hold. Steele raised his fist, and the team froze instantly. Before them stretched what had once been a residential district. Now it was a graveyard sculpted from red crystal and living tissue. Buildings weren't just covered in the Crimson Virus's transformations, they were the transformation. Walls pulsed with pseudo-organic material. Windows had become membranes that breathed.
Streets were veins carrying flows of biomass from structure to structure, creating a city-wide circulatory system. "It's all connected," Wolf breathed, his scanner painting impossible readings. "The entire district, every building, every structure, they're all part of a single organism now. The virus has achieved complete integration." "Boss," Deadeye's enhanced vision was tracking movement through the biomass-covered streets. "I'm seeing humanoid signatures, lots of them. But they're not moving like basic mutants. They're maintaining formation, tactical spacing, military discipline." Steele's enhanced perception drew lines through the scene, and what he saw made his stomach drop. The humanoid shapes weren't just organized, they were equipped. Power armor, military-grade weapons, moving in standard cleanup squad formations. "Raven's team," Steele said quietly, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. The network finally converted them. "Or they've been converted for hours, and we're just now finding them," Stitch added, his medic scanner showing bio readings that confirmed Steele's fears. "Those signatures match human baselines, but there's something else layered over them. Parasitic control. They're not individuals anymore. They're puppets." "How many?" Hammer asked, his massive frame shifting uncomfortably. The regenerator was still working through his system, healing injuries but accelerating his transformation in the process. His voice carried that disturbing undertone, deeper than human, with harmonics that suggest something else speaking through his vocal cords. "Full squad," Deadeye reported. 8 contacts. Standard cleanup formation. 2 on point, 4 in the middle, 2 rear guard. They're moving through the district like they're on patrol." Steele checked his tactical overlay. The evacuation corridor was 5 kilometers northeast. To reach it, they needed to cross directly through the residential district and through whatever horror Raven's team had become. "We can go around," Breach suggested, though his voice carried the exhaustion of someone who knew what the answer would be. "Add maybe 3 clicks to our march, skirt the district entirely." "No time," Steele replied, checking his chronometer. "Hour 2019. We've got maybe 4 hours of suppressor protection left, and that's optimistic. We go through, fast and quiet. If we can avoid contact with Raven's team, we do. If we can't," he left the sentence unfinished. "If we can't, we kill our own people," Hammer finished grimly. "People who died following the same mission we're on right now." "They're not our people anymore," Stitch said, his voice clinical despite the visible pain in his eyes. "They're whisperers wearing power armor. The network is using their bodies as mobile weapons platforms. Whatever made them human is gone." "Stitch is right," Wolf added, though his hands trembled as he clutched his data drive. "The Whisperer transformation preserves motor function and muscle memory, but completely overwrites higher consciousness. They can use weapons, follow tactical procedures, even speak using recorded phrases. But there's nothing of the original person left, just organic machinery operated by the network." Steele made his decision. "We move in standard infiltration formation. Suppressors on weapons, we do not engage. If forced, we focus fire on the puppeteer first. Kill the controller and the puppets drop. Understood?" A chorus of acknowledgments over their encrypted channel. Steele's empty carbine felt like dead weight in his hands. He'd been out of ammunition since the server room. Deadeye's rifle was similarly empty. Their combat effectiveness relied entirely on Hammer's sledgehammer, Breach's knife, and Stitch's sidearm with its last few rounds. Against 8 armored soldiers being operated by a psionic horror, the odds were not favorable. The Whisperers advanced in textbook formation, 2 soldiers breaking left, 2 breaking right, 4 holding center. Classic envelopment tactics, straight from the cleanup training manual. The puppeteer was accessing their military training, using their muscle memory against Steele's team. "They're flanking," Breach observed unnecessarily, his good hand gripping his combat knife. "That's Colonel Steele's doctrine. The network knows we'll recognize the pattern." Then we adapt, Steele replied, his enhanced perception drawing new probability lines. Hammer, when I give the word, you charge center, draw their fire. Deadeye, you get to high ground, that overpass where the puppeteer is hiding. Your enhanced vision can spot its weak points. Stitch, Breach, you protect Wolf. If this goes wrong, you run. You and that data to the evac corridor. Clear? Boss, Stitch started to protest. That's an order, Stitch. Wolf's data is the mission. We're just the delivery system. Before anyone could respond, one of the Whisperers spoke. The voice was Lieutenant Raven's. Perfect replication, down to the slight accent from her frontier colony upbringing. Cleanup Squad Alpha, identify yourselves. We're on patrol and haven't seen other survivors in this sector. The mechanical quality was there beneath the words, but the voice itself was flawless. Steele felt his chest tighten. He'd served with Raven on 3 previous missions, knew her voice, her mannerisms, her way of moving. And now the network was using her like a recording, playing back phrases it had harvested from her dying moments. Don't respond, Wolf urged quietly. Any communication gives the puppeteer more data about your voice patterns, your psychology. It's probing for weakness. The Whisperer wearing Raven's body tilted its head at an angle that was wrong, too far, too mechanical. When it spoke again, the voice had changed. Now it was Raven's daughter, a child Steele had never met, but whose photo Raven carried in her armor. Daddy will come back a hero. That's what Monty says. You're going to come home, aren't you, Daddy? Jesus Christ, Breach whispered, his face pale behind his faceplate. It's using her daughter's voice. How does it even have that? Raven probably carried voice recordings, Stitch said quietly, his medical mind forcing him to think through the horror. Messages from home. The network accessed her personal files, extracted the audio data, and now it's weaponizing her family's love. The Whisperers continued their advance, maintaining perfect formation. 30 meters away now. 25. Steele's enhanced perception showed him the exact moment when stealth would fail and violence would become inevitable. On my mark, Steele said, his hand moving to a hand signal that would trigger their desperate attack. Hammer. That's when he saw it. On the lead Whisperer's shoulder guard, Lieutenant Raven's actual armor, there was a scar, a distinctive gouge in the ceramic coating, triangular in shape, that Steele himself had witnessed being created during the Hadrian 9 campaign. Raven had taken a crawler's claw strike meant for Steele, and the mark had been her badge of honor ever since. That scar made it real, made it undeniable. This wasn't just a Whisperer in stolen armor. This was Lieutenant Sarah Raven's actual body, operated like a puppet, her consciousness long since consumed by the network. Steele? Hammer's voice pulled him back to the moment. Boss, they're 15 meters out. We need to move. Steele's enhanced mind made the calculation. They couldn't avoid this, couldn't run, couldn't negotiate. The only path forward was through people who had been their allies. Mark, Steele said quietly. Execute. Hammer charged with a roar that shook the biomass-covered walls. His massive frame smashed into the Whisperer center formation, his sledgehammer already swinging. The blow caught Raven's body center mass, the kinetic force enough to send her flying backward. She hit the ground hard, but was already rising, the puppeteer's control overriding pain, overriding damage, overriding everything. Deadeye sprinted for the overpass, his enhanced reflexes carrying him up a pile of rubble faster than human agility should allow. Steele and the others opened fire, not on the Whisperers, but on the puppeteer above. The creature shrieked as rounds found its pale flesh, but its nerve tendrils remained connected to the Whisperers, maintaining control even as it bled black ichor from a dozen wounds. The Whisperers attacked with coordinated precision. They moved as one organism, their weapons tracking targets with shared targeting data. One raised a carbine. Toward Stitch, Steele threw himself in front of the shot. His ceramic armor caught the rounds, denting inward but holding. He felt the kinetic impacts drive the air from his lungs, but kept moving,
tackling the Whisperer and bearing it to the ground. Up close, he could see Raven's face behind the cracked faceplate. Her eyes were open but empty, moving independently like a chameleon's. Her mouth worked soundlessly, trying to form words that the puppeteer hadn't programmed into her yet. "I'm sorry," whispered, and smashed his armored fist into her face. The reinforced polymer cracked, then shattered. Beneath it, Raven's face was already transforming, skin gone pale and waxy, veins standing out black against tissue that was more viral than human. She tried to bite him with teeth that had grown too sharp, too numerous. Steel grabbed her helmet and twisted with enhanced strength, feeling vertebrae snap. The body went limp instantly. Around him, the battle raged. Hammer was fighting 3 Whisperers simultaneously, his sledgehammer a blur of violence that was slowly losing ground against coordinated assault. Breach had buried his knife in another Whisperer's neck joint, but the creature was still fighting despite the wound. "Deadeye," Steel shouted. "Kill that puppeteer, now!" Working on it. The sniper had reached the overpass and was face to face with the psionic horror. Its tendrils lashed at him like whips, trying to find purchase in his skull, trying to add him to its collection of puppets. But Deadeye's enhanced vision saw the strikes coming, dodged with superhuman reflexes, and drove a combat knife into the puppeteer's central nerve cluster. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The remaining Whisperers simply fell, dropped like puppets with cut strings. The puppeteer's death scream was silent but devastating, a psionic shockwave that made Steel's enhanced perception scream with overload. When his vision cleared, he saw 7 bodies on the ground, 8 counting the one he'd killed. Lieutenant Sarah's squad, finally dead for real this time. Their armor was dented and scored from the battle, but otherwise they looked almost peaceful. "Check for survivors," Steel ordered, though he already knew what they'd find.
And search them for any mission-critical intel. Stitch moved among the bodies with professional detachment, his medical scanner confirming what they all knew. All deceased. Neural activity ceased. They've been dead for hours, probably since their last real transmission. The puppeteer was just operating the corpses. "Boss," Breach called from Raven's body. He was kneeling beside her, his good hand holding something small. "Found this in her armor's inner pocket." Steel took the object. It was a letter, written in a child's careful handwriting on actual paper, precious and rare in the age of digital everything. The words made his chest tighten. "Dear Daddy, Mommy says you're fighting monsters to keep us safe. She says you're a hero and that you'll come home soon. I drew you a picture of our family. It's me and Mommy and you, and we're all smiling because the monsters are gone. Please come home safe. I miss you. Love, Sarah Jr." The drawing was attached, stick figures rendered in bright colors, depicting a world where heroes came home and families stayed together. Steel handed the letter to his medic. "Take this. When we get back to command, find out if Raven's family is still alive. If they are, make sure they know she died fighting, that she never stopped trying to come home." Stitch took the letter with trembling hands, carefully folding it and placing it in his medical kit's waterproof section. "Will do, Oss. She deserves that much." A sound cut through the moment, the familiar scrape of claws on biomass. Steel's enhanced hearing tracked it, coming from underground, directly beneath their position. "Tormentors," Wolf said urgently, his scanner showing seismic activity spiking. "They're digging tunnels under us, multiple contacts. They're going to attack from below." Steel's tactical overlay painted the threat. Tormentors were ambush predators that used acid saliva to dig through concrete and steel, emerging beneath enemy positions to strike from unexpected angles. And the network knew their location, knew they were stationary, knew this was the perfect moment to attack. "Move!" Steel grabbed Wolf and started running northeast, toward the evacuation corridor. "They're trying to box us in. Everyone, sprint! Don't stop for anything!"
The ground beneath them erupted. A tormentor burst through the biomass-covered pavement, its serpentine body easily 3 meters long, covered in chitinous plates that gleamed with acid residue. Hammer met it head-on. His sledgehammer came down on the creature's skull with enough force to crack chitin, but the tormentor's body coiled around his legs, pulling him down. More tormentors erupted from nearby streets. 4, 5, 6 of them, all converging on the team with coordinated precision. "They're everywhere," Breach shouted, his knife flashing as he carved into a tormentor that tried to grab Stitch. "This is a coordinated assault. They waited until we killed the Whisperers to spring the trap." Steele's enhanced perception confirmed it. The network had used Raven's squad as bait, drawing them into position where tormentors could attack from below while they were distracted. Classic multi-vector assault, exactly the kind of tactic Colonel Steele had pioneered on Hadrian 9. Smoke. One of the dead Whisperer's weapons discharged, filling the street with dense red smoke that mixed with the fog to create zero visibility. Steele's enhanced vision struggled to penetrate it, seeing only thermal signatures that could be friend or enemy. "False retreat," Deadeye's voice came over comms. "The tormentors are pulling back. They're trying to make us think we're winning, so we'll pursue into another kill zone." More advanced tactics. The network was learning, adapting, using everything the Colonel had taught it and everything it had observed from Steele's team. They were fighting an enemy that knew their doctrine better than they did. "Northeast," Steele ordered, firing blind into the smoke. "Break through. Don't let them box us in." They ran through chaos, visibility zero, thermal signatures everywhere, the ground beneath them uncertain as more tunnels collapse. Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines through the madness, finding the path that led to fewer deaths, lower casualties, better odds. A tormentor burst from the smoke directly in front of him. Steele's empty carbine came up reflexively, the weapon useless without ammunition. The creature's mouth opened, acid dripping from concentric rings of teeth, close that Steele could smell the chemical stench of its saliva. Hammer's sledgehammer came from nowhere, crushing the tormentor's skull from the side. "Still got your back, boss." The big man's voice carried that disturbing undertone stronger now, his transformation accelerating with each use of his regenerator-enhanced strength. They broke clear of the smoke into a section of street where the red fog was thinner. Behind them, the tormentors weren't pursuing. They'd accomplished their mission, inflicting casualties and forcing the team to burn precious time and energy escaping. "Head count," Steele demanded. "Sound off." "Deadeye, green. Hammer, green. Mostly. Breach, green. This shoulder's never going to be the same, but I'm mobile. Stitch here. Wolf's with me. We're both intact." Steele checked his HUD-U. Hour 2047. Then it jumped. Hour 2052. Forward, hour 2044. The psionic interference was worse than ever, reality itself fracturing under the weight of the Queen's effect. Time was becoming meaningless, just another casualty in this war against extinction. 3 Killicks to evac, Steele announced, pulling up his tactical map. "We're in the home stretch. But expect more of this. Coordinated tactics, false retreats, ambushes from unexpected vectors. The network is using everything we know against us." "How do we fight that?" Breach asked, cradling his shoulder. "We don't," Steele replied grimly. "We survive it. We keep moving, keep adapting, keep doing the one thing the Colonel's tactical doctrine never fully prepared for. Pure, stubborn refusal to die. That's our edge. Not training, not doctrine, just the human capacity to endure hell and keep walking." In the distance, through the red fog, Steele could see lights. The evacuation corridor's beacon, still active, still promising salvation if they could just reach it. 3 kilometers. Less than an hour's march under normal circumstances. But there was nothing normal about Caro 7 anymore. They moved out, leaving Lieutenant Raven's body and those of her squad behind. Somewhere in Steele's armor, tucked safely in Stitch's medical kit, A child's letter waited to tell a story of heroism that might help a family grieve. Steele's HUD settled on hour 2058. Approximately 3 hours of suppressor protection remained. 3 kilometers to safety, and an entire planet's worth of networked intelligence between them and extraction, using every tactic humanity had ever developed, coordinated by the consciousness of their greatest military hero. "Keep moving," Steele ordered, his enhanced perception already mapping threats ahead. "We're almost home." Behind them, in the smoke and chaos of the residential district, the biomass streets absorbed the blood and itcher from their battle, feeding it into the citywide organism, giving the network more data, more understanding, more ammunition for the next engagement. The war for Karo 7 was lost. The war for humanity's soul continued, and the clock kept ticking down.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series.
Chapter 17, The Last Stand and the Second Dose. The evacuation perimeter materialized through the red fog like a mirage. Sandbag fortifications arranged in defensive semicircles, weapons emplacements that should have been manned but stood empty, and in the center, the landing pad where their salvation should have been waiting. Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines through the scene, and every single one painted the same picture: ambush. "Hold position," Steele ordered, raising his fist. His HUD flickered between hour 2103 and hour 2111 before settling on hour 2107. The timestamp was becoming increasingly unreliable. "Deadeye, what are you seeing?" The sniper had climbed onto a collapsed section of perimeter wall, his enhanced vision scanning the fortifications with surgical precision. "Nothing on thermal. No movement, no mutants. But boss, that's what's wrong. There should be something. Even if the position's been overrun, there should be bodies, signs of struggle. This place looks staged." "It is staged," Wolf confirmed, his scanner painting readings that made his hands tremble worse than usual. "I'm detecting massive concentrations of biomass beneath the landing pad, underground. The entire perimeter is sitting on top of a nest." Steele's tactical mind processed the implications. The network had let them reach the evacuation point, not out of mercy, but because this was where it wanted them. A kill box, perfectly positioned, with nowhere to run. "Options," Steele said flatly, checking his chronometer. They had perhaps 2 hours of suppressor protection remaining, maybe less given how fast the infection was progressing in all of them. "We need to cross this perimeter to reach the evac birds when they arrive. So how do we do it without walking into whatever trap the network has prepared?" "We don't," Hammer rumbled, his voice carrying that disturbing undertone that was becoming more pronounced with each passing hour. The regenerator had healed his injuries, but accelerated his transformation. "We spring the trap, fight through it, and secure the landing pad by force. Same way we've done everything else on this god-forsaken rock." "Breach," Steele looked to his demolitions expert, who was studying the fortifications with his one good arm cradling the wounded shoulder. "The sandbags are positioned wrong," Breach said slowly, his tactical mind working through exhaustion and pain. "Whoever set up these defenses knew what they were doing, but they're oriented inward, facing the landing pad, like they were meant to keep something in, not keep something out." "A trap within a trap," observed, his medical scanner showing elevated stress readings across the entire team. "The network wants us on that landing pad. Question is, why?" Steele's enhanced perception suddenly flooded with possibilities, scenarios, probabilities, tactical calculations all happening faster than conscious thought. And there, buried in the chaos of future possibilities, he saw something that made his blood run cold. "The evac birds," Steele said quietly. "When they land, the network will attack them.
use us as bait to draw in our extraction, then destroy it. We're not the target, we're the lure. Then we don't wait for evac, Deadeye suggested. We secure the perimeter, set up proper defensive positions, and we hold until command can send something heavy enough to punch through the horde. With what ammunition? Breach gestured at his empty weapon. Most of us are dry. We've been running on fumes since the server room. There might be supplies in the fortifications, Wolf offered, though his voice carried little hope. If this was an active defensive position before the fall, there should be weapons caches, ammunition stores. Already looted, Deadeye reported from his elevated position. I can see into the bunkers from here. They're stripped clean. Whatever cleanup teams held this perimeter before us, they took everything when they evacuated. Steele felt the weight of command pressing down like a physical force. His team was exhausted, infected, running on borrowed time and empty magazines. The evacuation corridor was exactly where they needed to be, but it was also the perfect kill box, and the network knew they had no choice but to enter. Wolf, Steele made his decision. You mentioned synthesizing suppressors from materials in the complex. Can you do it again? Here, now, with field equipment? The scientist's eyes widened behind his cracked faceplate. Theoretically, yes. I'd need a portable lab, chemical compounds, and about 47 minutes of uninterrupted work. But Sergeant, even if I could synthesize a second batch, it would only buy us another 12 hours at most. The suppressors have diminishing returns with repeated doses. 12 hours is 12 hours more than we have right now, Steele replied. And if we're going to hold this perimeter against whatever the network throws at us, we need to be functioning at peak capacity. Can you do it? Wolf's hand steadied with sudden purpose. The bunker, the main one, there. He pointed to a reinforced structure at the perimeter's edge. If it was used as a command post, it might still have medical supplies, chemical storage. I need someone to help me gather materials. Stitch, you're with Wolf, Steele ordered. Everyone else, we're setting up defensive positions. Deadeye, high ground. Find the best sniper nest and fortify it. Hammer, you're on the heavy barricade work. Breach, despite your shoulder, I need you to survey the perimeter for weak points. If the network attacks from below, like Wolf says, I want to know where they'll emerge. Boss, Breach said carefully, I've got maybe 3 functional fingers on my good hand. I'm not sure how much help I'll be with survey work. Then you observe and report. You're still the best tactical demolitions mind on this team, working hand or not. Steele checked his HUD again. Hour 21:14. Move out. We've got maybe 30 minutes before the network realizes we're fortifying. Once they know we're staying, they'll attack in force. The team scattered to their assigned tasks. Steele watched them go. 5 soldiers who were rapidly becoming something else, fighting against time and biology to complete one final mission. Then he turned his attention to the landing pad itself. It was standard military construction, reinforced ferrocrete, marking lights that still functioned despite years of abandonment, and a control tower that leaned at a precarious angle. But Steele's enhanced perception was showing him things that shouldn't be visible. Subtle movements beneath the surface, heat signatures that pulsed with organic rhythm, and worst of all, a network of veins spreading through the concrete itself. Infected. The whole damn perimeter was infected. Boss, Hammer's voice carried warning. You need to see this. Steele joined the big man at the perimeter's western edge, where Hammer had been clearing debris from a collapsed bunker. What the demolition had revealed made Steele's enhanced perception scream with danger. Cocoons. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all packed into the collapsed structure like eggs in a nest. Each one was roughly human-sized, pulsing with internal movement, and covered in a translucent membrane that let them see shapes inside, shapes that were familiar, disturbing, wrong. They're growing mimics, Hammer said, his voice tight. Look at them. You can see faces forming, our faces. He was right. Through the translucent membranes, Steele could see features that resembled himself, Hammer, the entire team. The network was growing replacement soldiers, perfect copies that could infiltrate, deceive, destroy from within. How long until they hatch? Steele asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. Unknown, but they're mature. See the way the membranes are thinning? They're ready. The network is just waiting for the right moment to... One of the cocoons exploded, not with force, but with a spray of amniotic fluid and a chorus of clicking mandibles. What emerged wasn't a mimic, it was something worse. Larvae, thousands of them. But these were different from the parasitic swarms they'd encountered before. These were explosive. Breach! Steele backpedaled as the larvae began to swarm. We need... The demolitions expert was already moving, his good hand pulling a lighter from his vest. Fire! They're designed to explode on contact. Don't let them touch you. Hammer's sledgehammer swept through the swarm, crushing hundreds of the creatures with each swing. But for every one he killed, 3 more emerged from rupturing cocoons. The entire collapsed bunker was becoming a living bomb, and they were standing at ground zero. Fall back! Steele grabbed Hammer's arm, hauling the big man away from the bunker. Everyone, clear the western perimeter. We've got biologic ordnance about to... The larvae reached critical mass and detonated. The explosion wasn't fire and shrapnel. It was acid and tissue fragments. A wave of corrosive material sprayed across the western fortifications, eating through sandbags, dissolving metal, and reaching for exposed flesh with hungry efficiency. Steele felt droplets hit his armor, heard the ceramic coating begin to sizzle. One landed on his neck seal, already compromised from earlier battles, and punched through. Acid touched skin, burned deep, and Steele felt the red fog pour into the wound like liquid fire. "Boss is hit!" Deadeye's voice came over comms. "Multiple breaches in his armor." Steele stumbled, his enhanced perception suddenly overloading with information. He could feel the fog now, not just breathing it, but feeling it merge with his bloodstream, his cells, his DNA. The infection that had been slowed by the suppressor was accelerating, using the acid wounds as highways into his system. I'm functional," Steele managed, though his HUD was painting warnings across his vision. Infection rate, critical. Cellular transformation, accelerating. Time to suppressor failure, 90 minutes. 90 minutes! Not the 2 hours he'd hoped for. "Where's Breach?" Hammer demanded, looking around frantically. "He was right here when..." They found the demolitions expert 20 meters away, half buried in debris from the explosion. His armor was scored with acid burns, his wounded shoulder now completely exposed where the ceramic plating had dissolved, and his face behind the cracked faceplate was pale with shock. "Stitch!" Steele shouted into comms. "Medical emergency! Breach is down!" The medic appeared with Wolf in tow, both of them carrying armfuls of supplies scavenged from the command bunker. Stitch dropped beside Breach, his scanner painting readings that made his expression tighten. "Severe acid burns," Stitch reported, his hands already moving with practiced efficiency. "The wound from earlier has been compromised. I'm seeing acid damage to muscle tissue, maybe bone. And the infection, boss, his suppressor is failing. The acid accelerated his cellular transformation." "How bad?" Steele forced himself to ask. "Bad enough that he's got maybe 20 minutes before the mutation becomes irreversible," Stitch said flatly. He pulled out his medical kit, searching through dwindling supplies. "I need to flush the wound with neutralizer, apply regenerative foam, and, damn it, I'm out of neutralizer. Wolf, did you find any in the bunker?" "No medical supplies," Wolf said, his voice breaking with frustration. "Just chemical compounds for the suppressors. I can synthesize them, but it'll take time we don't have." Breach's eyes fluttered open. When he spoke, blood bubbled from his lips. "Boss, the bridges." "Don't talk," ordered, kneeling beside his demolitions expert. "Save your strength. We'll get you patched up." "No time." Breach fumbled at his vest with his good hand, pulling out a remote detonator. The display showed 3 active charges still linked to his control system. Charges they'd placed on bridges leading into the evacuation corridor, meant as a last resort denial tactic. Breach, promise me." The demolitions expert's grip on Steele's arm was surprisingly strong. "I'm done, boss. I can feel it. The infection, it's winning. But those bridges can buy you time. When the Horde comes, and they will come, you blow those bridges and you get Wolf and his data to orbit. You make my work count. Promise me." Steele took the remote, felt its weight like a physical burden. "I promise." Breach smiled through the blood. "Good. Now, Stitch, you got anything that'll make this easier?" The medic's hands hesitated over his kit. His eyes met Steele's, asking a question that had no good answer. "The experimental stimulant," Stitch said quietly. "The one I used before. It accelerated my infection, but it also gave me enhanced function for hours. I could give it to Breach, buy him time, give him a fighting chance." "Do it," Breach said before Steele could respond. "Rather die fighting than turn into one of them." Stitch pulled out the auto-injector, one of the suspect ones he'd marked with a red X during their initial equipment check. The ones that might be counterfeit, might cause hallucinations, might kill as easily as cure. "This is a risk," Stitch warned, pressing the injector against Breach's neck. "I don't know what it'll do combined with your infection rate and the acid damage. You might die. You might transform. You might. Just do it." The hiss of compressed air, the rush of chemicals into Breach's bloodstream. For 5 terrible seconds, nothing happened. Then Breach's back arched with a scream that echoed across the perimeter. His body convulsed, veins standing out black against skin that was turning pale and waxy. His wounded shoulder began to smoke, tissue regenerating and mutating simultaneously. Wolf shouted, his scanner painting impossible readings. "The stimulant is accelerating his healing, but it's also, oh God, it's accelerating his mutation. He's transforming in real time." Stitch grabbed Breach's thrashing form, trying to hold him steady. The infection and the stimulant are fighting for control of his cellular structure. If the stimulant wins, he heals.
If the infection wins. Breach's left hand, the wounded one that had been useless for hours, suddenly flexed. Fingers that should have been dead moved with unnatural precision. His shoulder, burned and acid-scored, began to regenerate before their eyes. But the tissue growing back was wrong, too smooth, too perfect, with a faint translucence that suggested viral transformation. "Breach!" Steele grabbed his soldier's other hand. "Stay with us. Fight it. You're stronger than the infection." The demolitions expert's eyes snapped open. They were different now, still human, but with an inner luminescence that spoke of something else looking out through Breach's skull. When he spoke, his voice carried harmonics that weren't entirely his own. "I'm here. I think. Boss, I feel strange. Strong, but strange." He sat up, moving with fluid grace that was disturbing in its perfection. His wounded shoulder was still damaged but functional now, the acid burns reduced to angry scars. His left hand, the one that had been useless, now moved with enhanced precision. "How do you feel?" Stitch asked, his medical scanner painting readings that made no sense. "Rate your pain on a scale of—" "No pain," Breach interrupted. "None at all. And I can see things, patterns, molecular structures. Boss, I'm looking at you and I can see the infection in your blood. I can see how the virus is rewriting your DNA in real time." "That's the mutation," Wolf said, scientific horror mixing with fascination in his voice. "The Crimson virus enhances sensory processing. You're experiencing the same kind of augmentation that Steele has, enhanced perception, accelerated cognition. But Breach, you need to understand, this is irreversible. The stimulant bought you function, but it also pushed you past the point where the suppressor can save you." "How long?" Breach asked, the question they were all thinking. "Hours, maybe less. The transformation is happening, just slowly enough that you can stay functional." Wolf's scanner showed the brutal math. "You'll have time to complete the mission. After that, I turn into one of them," Breach finished calmly. "Well, better make these hours count then." "Wolf," Steele made his decision.
How long until you can synthesize those suppressors? 30 minutes if I work fast. But Sergeant, I need to be honest. The second dose is weaker than the first. It'll buy you 12 hours, maybe less. And the side effects? I don't care about side effects. We need those suppressors, all of us, even Breach, to slow his transformation as much as possible. Can you do it? Wolf's hand steadied with purpose. Yes, but I need someone to guard me while I work. The network knows we're here now. They'll attack before we can finish. Then we hold them off, Steele said simply. He turned to his team, 5 soldiers who were all transforming at different rates, all fighting against their own biology. Defensive positions. Deadeye, you're on Overwatch. Hammer, center position with me. Breach, despite everything, you're still our tactical mind. Tell us where they'll hit us first. Breach's enhanced perception, gift and curse of his accelerating mutation, studied the perimeter with eyes that saw too much. The landing pad. The biomass concentration Wolf detected earlier. It's a broodmother nest. Not as large as the one in the metro, but functional. When they attack, they'll come from below, erupting through the ferrocrete, using the element of surprise. How long? Minutes, maybe less. They're waiting for something. Breach paused, his mutated senses picking up details that the equipment couldn't. Boss, they're waiting for us to inject the suppressors. They want us at our strongest before they attack. The network is curious about how we'll adapt. This isn't just a kill box, it's an experiment. Steele felt his enhanced perception confirm Breach's assessment. The network wasn't trying to kill them anymore. It was studying them. Watching how 5 infected humans would fight against overwhelming odds while pumped full of chemicals designed to slow the very transformation that was giving them enhanced abilities. Then we'd give them a show they won't forget, Steele said grimly. Wolf, start synthesizing. Everyone else, weapons ready. We hold this position until Wolf is done. Then we all inject simultaneously. After that, we either evac successfully or we die trying. His HUD flickered. Hour 21:47. Approximately 1 hour of original suppressor protection remained. But with his armor breaches and the acid burns, Steele knew his actual time was far less. Boss, Stitch's voice was quiet as he worked beside Wolf, helping prepare the chemical compounds. Your neck wound, the acid burn, it's bad. You're breathing the fog directly into your bloodstream now. I know, replied, not turning around. His enhanced perception was already showing him the future. Probability lines that ended with him transformed, mutated, lost. How long do I have? 45 minutes, maybe an hour. The suppressor's failing faster in you than anyone else. Stitch's hands never stopped working as he spoke. When Wolf finishes the second dose, yours needs to be the strongest concentration. It's the only way to slow your transformation enough to matter. Understood. Now focus on Wolf's work. We need those suppressors. The landing pad began to rumble. Not an earthquake. Something underneath, testing the ferrocrete, probing for weaknesses. Steele's enhanced hearing picked up the sound of acid eating through reinforced concrete, the scrape of claws against metal, the wet click of thousands of mandibles preparing to strike. Contact imminent, Deadeye called from his Overwatch position. I'm seeing thermal blooms beneath the pad, multiple signatures. Boss, whatever's down there, it's massive. Wolf, Steele called out, his empty carbine feeling like deadweight in his hands. 20 minutes. The scientist's voice was tight with concentration. I'm working as fast as I can, but the chemical reactions can't be rushed. Then we buy you 20 minutes. Hammer, Breach, on me. Stitch, protect Wolf. Deadeye, call out threats before they emerge. Let's show this network what humans can do when we're backed into a corner. The landing pad exploded upward, and through the breach, the horde came. Crawlers by the dozen, leapers dropping from above, whisperers in stolen armor, and leading them all, a fresh broodmother whose crystalline crown pulsed with the rage of the Queen's effect. The final battle for the evacuation perimeter had begun, and Steele's timer showed hour 21:52. 40 minutes of protection remained. Maybe. For humanity, Steele said quietly, chambering his last round. For each other, Hammer replied, his sledgehammer already swinging. For tomorrow, Breach added, his mutated senses tracking targets with inhuman precision. For those who can't fight, Stitch finished, his pistol raised despite trembling hands. They stood together at the edge of extinction, 5 soldiers becoming monsters, fighting to save a species that might not survive them. The Horde charged, and they met it with everything they had left.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 18, Air Raid and the Call of the Hive. The landing pad had become a killing field. Steele's empty carbine served as a club, smashing into a crawler's skull with force amplified by his mutation-enhanced strength. Black ichor sprayed across his cracked faceplate as the creature fell, but 3 more surged forward to take its place. "Wolf!" Steele roared over the chaos. "Time!" 15 minutes! The scientist's voice was tight with concentration. Behind the makeshift barricade of sandbags, Wolf worked frantically over his portable lab setup, mixing compounds, monitoring reactions, synthesizing humanity's last hope 1 molecule at a time. The chemical bonds need to stabilize, or the suppressors will be useless. Steele's HUD flickered, hour 22:03, then jumped, hour 22:09. His enhanced perception was fragmenting under the strain of infection and combat, showing him futures that might not happen, pasts that never were. Beside him, Hammer's sledgehammer sang through the air with rhythmic precision. Each swing was perfection, trajectory calculated to conserve energy while maximizing damage. But Steele could hear the wrongness in his friend's breathing, see the slight hesitation in movements that should have been automatic. "Hammer, status," Steele demanded, crushing another crawler's thorax with his carbine stock. "Functioning," Hammer replied, but his voice carried harmonics that weren't human anymore. The regenerator had saved his life, but pushed him past the point of no return. "Boss, I'm seeing patterns in their movements, like I can predict where they'll strike before they do." "That's the mutation," Steele said grimly. "Your brain's processing faster than conscious thought. Use it." A leaper dropped from the perimeter wall, hooks extended for Steele's exposed neck. His enhanced perception drew the trajectory in slow-motion clarity, saw where it would land, calculated the counter, executed the move before his conscious mind registered the threat. His armored fist caught the creature mid-air, crushed its skull, threw the corpse at 2 approaching whisperers. "Contact right," Breach called out, his mutated senses tracking threats through the red fog with disturbing accuracy. The demolitions expert had positioned himself at the barricade's edge, his wounded shoulder now functional despite the viral transformation spreading through the tissue. Broodmother's coordinating a flanking maneuver, 3 crawlers coming through the collapsed bunker. Steele's tactical overlay confirmed it. The creatures were learning, adapting, using terrain to their advantage. The broodmother orchestrating this assault might be younger than the one they'd killed in the metro, but she was every bit as intelligent. "Deadeye," Steele shouted to his sniper on the Overwatch platform. "Suppress that flank. Don't let them—" The sky tore open with sound. Steele's enhanced hearing picked it up first, a shriek like tearing metal, amplified through organic vocal cords that had never been designed for atmospheric flight. His HUD tried to track the source, but the targets were moving too fast, weaving through the red fog with predatory precision. "Death wings," Deadeye's voice carried warning and awe in equal measure. "Multiple contacts. 4, no, 6 of them. They're diving on the landing pad." Steele looked up and saw death descending. The death wings were nightmares given flesh, 4-meter wingspans of stretched membrane, bodies covered in bone spurs that gleamed like polished knives, and faces that were too human, too aware. They moved with coordinated precision that spoke of hive mind intelligence, each one adjusting its flight path to account for the other's positions. Defensive formation! Steele grabbed Wolf and dragged him toward the command bunker. Everyone inside, now! The first Deathwing struck like a missile. Its bone spurs raked across the landing pad's ferrocrete, carving trenches a meter deep. Where it passed, crawlers exploded into fragments. The creature wasn't discriminating between prey, it was clearing the field for its packmates. Hammer stood his ground, sledgehammer raised. "I got this, boss. Get Wolf to safety." "Negative, you're coming with." The second Deathwing hit Hammer from behind. Its talons caught his armor's shoulder guards, trying to lift the massive soldier into the air. For a moment, Hammer left the ground. 300 kilograms of armor and muscle, elevated by pure psionic-enhanced flight capability. Then Hammer's mutation-enhanced strength kicked in. He twisted in the creature's grip, brought his sledgehammer around in an impossible arc, and connected with the Deathwing's skull. The impact shattered bone, pulped brain matter, sent the creature tumbling from the sky. "Okay," Hammer gasped as he crashed back to the landing pad. "Maybe I don't got this." "Bunker! Everyone, bunker!" Steele was already moving, half carrying Wolf while his enhanced perception tracking the remaining Deathwing's flight paths. Breach was right behind them, his mutated senses allowing him to dodge 2 bone spur strikes that would have decapitated a normal human. Stitch emerged from the command bunker, his sidearm barking as he providing covering fire. "There are survivors inside, cleanup soldiers from previous evac attempts. They're infected, but still human." "How many?" Steele demanded, diving through the bunker entrance as a Deathwing's claws scraped across his back armor. 12, maybe 15. They're barely holding together." Stitch slammed the reinforced door behind them, engaging the magnetic locks. Outside, something massive impacted the door with enough force to dent the metal inward. The bunker's interior was a vision of desperation. Emergency lighting cast red shadows on faces that were too pale, eyes that reflect light wrong. The survivors wore cleanup armor like Steele's team, but their suits were torn, patched with biological sealant that looked suspiciously viral. Some sat against walls with weapons and shaking hands. Others simply stared at nothing, their expressions blank. "Who's in command here?" Steele demanded, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. A woman pushed herself up, her armor bearing sergeant stripes that matched Steele's own. Her face was gaunt behind her cracked faceplate, and when she spoke, Steele heard the same harmonic undertones that infected Hammer's voice. "Sergeant Chen, Gamma Squad," she said. "We've been holding this bunker for... How long has it been? The timestamps don't work anymore. Could be hours, could be days." "The infection," Wolf breathed, his scanner painting readings across the survivors. "They're all infected, late stage, but the suppressors are still working, barely." "We heard the evac birds were coming," Chen continued, her eyes tracking Steele with disturbing focus. "Command said 24 hours. We've been waiting. But they're not here yet, are they? The birds. They're not coming." "They're coming," Steele said with more confidence than he felt. His HUD showed hour 22:17. "Any minute now, we just need to hold." His radio crackled to life. "All cleanup units, this is Overwatch. Be advised, evac birds are inbound to your position. ETA 6 minutes. Prepare for dust-off." Relief flooded through the bunker. Survivors who'd been sitting up, faces that had been blank, showed sudden animation. Chen gripped her weapon with renewed purpose. "See?" Steele forced a smile despite his cracked faceplate. 6 minutes. We hold for 6 minutes, and we're gone." Then Deadeye's voice cut through the brief moment of hope. "Boss, we've got a problem. The Deathwings aren't attacking the bunker. They're circling. Like they're waiting for something." Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines, and what he saw made his blood run cold. They're waiting for the evac birds. The horde drove us into the bunker. The Deathwings are holding position to intercept our extraction. This whole thing, the assault, the timing, it's coordinated to destroy our ride out. Can the birds fight them off? Hammer asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Negative, Breach replied, his mutated senses processing tactical scenarios faster than the equipment could calculate. Evac birds are transports, not gunships. Light armor, minimal weapons. 6 Deathwings will tear them apart in seconds. Then we warn them off, Stitch said, moving toward the radio console. Tell them to abort. Come back with heavy support. And how long will that take? Chen's voice was flat. Hours? Days? Our suppressors don't have hours. We're running on borrowed time and empty magazines. Steele checked his own chronometer. Hour 22:19. His original suppressor had perhaps 30 minutes remaining. Wolf's second dose was still being synthesized. And, judging by the tremor in his hands, by the way his enhanced perception was showing him things that weren't there, he was transforming faster than anyone else. Boss, Wolf said quietly, pulling Steele aside. The suppressors, they're ready, but we need to inject now. Your infection rate is critical. Steele looked down at the case Wolf had prepared. 5 auto-injectors, each one filled with luminescent blue liquid. The second dose, the one that would buy them 12 more hours at the cost of accelerating their mutations even further. Everyone, sound off for injection, Steele ordered. We do this simultaneously, no delays. But before anyone could respond, the radio screamed to life. All cleanup units, this is Raven 7 actual. We are taking fire. I repeat, we are taking... Jesus Christ, what are those things? Through the bunker's reinforced walls, Steele heard it. The scream of engines under stress, the crack of weapons fire, and beneath it all, the shriek of Deathwings executing their attack with surgical precision. Raven 7, break off, Steele shouted into the comms. Abort landing! Abort! You're flying into an ambush! Too late! The pilot's voice was edged with panic. They're on us! They're... Static. Then nothing. Raven 7, respond! Steele tried again. But his enhanced hearing had already picked up the sound he dreaded. The crash of a transport hitting the ground hard, followed by the hiss of fuel igniting. The birds are down, Deadeye confirmed from his position near a firing slit. I see one transport on the landing pad, burning. The other one made it past the perimeter, crashed maybe 200 meters out. I'm seeing movement from the wreckage. Survivors. How many? Steele demanded. Can't tell. But boss, the Deathwings are circling the crash site, and the ground forces are moving toward it. If there are survivors, they've got minutes before... We go, Steele interrupted. Hammer, Breach, with me. Stitch, you stay with Wolf and protect the bunker. Chen, your people provide covering fire from the bunker positions. Boss, your suppressor, Wolf started. Inject me now, Steele ordered. Give me the strongest concentration. I don't care about side effects. Wolf's hands shook as he adjusted the injector's dosage. This is experimental. The concentration is 3 times standard. It might kill you. It might accelerate your transformation instead of slowing it. I don't know what. Do it. The hiss of compressed air, the rush of chemicals flooding Steele's bloodstream. For one terrible moment, nothing happened. Then his entire nervous system lit up with fire. Steele's back arched despite his will to remain still. His HUD exploded with warnings, heart rate at 190 BPM, blood pressure spiking to dangerous levels, cellular activity registering changes that the computer couldn't categorize. His enhanced perception suddenly expanded beyond anything he'd experienced, showing him not just probable futures, but the psionic network itself, a vast web of consciousness that connected every mutant on the planet. And within that web, he felt something looking back at him. Steele, Sergeant, you feel us now? Good. The transformation opens your mind to the network.
Soon, you will understand. Soon, you will join. The voice wasn't external. It was inside his skull, speaking with harmonics that resonated with his own mutated neural tissue. Part of Steele wanted to scream, to reject the intrusion. But another part, a growing, insidious part, wanted to listen. Boss, Hammer's hands on his shoulders, shaking him. Boss, snap out of it. Boss, snap out of it. Your vitals just went crazy. Steele blinked, and his vision cleared. The voice faded to a whisper in the back of his mind, but he could still feel it there, waiting, patient. I'm functional, Steele managed, though his voice came out wrong, deeper, with undertones that matched Hammer's transformation. The suppressor is working. I can feel it fighting the infection. Your eyes, Stitch said quietly, his medical scanner painting readings that made him pale. Boss, your eyes are reflecting light differently, like a cat's eyes in darkness. The mutation is accelerating despite the suppressor. How long? Steele asked the question they were all thinking. The second dose bought you maybe 8 hours, maybe less. Stitch's hands trembled as he administered injections to the others. But boss, the network is in your head now. I can see it on the scanner. Psionic activity spiking every few seconds. You're connected to them, partially. Steele felt it, the constant whisper at the edge of consciousness, promises of power, of belonging, of transcendence beyond the weak flesh of humanity. Part of him was horrified. Part of him was curious. Part of him wanted to surrender. Give me another dose, Steele said suddenly. A stronger one. I need... No. Stitch's voice was firm. Boss, I'm your medic, and I'm telling you, any more suppressors and your cellular structure will collapse. You're already at the edge. One more injection might kill you, or it might push you fully into transformation. Steele's hands clenched into fists, fighting the urge to grab the injectors by force. The network's whisper grew louder, more insistent, promising that transformation would end the pain, the struggle, the constant fight against biology itself. Yes, you feel it now. The peace, the unity. Why fight what you are becoming? Why suffer when you could transform? Boss, Hammer's voice, concerned. You're breathing wrong. Your vitals are spiking. Talk to me. Steele forced himself to breathe normally, to push the voice back into the corner of his mind where it belonged. I'm fighting it. The network. It's in my head, trying to convert me. The psionic connection, Wolf explained, checking his scanner. The second dose is stronger, but has side effects. You're not just suppressing the physical transformation, you're partially linked to the network's consciousness. They can speak to you, tempt you, try to convince you to stop fighting. Can they block it? Chen asked, her own voice carrying those familiar undertones. Because if not, if they can just talk their way into our heads? We can't block it, Wolf admitted, but we can fight it. The suppressors give you the mental strength to resist. As long as you stay focused on your humanity, on what you're fighting for, the network can't fully convert you. Steele's HUD showed hour 22:31. The crash survivors. We're running out of time. Boss, Breach's mutated senses were tracking something on his scanner. The runway.
Beneath the ferrocrete. I'm reading massive displacement. Something down there is moving. Something big. Seismic sensors. Chen moved to the bunker's monitoring station. We've been tracking activity for hours. There's a nest under the landing pad, maybe multiple nests. The network has been building something down there. Steele studied the readouts, his enhanced perception processing the data faster than the computers could display it. The mass beneath the runway wasn't just big, it was coordinated, organized into a structure that suggested intelligence, purpose. How long until it emerges? Steele asked. Unknown, Chen replied. Could be minutes, could be hours. But boss, when it does, when whatever's down there comes up, this landing pad becomes ground zero for something we've never seen before. Then we move fast, Steele decided. We rescue the crash survivors, we get back to the bunker, and we hold until command sends heavy support. Chen, your people are with us. Everyone who can still fight, Grab weapons and move out." The survivors stirred, pulling themselves upright with visible effort. 12 soldiers. No, 11. One was too far gone, staring at nothing with eyes that had already turned crystalline. Armed with weapons that might or might not have ammunition, protected by armor that was more patch than plate. But they moved, because that's what soldiers did. They moved toward the mission, toward their duty, even when biology itself had turned traitor. Steele led them out of the bunker into a nightmare lit by burning wreckage. The first evac bird was a pyre on the landing pad, flames licking toward a sky choked with red fog. The second bird was visible in the distance, its hull torn open, survivors crawling from the wreckage. And circling above it all, the death wings waited with patient hunger. Move! Steele broke into a sprint, his mutation-enhanced legs carrying him faster than human agility should allow. Behind him, the combined squads followed. 16 soldiers who were all transforming at different rates, all racing against time and biology. They'd covered half the distance when the ground began to shake. "Seismic event!" Breach shouted, his scanner screaming warnings. "The mass beneath the runway, it's surfacing! 30 seconds until breach!" Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines, and every single one ended in catastrophe. Whatever was coming up, it was massive enough to collapse the entire landing pad, burying anything on the surface. Faster! Steele pushed his legs beyond safe limits, feeling muscle fibers tear and immediately regenerate with viral efficiency. The crash site was so close. 50 meters, 40, 30. The runway exploded. Ferrocrete shattered like glass as something immense pushed up from below. Steele caught a glimpse of it, a nest structure the size of a building, covered in cocoons and pulsing with biomass, coordinated by dozens of smaller mutants working as construction crew and guardians. And at its center, a broodmother larger than any they'd encountered, her crystalline crown pulsing with power that made Steele's enhanced perception scream with overload. Contact! Steele dove for cover as the broodmother's psionic blast swept across the landing pad. Soldiers fell, not dead, but paralyzed, their weapons clattering to the ground as their muscles locked up. Steele's second-dose suppressor fought against the psionic assault, but he could feel it. The network's vast intelligence pressing against his consciousness, trying to find the cracks, the weaknesses, the part of him that wanted to stop fighting. You cannot hold forever. We are patient. We are inevitable. And you are already one of us. Like hell I am, growled, forcing his legs to move despite the psionic pressure. He reached the crash site, found 3 survivors huddled in the wreckage, 2 pilots and a door gunner, all of them wounded, all of them infected. "Can you move?" Steele demanded. "Maybe," the door gunner replied, his voice carrying pain and determination in equal measure. "But boss, we've got a problem. Before we crashed, I saw them. The mutants, they've got hostages." "What?" Steele's enhanced perception focused on what the gunner was pointing at. A section of collapsed perimeter wall, where a group of crawlers had corralled 6 civilians. Not soldiers, actual civilians, wearing the ragged remains of colonist clothing. "Survivors from the initial outbreak," the gunner explained. "The mutants have been keeping them. Not killing them, not transforming them, just keeping them." Steele's tactical mind processed the implications. Hostages. The network is using them as leverage, threatening to kill them if we interfere. Or worse, Wolf's voice came over comms from the bunker. "Based on what I'm seeing on the sensors, those civilians are being used as biological shields. The network positioned them directly between our escape route and the landing pad. We can't extract without going through them." "And if we do?" Steele asked, though he already knew the answer. "The mutants will kill them? Probably transform them into whisperers as a demonstration.
The network is betting that our humanity will stop us from acting. Steele's HUD flickered. Hour 22:47. Time remaining before complete suppressor failure, approximately 7 hours. Time remaining before the massive nest fully emerge and make the landing pad untenable, minutes. Time remaining before the civilians are killed or transformed, unknown. Moral choice, Hammer said quietly, reading Steele's expression. Do we save the hostages and risk the mission, or do we complete the mission and live with what we've done? Steele's enhanced perception drew probability lines through all possible futures. In most of them, the civilians died. In some of them, the team died trying to save them. In a precious few, everyone survived. But the odds were astronomical, the variables too many to count. And in the back of his mind, the network's voice whispered seductively. You see now, the burden of command, the weight of impossible choices. Surrender. Join us. Let the hive decide. No more doubt, no more pain. No more watching humans die for causes that are already lost. Part of Steele wanted to listen, wanted to stop fighting, stop choosing, stop carrying the weight of every death on his conscience. But a larger part, the part that Stitch had saved with medical skill, that Hammer had protected with unflinching loyalty, that Breach had supported with explosive expertise, that Deadeye had covered with precise shots, that part was still human enough to care. We save them, Steele decided. The hostages. We don't leave anyone behind. Boss, that's suicide, Chen protested. The network will. I know what they'll do, Steele interrupted, his voice carrying command authority that broke no argument. But we're not them. We don't sacrifice civilians to save our own skins. That's what makes us human. That's what's worth fighting for. His HUD showed hour 23:01. 2 minutes until hour 23. Everyone who can still fight, on me. We go in fast, we extract the hostages, and we damn the consequences. If we die doing it, at least we die as soldiers, as humans, not as monsters. The words hung in the air, challenge and declaration both. Around him, infected soldiers who were becoming something else gripped their weapons with renewed purpose. Because despite the mutations, despite the transformations, despite the network's whisper promising peace through surrender, they were still human enough to choose. And that made all the difference.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series.
Chapter 19, Desperate Alliance and Hallucinations. Steele's enhanced perception drew tactical lines through the chaos. 6 civilians held hostage by a dozen crawlers, a broodmother's nest pulsing with psionic power beneath the shattered runway, and Deathwings circling overhead like vultures waiting for the final act. His HUD flickered between hour 22:58 and hour 23:02 before settling on hour 2300 exactly. 24 hours since deployment. The mission window was closed, but they were still here, still fighting, still human enough to make impossible choices. Chen, Steele's voice cut through the tactical channel with command authority. Your squad takes the left flank. Draw the crawler's attention while my team extracts the hostages. Hammer, Breach, you're with me on direct assault. Deadeye, Overwatch. Stitch, Wolf, you stay mobile, ready to provide medical support to whoever needs it. Understood, Chen replied, her voice carrying those disturbing harmonics that marked advanced infection. My people are ready, but boss, some of them are running on the last of their combat stims, the counterfeit ones Stitch flagged earlier. I don't know how stable they are. Steele's tactical mind noted the warning, but filed it under deal with when it becomes critical. Right now, they needed every gun, every soldier,
every second of combat effectiveness they could squeeze from infected bodies and failing suppressors. "Move on my mark," Steele ordered, his mutation-enhanced legs coiled for the sprint. 3, 2, 1, mark. The combined force, 16 infected soldiers who should have been evacuated hours ago, charged toward the hostage position with desperate coordination. Chen's squad broke left, their weapons barking despite depleted ammunition reserves, creating noise and movement that drew crawler attention. Steele led the center assault, his empty carbine held like a club. Beside him, Hammer's sledgehammer was already swinging, the big man's regenerator-enhanced strength making each strike devastating despite the viral transformation spreading through his tissue. Breach moved with fluid precision that was too perfect, his mutated senses tracking threats faster than conscious thought. The crawlers responded with coordination that spoke of hive mind intelligence. Half turned toward Chen's diversionary attack, while the others tightened their circle around the civilians. Human shields positioned with tactical precision that made Steele's stomach churn. "They're using Steele's hostage doctrine," Breach observed, his enhanced perception processing the mutants' formation. "Classic terror tactic. Force us to choose between mission and morality." "Then we choose both," Steele replied, his enhanced strength propelling him forward at speeds that blurred the line between human and other. "Hammer, bull rush, clear a path to the hostages. Everyone else, follow his wake." Hammer roared, a sound that carried harmonics no human throat should produce, and charged. His massive frame smashed into the crawler line like an armored freight train, his sledgehammer crushing chitin and bone. The creatures tried to hold, but Hammer's transformation had pushed his strength beyond what the mutants had anticipated. Steele followed through the breach, reached the civilians, 6 terrified colonists whose eyes had gone wide at the sight of infected soldiers charging toward them. "Can you run?" Steele demanded. Yes, one of them stammered, a woman clutching a child who couldn't have been more than 8 years old. Are you here to rescue us?" "We're here to not leave you behind," Steele replied, which was close enough to the truth. "Everyone, on your feet. You run northeast toward the bunker. Don't stop, don't look back, go." The civilians scrambled upright and fled with the desperate speed of people who'd been surviving in hell for too long. Steele and his team formed a moving shield around them, weapons tracking every shadow, every movement in the red fog. That's when Chen's voice exploded over the radio with panic that cut through her usual controlled tone. "Contact! Friendly fire! I've got a man down! One of mine just—" "This is Corporal Hayes from Chen's squad." A different voice, young and terrified. "Sergeant Voss just started shooting at us. He's saying we're all mimics. He won't stop. He's—" The sound of weapons fire carried across the landing pad. Steele's enhanced hearing parsed the chaos. Short, controlled bursts mixed with screaming and the wet impact of rounds finding flesh. "Stitch," Steele roared into comms. "Get to Chen's position, now! One of her people's having a psychotic break." On it. The medic was already sprinting, his movement fluid despite hours of combat and infection. Wolf struggled to keep pace, the scientist's civilian hazmat suit never designed for this kind of speed. Steele wanted to follow, to help, but the crawlers were regrouping for a counterstrike. His enhanced perception drew probability lines that showed him exactly what would happen if he abandoned the civilians. They'd be overwhelmed, transformed, added to the network's collection of stolen voices. "Deadeye," Steele called to his sniper, "Chen's squad, provide support." "Already on it." Deadeye's rifle cracked twice from his overwatch position. "But boss, I can't get a clean shot. The hallucinating soldier is moving erratically. He's firing on his own people, and I can't distinguish friend from enemy in this fog." Steele's HUD painted the scene through tactical overlay. Chen's squad scattered, one soldier firing wildly at his own teammates, chaos spreading like infection through their formation. The counterfeit stimulants, the one Stitch had marked with red X's and warned them about. Hallucinations, psychotic breaks, the black market chemicals interacting with the Crimson virus to create paranoia that turned soldiers into friendly fire hazards. "Stitch, talk to me," Steele demanded, even as he crushed a crawler's skull with his carbine stock.
Sergeant Voss has full psychotic break. Stitch's voice was clinical despite the urgency. The counterfeit stimulants, combined with his infection, he's seeing mimics everywhere. He thinks we're all network puppets. I need to neutralize him before he kills his entire squad. Steele heard it over the comms, Stitch's approach, his voice trying to talk Voss down with medical authority, the crack of a weapon as the hallucinating soldier fired at his own medic. Voss, stand down, Stitch's voice carried command that brooked no argument. I'm a combat medic. I'm here to help. Whatever you're seeing, it's not real. The stimulants are... You're one of them! Voss's scream carried madness and terror in equal measure. I can see it. Your face is melting. You're a mimic wearing Stitch's face. All of you. Everyone's a mimic. The sound of weapons fire, a grunt of pain. Then Stitch's voice, tight with what might have been regret. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. The distinctive crack of Stitch's sidearm. Once, twice. Silence. Stitch, report! Steele commanded, his heart pounding against ribs that were beginning to feel too rigid, too structured, early signs of crystallization that the second dose suppressor was barely holding at bay. Voss is down, Stitch replied, his voice carrying the weight of necessary evil. Permanent. I had no choice. He was about to execute Corporal Hayes at point-blank range. But boss, we just lost a fighter. Chen's squad is down to 10 effective. Steele's tactical mind added it to the growing list of casualties. They'd started with 16 soldiers. Now, 15. And the night was far from over. Everyone, fall back to the bunker, Steele ordered, shepherding the rescued civilians toward the relative safety of reinforced walls. Consolidated defensive position. We can't hold scattered across the landing pad. They retreated in controlled chaos, laying down suppressing fire that did more to conserve morale than actually kill mutants. The crawlers pursued but didn't press. The network was patient, coordinated, waiting for the humans to exhaust themselves. Steele's enhanced perception suddenly screamed warning. Not from external threats, but from something worse. A presence sliding through the edges of his consciousness like oil through water. Psionic, invasive, familiar, puppeteer. Contact, Steele shouted, but his voice came out wrong, slurred, distorted. His enhanced perception was showing him double. The landing pad as it was, and the landing pad as the puppeteer wanted him to see it. In the false vision, his team were all mimics with melting faces, just like Voss had described. Steele felt his empty carbine coming up, tracking toward Hammer's broad back. Part of his mind screamed that this was wrong, that the big man was his brother in arms. But another part, the part the puppeteer was manipulating, insisted that this was a monster wearing Hammer's armor. His finger tightened on the useless trigger. Boss, no! Breach's voice cut through the psionic haze. It's in your head. The puppeteer is... Steele's vision swam. He saw Breach transform before his eyes. Features rippling, becoming alien, becoming threat. His hands moved without conscious command, bringing the carbine around toward his demolitions expert. Then Stitch was there. The medic moved with fluid precision that spoke of complete recovery from his earlier coma, of combat readiness restored by the second dose suppressors. His sidearm came up in a smooth arc, tracking past Steele's shoulder towards something the sergeant couldn't see. Always got your back, boss, Stitch said calmly, and fired 3 times. The shots were thunder in Steele's ears. His vision cleared instantly as the puppeteer's control shattered and he saw it. The pale mass of nerve tissue clinging to the underside of a collapsed perimeter section. Its tendrils extended toward Steele's skull, trying to find purchase in consciousness already weakened by infection and suppressors. Stitch's rounds punched through the creature's central cluster, and it fell with a wet splat that ended in the characteristic psionic death scream that made everyone's enhanced perceptions overload simultaneously. Steele dropped to one knee, his carbine falling from nerveless fingers. "Thank you," he managed, his voice hoarse. I almost shot Hammer." "But you didn't," Stitch replied, his medic scanner already checking Steele's vitals. "Because I was here. Because we watch each other's backs. That's what makes us a team." Around them, The other soldiers were shaking off the puppeteer's final assault. Some had been frozen mid-stride, others had weapons aimed at teammates. But Stitch's shot had saved them from the friendly fire catastrophe that would have broken their formation. "Boss," Chen's voice carried exhaustion and grudging respect. "Your medic just saved my entire squad from executing each other. We owe you." "You can pay us back by covering our extraction," Steele replied, forcing himself upright despite legs that wanted to buckle. "Everyone, bunker, now, before—" The runway exploded. Not the same section as before. This was new, a fresh breach, as another section of the broodmother's nest pushed upward through compromised ferrocrete. And with it came fresh horrors, leapers by the dozen, launching from the nest's surface toward the retreating soldiers. "Hammer's down!" Breach's shout cut through the chaos. "Boss, Hammer took a leaper strike to the spine. He's—" Steele sprinted toward where Hammer's massive form had collapsed, a leaper's hooks buried in the junction between his armor plates. The big man was still moving, still fighting, but his legs weren't responding. The regenerator was healing the damage in real time, but not fast enough. "I got him." Steele grabbed Hammer's arm, hauled with mutation-enhanced strength. "Breach, support his other side. We're not leaving him." Together, they dragged Hammer's bulk toward the bunker, while Deadeye's rifle provided covering fire that killed 3 more leapers in rapid succession. The big man was barely conscious, his voice a gurgling whisper through blood that filled his damaged helmet. "Leave me. Mission. Complete the—" "Shut up," replied without heat. "You don't get to decide when you die. That's my job." They reached the bunker entrance, where Stitch had set up a triage station. The medic's hands moved with desperate precision, checking Hammer's wounds, injecting coagulants and neural stimulants that would keep the big man alive if nothing else. "Spinal damage," Stitch reported, his voice tight. "The leaper's hook severed motor neurons. He's paralyzed from the waist down. I can stabilize him, but he needs surgical intervention I can't provide in the field." "Then we get him to orbit," Steele said simply. "Load him onto whatever transport we can salvage. Everyone who can't fight goes first. Wounded, civilians, Wolf and his data." "Boss," Deadeye's voice carried warning from his overwatch position. "We've got incoming. Real evac birds this time. 3 transports, heavy escort. ETA 2 minutes. Steele's HUD showed hour 23:43. They'd bought enough time. Barely, but enough. "Khan, your squad secures the landing zone. My team, we load the wounded. Stitch, you coordinate triage. Move, move." The next 90 seconds were organized chaos. Soldiers carrying injured comrades, civilians being shepherded into defensive positions, Wolf clutching his data drive like a lifeline. And through it all, Stitch moved with fluid competence, directing the loading with medical authority backed by combat experience. "Hammer goes in Transport 1, Stitch commanded, overriding protests with pure medic authority. "He's critical but stable. Transport 2 takes the civilians and Wolf. Transport 3 is for everyone else who can still walk." The evac birds descended through the red fog, their engines screaming as they fought the turbulent atmosphere. Steele's HUD showed hour 23:43. They'd bought enough time. Barely, but enough. "Khan, your squad secures the landing zone. My team, we load the wounded. Stitch, you coordinate triage. Move, move." The next 90 seconds were organized chaos. Soldiers carrying injured comrades, civilians being shepherded into defensive positions, Wolf clutching his data drive like a lifeline. And through it all, Stitch moved with fluid competence, directing the loading with medical authority backed by combat experience. "Hammer goes in Transport 1, Stitch commanded, overriding protests with pure medic authority. He's critical but stable. Transport 2 takes the civilians and Wolf. Transport 3 is for everyone else who can still walk." The evac birds descended through the red fog, their engines screaming as they fought the turbulent atmosphere.
Steele saw the lead pilot through the cockpit canopy, a young woman whose face showed the strain of flying through hell. That's when the leaper struck. It came from nowhere, a perfect ambush launched from the nest's surface. Its trajectory was mathematically precise, aimed directly at the descending transport's cockpit. Steele's enhanced perception saw it happening in slow-motion clarity, saw the creature's hooks extending, saw the pilot's face turning toward the threat too late. "Deadeye!" Steele roared. "Lead bird! Kill it!" The sniper's rifle was already tracking. He had maybe a second to line up the shot, to calculate windage and the leaper's velocity, to account for the transport's movement. An impossible shot, even with his enhanced vision. Deadeye took it anyway. The round caught the leaper mid-leap, punching through its thorax and continuing forward into the cockpit. The creature's body hit the canopy with enough force to crack the reinforced polymer, its hooks tearing into the pilot's face even as it died. "Transport 1, you're hit," Steele transmitted. "Abort! Abort!" "Negative!" The pilot's voice was distorted by pain and damage. Blood bubbled through her words. "I can still fly. Loading zone in 30 seconds. Get your people ready." The transport slammed down onto the pad with impacts that cracked more ferrocrete. Its rear ramp dropped, and Steele saw the pilot through the damaged cockpit, her face torn open by the leaper's hooks, one eye gone, jaw exposed, but her hands steady on the controls. "Load," Steele ordered, and soldiers moved with desperate efficiency. Hammer first, his massive form strapped to a crash stretcher. Then the civilians, wide-eyed and traumatized but alive. Then Wolf, still clutching his data. Steele was last to board, his enhanced perception tracking every shadow, every movement. The other two transports were loading simultaneously, their pilots fighting turbulence and Deathwing harassment with skills that bordered on superhuman. "All transports, status," Steele demanded over command channel. "Transport 1, loaded and ready, lifting off on your mark. Transport 2, loaded, we're clear. Transport 3, loaded, let's get the hell out of here." Steele's HUD flickered. Hour 23:59. 1 minute until the 24-hour mission window closed. 1 minute until orbital protocols might engage and glass the entire zone regardless of survivors. "All transports, lift off, now, go, go, go!" The birds rose as one, their engines screaming as they clawed for altitude through the red fog. Below, the landing pad erupted into chaos as the broodmother's nest breached completely, crawlers and leapers pouring out in a wave that would have overwhelmed them seconds later. Through the cockpit, Steele saw the pilot flying with a face that should have been unconscious from shock and blood loss. But she held course, her hands steady despite the ruin of her features. "Transport 1, Steele transmitted. "You need medical attention immediately. We're diverting to—" "Negative," the pilot's voice was bubbling but determined. "My job is to get you to orbit. I can fly blind and bleeding as long as the engines work. Medical attention comes after mission completion." Steele felt something tighten in his chest. Respect, admiration, the recognition of a soldier who wouldn't quit despite wounds that would kill a normal human. "Acknowledged. Maintain formation with transports 2 and 3. We're going home." His HUD settled on hour 2400 exactly. 24 hours since deployment. The mission window was closed, but they were airborne, ascending through the red fog toward the clean black of space. Below, Caro 7 burned with the red light of infection, a planet lost but not forgotten. The network's voice whispered one final time in Steele's consciousness. "You escaped today, but we are patient. We are everywhere, and next time, you will not be strong enough to resist." Then the whisper faded as they broke atmosphere, leaving the nightmare behind. Steele looked around the transport's interior, Hammer strapped to a stretcher, barely alive but stable. Breach sitting with his mutated shoulder exposed, still functional despite transformation. Stitch checking everyone's vitals with hands that had saved them all. Deadeye cleaning his empty rifle with the same precision he'd used to make that impossible shot. Wolf clutching his data, the information that might save humanity or doom it. And in the cockpit, a pilot flying with a face torn open by a leaper's hooks, refusing to quit until the mission was complete. They'd survived, all of them. Infected, transforming, carrying the crimson virus in their blood, but still human enough to have made it through 24 hours of hell.
Boss, Stitch said quietly, his medical scanner painting the brutal truth of their condition. We're all showing advanced infection. The second dose suppressors bought us time, but we're past the point of no return. When we reach the orbital station, we're going into quarantine, possibly forever. Steele nodded, his enhanced perception already showing him that future. Isolation cells, medical studies, slow transformation into something else. They'd saved Wolf's data, rescued civilians, completed the mission, but the cost was their humanity, paid in installments that were coming due. Then we make the time count, Steele replied, his voice carrying command authority even through the disturbing harmonics of mutation. We give command everything we learned, every tactic the network used, every weakness we found, every second we bought humanity to prepare. His HUD showed their altitude climbing, 20 kilometers, 30, 40. The transport shuddered as it left the atmosphere behind, engines transitioning from atmospheric to orbital mode. All transports, this is Overwatch, Command's voice crackled through the comms with relief that was almost palpable. Welcome home, cleanup, welcome home. But was it home? Steele wondered, feeling the infection spreading through his cells despite the suppressors. Was there any home left for soldiers who carried extinction in their blood? He didn't have answers, just the knowledge that they'd survived 24 hours that should have killed them, that they'd saved lives, completed the mission, and remained human enough to make impossible choices. For soldiers infected with a virus that promised transcendence through surrender, that was enough. That had to be enough. The transport climbed toward the stars, carrying 5 infected soldiers, 1 determined scientist, 12 wounded survivors, and 6 rescued civilians, toward an orbital station that would become their prison. Behind them, Caro 7 fell away, a red jewel of death, waiting for the next attempt, the next team, the next chapter in humanity's war against its own extinction. Steele's chronometer read hour 24:03. The mission was complete. The real battle was just beginning.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.
Red Zone, Book 1, Wipeout Squad Audiobook Series. Chapter 20, Seeds of the Future. The orbital station Fort Knox materialized through the viewport like a promise of salvation, a rotating wheel of steel and polymer that had served as humanity's quarantine checkpoint for 50 years of war against the Crimson virus. Steele watched it grow larger as their transport completed its final approach, his enhanced perception tracking the station's defensive grid with clarity that made his head ache. All transports, this is Fort Knox Control, a crisp female voice transmitted through their comms. You are cleared for Docking Bay 7. Medical teams standing by. Quarantine protocols are in effect. All personnel will proceed directly to isolation for examination. Acknowledge. Transport 1 acknowledges. The pilot responded, her voice still bubbling through her ruined face, but steady despite the damage. Blood had stopped flowing from her wounds sometime during the ascent, her body already adapting with the same viral efficiency that kept the cleanup squad functional. Requesting priority medical for critical casualties. Negative, Transport 1. All casualties proceed to quarantine first. No exceptions. Steele felt his jaw tighten at the cold bureaucracy, but he understood the necessity. One infected soldier loose in the general population could doom the entire station. Better to verify containment before offering comfort. The docking clamps engaged with a metallic thud that resonated through the transport's frame. Steele's HUD marked the time, hour 24:17. They'd been in space for 17 minutes, and already the suppressor's effects were beginning to fade. His hands trembled with micro-seizures as his nervous system fought against viral rewriting that wouldn't stop, couldn't stop, could only be slowed. Everyone up, Steele ordered. forcing command authority into his voice despite the exhaustion that made his bones feel like lead. "Stay together. No matter what they say, no matter where they try to separate us, we stay together. Understood?" A chorus of acknowledgments from soldiers who'd survived hell together and weren't about to be divided by medical protocol. The rear ramp dropped, revealing a docking bay that had been cleared of all personnel. Automated systems hummed. Air circulation vents blasted sterilization compounds, and every surface gleamed with antiseptic cleanliness that made Caro 7's red fog seem like a fever dream. Medical personnel waited at the designated safe distance, 20 meters back behind transparent containment barriers, wearing full biohazard suits that made them look like anonymous white ghosts. Their scanners were already active, painting the disembarking survivors with invisible beams that measured temperature, infection rate, cellular composition. "All cleanup personnel, proceed to the yellow markers," a speaker system commanded with the impersonal tone of someone reading from a script. "Civilians proceed to blue markers. Scientific personnel to green markers. Move slowly. Any sudden movements will be interpreted as hostile and met with appropriate force." Steele noticed the automated weapon systems tracking their movements from overhead positions. Appropriate force meant lethal response. The station wasn't taking chances with potentially infected personnel who might be puppeteer-controlled or driven mad by stimulant and hallucinations. "Move out," Steele said quietly, helping Hammer stretcher down the ramp. The big man was conscious but paralyzed from the waist down, his spine still regenerating from the leaper strike. "Stitch, you're with Wolf. Make sure he doesn't get separated from his data drive." They moved across the bay in a ragged column. 5 cleanup soldiers, 12 wounded survivors from previous evac attempts, 6 traumatized civilians, and 1 scientist clutching humanity's potential salvation. Behind them, the pilot finally released her death grip on the controls and collapsed forward, unconscious but somehow still breathing through lungs that should have drowned in their own blood. "Medical team to Transport 1, Steele transmitted. "Your pilot needs immediate attention. She's—" "We see her, Sergeant," the voice replied, and Steele watched as a separate medical unit approached the transport with quarantine protocols in full effect. "She'll be treated after screening. Always after screening. Always quarantine first, humanity second." They reached the yellow markers where medical scanners waited like technological confessionals. One by one, the cleanup survivors stepped into the scanner rings, cylindrical structures that hummed with the sound of active systems analyzing every cell, every molecule, every microscopic trace of infection. Steele went first, his enhanced perception showing him the scanner's beams in ways normal humans couldn't see. Ultraviolet light painting his cellular structure in 3 dimensions, magnetic resonance mapping his neural pathways, chemical sniffers detecting viral particles in his exhalations. The scanner's verdict came with clinical precision. Subject Steele, Sergeant. Crimson virus detected. Infection rate, 73%. Cellular transformation, stage 3 progressive. Estimated time to complete conversion, 42 hours without intervention. Quarantine status, critical. Proceed to isolation cell designation Alpha 7. 73%. Nearly 3/4 of his DNA had been rewritten by the virus. The second dose suppressors had bought time, but couldn't stop the inevitable. Deadeye stepped into the next scanner, his rifle still slung across his back despite having no ammunition. The sniper's enhanced vision tracked the medical personnel behind their barriers with focus that made several of them uncomfortable enough to step back. Subject Deadeye, Corporal. Crimson virus detected. Infection rate 68%. Ocular enhancement confirmed. Subject demonstrates visual acuity beyond human baseline. Mutation classification, sensory adaptation, type A. Quarantine status, critical. Breach came next, his wounded shoulder exposed where the acid had dissolved his armor.
The demolitions expert moved with fluid grace that was too perfect, too precise, his transformation more advanced than the scanners expected. Subject breach, specialist. Crimson virus detected. Infection rate, 79%. Warning, stimulant accelerated mutation detected. Subject demonstrates enhanced spatial processing and molecular perception. Mutation classification, cognitive enhancement type B with physical adaptation. Quarantine status, extreme critical. Hammer required special handling, his stretcher positioned within the scanner ring while medical systems analyzed his paralyzed form. The big man's eyes tracked the readouts with understanding that carried resignation and defiance in equal measure. Subject Hammer, Corporal. Crimson virus detected. Infection rate, 81%. Spinal regeneration in progress, viral enhancement confirmed. Muscle density beyond human capability. Bone structure reinforcing with chitinous compounds. Mutation classification, physical enhancement type C. Warning, regenerative compound interaction with infection, unpredictable outcome. Quarantine status, extreme critical. Finally, Stitch stepped through the scanner, his medic's training making him stand perfectly still while the systems analyzed him with thoroughness that bordered on invasive. Subject Stitch, Corporal. Crimson virus detected. Infection rate, 65%. Neural trauma detected. Recent psionic assault with partial recovery. Stimulant interaction noted. Subject demonstrates enhanced reflexes and accelerated cognitive processing. Mutation classification, integrated enhancement type D. Quarantine status, critical. Steele felt a weight settle in his chest as the numbers painted the brutal truth. All 5 of them, every member of the cleanup squad, carried infection levels above 60%. They were past the point of recovery, past the point where medical intervention could restore their original humanity. They were becoming something else. The only question was whether they'd remain human enough to matter. All cleanup personnel proceed through decontamination to Isolation Wing Alpha. You will be housed in adjacent cells with monitored communication access. Dr. Wolf will be escorted separately to scientific debriefing. No, Steele said firmly, his voice carrying across the docking bay with command authority. Wolf stays with us until his data is secured. Those are mission parameters. We don't complete the objective until his research is safely transferred to command. A pause. Steele could almost hear the bureaucratic gears turning as whoever controlled the medical protocols checked regulations against reality. Very well, the voice finally replied. Dr. Wolf will accompany cleanup personnel through initial processing. But Sergeant, you should understand, your entire squad is going into long-term quarantine, possibly permanent. The infection levels you're carrying make you a Category 4 biohazard. There may not be a way back from this. Understood, Steele replied, though the word felt like swallowing broken glass. We knew the risks when we took the mission. They moved through decontamination chambers that blasted them with chemicals designed to kill any surface contamination. The compound stung against Steele's exposed wounds, making his enhanced nervous system light up with pain signals that were almost beautiful in their intensity. The isolation wing was exactly what Steele expected. A corridor of reinforced cells, each one equipped with basic amenities and advanced monitoring systems. Transparent walls allowed visual contact while maintaining atmospheric separation. Speakers enabled communication while filtering for any psionic contamination. They were cages, but comfortable ones. Hammer goes to medical first, Stitch insisted, as they approached their designated cells. His spinal regeneration needs to be monitored by specialists. If the viral enhancement goes wrong— I know, Steele interrupted gently. Hammer, you're with the medical team, but you fight every step of the way, understood? Don't let them decide you're too far gone. You're still one of us. Hammer managed a weak grin through his damaged faceplate. Not planning to turn into one of those things, boss. But if I do, you put me down clean. Promise me.
You're not turning, Steele said with more confidence than he felt. The regenerative compound in your system is fighting the infection. You might come out of this stronger than you went in. Or I might come out as a crawler with my face, Hammer replied, but his tone carried dark humor rather than despair. Either way, been a hell of a ride. They watched as medical personnel in full containment suits wheeled Hammer's stretcher toward the medical wing. The big man raised one hand in salute as he disappeared around a corner, and Steele felt something tighten in his chest, the knowledge that this might be the last time they saw him human. The rest of them filed into their assigned cells. Steele's was Alpha 7, as designated. 3 meters by 4 meters, equipped with a basic cot, sanitation facilities, and a computer terminal for logging reports. The transparent wall faced into the corridor, where he could see Deadeye in Alpha 6, Breach in Alpha 8, and Stitch in Alpha 9. Wolf was escorted to a separate wing for scientific debriefing, still clutching his data drive like a lifeline. The scientist looked back at Steele with an expression that carried gratitude and guilt in equal measure. "Thank you," Wolf said simply, "for getting me out, for completing the mission, for everything." "Write it all down," Steele replied, his enhanced perception already showing him futures where Wolf's research made the difference between extinction and survival. "Every detail, every observation. Make our infection count for something." Wolf nodded, and then he too disappeared into the station's sterile corridors. Steele sat on his cot and felt the exhaustion hit him like a physical weight. 24 hours of combat, infection, transformation, and impossible choices. His body wanted to shut down, to sleep for days, but his enhanced nervous system was too wired, too accelerated by viral rewriting. "Boss." Deadeye's voice came through the cell speakers, surprisingly clear despite the atmospheric separation. "You ever think about what comes next? After the quarantine, after the medical studies, after they decide what to do with 5 infected soldiers who might be the next generation of mutants?" "Every minute," Steele replied, staring at his hands where the skin was beginning to show faint translucence, early-stage crystallization that the suppressors were barely holding at bay. "But we deal with that when it comes. Right now, we survived. That's enough." "My vision's getting worse," Deadeye continued, his voice carrying scientific curiosity rather than fear. "Or better, depending on how you look at it. I can see into the infrared spectrum now, ultraviolet too. It's like the world's been painted in colors that don't have names." "That's the mutation," Breach's voice joined the conversation from his cell. "Your optical nerves are being enhanced by the virus. In a few days, you might be able to see through walls or spot targets at impossible ranges, assuming you don't go blind first." "Thanks for the optimism," Deadeye replied dryly. "Just being realistic," said. "My shoulder's almost completely healed, the one that was torn apart by acid and leaper hooks. It shouldn't be possible, but I can feel the tissue regenerating at visible speed. Another 12 hours and I'll have full mobility. Except the flesh is wrong, too smooth, too perfect. I'm becoming something else, and I can feel it happening in real time." Steele listened to his team process their transformations with the same tactical analysis they'd applied to combat situations. These were soldiers trained to adapt, to overcome, to survive despite impossible circumstances. The fact that the enemy was now their own biology didn't change the fundamental approach. "Stitch," Steele called out, "you've been quiet. How are you holding up?" A pause. Then the medic's voice came through, carrying exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. "I'm managing. The coma did something to my neural pathways. I can process information faster now, but I'm also seeing medical details I wish I couldn't. Looking at you through these walls, boss, I can see your cellular structure breaking down and rebuilding simultaneously. It's like watching evolution in fast forward." "Can you still function as our medic?" Steele asked the critical question. "Because we're going to need you. All of us." "I can function," Stitch replied with conviction. My oath didn't include a clause about only treating fully human patients. You're still my squad, mutation or not. A speaker system activated with a soft chime. Sergeant Steele, this is Dr. Sarah Kim, Chief Medical Officer of Fort Knox. I need to brief you on your quarantine status and long-term prognosis. Steele recognized the name from Wolf's research files. Dr. Kim had been mentioned as one of the xenobiologists who'd first identified the Crimson virus's artificial nature. If she was still alive and functional, she was one of humanity's leading experts on what they were becoming. Go ahead, Doctor, Steele replied, his enhanced hearing picking up subtle stress markers in her voice that suggested she wasn't delivering good news. Your entire squad is infected with active Crimson virus at levels that exceed recovery thresholds, Dr. Kim said, her clinical tone unable to completely mask the sympathy beneath. The suppressors you received have slowed the transformation, but can't stop it. Based on current progression rates, I estimate you have between 36 and 48 hours before you reach stage 4 mutation, the point at which human consciousness becomes secondary to network integration. Define secondary, Steele said, though he suspected he already knew the answer. You'll still be you, Dr. Kim explained carefully. Your memories, your personality, your sense of self, all of that will remain intact. But you'll also be connected to the network. You'll hear the voices of other mutants, feel their thoughts at the edges of your consciousness. The Queen's effect that marked you on Caro 7 is permanent. Every mutant on that planet, possibly on multiple planets, can sense your presence. You've become nodes in their distributed intelligence. Steele felt his team absorbing this information through their speakers. They'd survived the mission, only to discover they'd been permanently tagged as part of the enemy's consciousness. Is there any way to sever the connection? Breach asked, his tactical mind already searching for solutions. We don't know, Dr. Kim admitted. You're the first infected soldiers to reach stage 3 and remain functional long enough for study. Everything from this point forward is experimental. Then we volunteer, Steele said, making the decision for all of them. Whatever experimental treatments you want to try, whatever research you need, we are your test subjects. Make our infection count for something. Boss, Deadeye started to protest. That's an order, Steele interrupted, his command voice brooking no argument. We're soldiers. We complete the mission. This is just the next phase of the same mission. Help humanity survive what's coming. The speaker carried a moment of silence before Dr. Kim responded. I'll begin preparing the experimental protocols. But Sergeant, you should know, we've been monitoring signals from the surface, from groups calling themselves free hunters. They're infected humans who've embraced the transformation. They claim the virus is evolution, not extinction. That humanity's future lies in accepting the mutation rather than fighting it. Steele's enhanced perception suddenly showed him possibilities he'd been suppressing. What if the network was right? What if fighting the infection was futile, and embracing it offered a path to something greater? Then he thought of Hammer, paralyzed by viral regeneration, of Breach fighting mutation with every cell, of the civilians they'd rescued who deserved a human future. The network offered peace through surrender, but humanity had never been defined by taking the easy path. The free hunters can believe what they want, Steele replied. We're still fighting. For humanity. For each other. For tomorrow. Understood, Dr. Kim said, and Steele detected approval in her clinical tone. Rest now. We'll begin treatments in 6 hours. You've earned it. The speaker clicked off, leaving them in the sterile silence of their isolation cells. Steele lay back on his cot and felt his body's exhaustion finally overcome his enhanced nervous system. Through the transparent walls, he could see his team settling into similar positions. 5 soldiers who'd survived 24 hours of hell and were now facing an enemy they couldn't shoot, couldn't fight, could only endure. His HUD flickered one final time. Hour 24:37. Not quite 24 hours since deployment, more like 24 and a half. But close enough to the mission parameters that Steele allowed himself a grim smile. They'd survived, all 5 of them. Changed, infected, marked by the network, but still human enough to have made it through. Still functional enough to volunteer for whatever came next. In the medical wing, Hammer's stretcher rolled into an experimental treatment facility where specialists would attempt therapies that had never been tried on stage 3 infections. The big man's enhanced biology fought against paralysis while simultaneously transforming into something that might make him stronger than any human had a right to be. In his isolation cell, Deadeye's enhanced vision was already adapted to his containment, showing him details of the station's structure that security would prefer remain hidden. The sniper's transformation was giving him capabilities that would make him the deadliest marksman in human history if he could maintain enough humanity to choose his targets. Beside him, Breach's mutated senses were analyzing the cell's molecular composition with precision that suggested he could calculate explosive yields in his head. The demolitions expert's transformation was creating a living computer capable of tactical analysis that exceeded any artificial intelligence. 2 cells down, Stitch's medical expertise was being enhanced by viral rewriting that let him see biological processes in real time. The medic's mutation was making him more effective at his job, even as it threatened to transform him beyond the humanity he was sworn to preserve. And in his own cell, Steele felt his enhanced perception expanding beyond normal limits, showing him futures that might happen, pasts that never were, and a present that was becoming increasingly difficult to define. His mutation was giving him the ability to see probability itself, to calculate outcomes with the same precision the network used to coordinate its forces. They were becoming weapons. The question was whether they'd remain human enough to choose their targets. Somewhere in the scientific wing, Dr. Wolf was writing his report with hands that shook worse than ever. Not from fear, but from the knowledge that everything he recorded might be the key to humanity's survival, or the roadmap to its extinction. His data drive contained secrets that could save worlds or doom them. And on the station's long-range sensors, signals continued to arrive from the surface, free hunters broadcasting their message of voluntary transcendence, claiming the infection was humanity's next step, that fighting it was futile, that surrender offered peace. But in Isolation Cell Alpha 7, Sergeant Steele closed his eyes and felt the network's whisper at the edge of his consciousness. It promised power, unity, an end to struggle. He told it to fuck off and went to sleep. 24 hours since deployment. Mission complete. The real war was just beginning. Epilogue. Dr. Wolf's final log entry recorded hour 24 exactly. This is Dr. Samuel Wolf, senior virologist, completing mission debrief for Operation Glass Veil. The cleanup squad, designated Alpha, successfully extracted me and my research data from Caro 7 Research Complex Alpha. All 5 squad members survived despite infection levels exceeding standard recovery thresholds. I am transmitting this data under the highest security protocols because what I've learned changes everything we thought we knew about the Crimson virus. It's not a weapon. It's not evolution. It's something far more deliberate, a transformation protocol designed to make humanity compatible with something else. Patient Zero, Colonel Marcus Steele, isn't leading the invasion. He's being used as a template, his consciousness distributed across multiple command forms to give the network military expertise. But the network itself? It's not native to our reality. It's a bridge protocol preparing organic life for integration with something else. The cleanup squad is now infected but functional. I recommend immediate authorization for experimental therapies. These 5 soldiers represent humanity's best chance to understand the infection from the inside while retaining enough consciousness to report back. They survived 24 hours in hell. Let's make sure their sacrifice means something. Wolf, out. In Isolation Cell Alpha 7, Steele's HUD powered down as his enhanced body finally surrendered to sleep. But even in unconsciousness, his mind remained active, processing, calculating, preparing. The network had marked them, but they'd marked it right back.
The next war would be fought on new battlegrounds, with new weapons, by soldiers who walk the line between human and other. And Cleanup Squad Alpha would be ready. Seeds had been planted. The future was coming, and neither humanity nor the network would ever be the same. End of the chapter.
Thank you for listening. New chapters will be released daily on the channel. This audio material was produced exclusively for the Section 56 channel. All rights reserved.